Hello once again, welcome to the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour and day number 3 of the APPT Manila Championship from the APPT Manila. It's James Hartigan alongside Nick Walsh.
Hello, thank you for having me.
So Nick, yesterday we watched them play into the money, watched them play down to the final 4 tables. They ended day 2 with 30 players remaining, so we pick up the action at the start of day 3 with 30 from the starting field of 384. And this is the lineup at the first feature table. By the way, Ancal does not have 12.2 million, 1.2 million chips for the table chip leader. So the biggest stack on the main stage, but not that big.
Yes, indeed. And it's a pleasure to be back in the Coral Lounge at the APPT Manila Casino and Hotel. And all that red returns, James. A lot of red in this room, as we discussed yesterday.
And one of the 30 players returning, although not at the feature table, bizarrely, is Daniel Craig. Nick, I just received a rather aggressive direct message on the Instagram from Dr. Renz saying, "Stop trolling, it's a different one." And I find that accusation outrageous. I'm not saying it isn't true, I'm just saying it's outrageous.
It is outrageous, and so, to make things even more outrageous, he messaged me the same thing. We both got heated message this morning to stop misleading the audience. What can we do, guys? It's Daniel Craig. It's him. It's there in plain English. What do you want us to say?
So 4 tables remaining, and they are playing down to a final table of 9. No redraw until we get to the FT. A random table will be broken every time we have an even number of players. 8 max is the format of this tournament, as we established yesterday. 50k starting stack, 2 starting flights, unlimited re-entry, shot clock in play, and all the players given an additional 6 time bank cards at the start of play today. Transitioning to hands per level once we get to a table of 9. The buy-in for this tournament, if I'm going to convert it to US dollars, about 2,800 bucks, and a first prize of 200k. So straight into the action, and we do get a raise from Jean Ming Woon with the Spraggy A7 offsuit, flatted. Sorry, yeah, the raise came from Min Woon in the cutoff, flattered by Jesse Rivera on the button, flattered by David Wang in the big blind. And would you believe it, Nick? Domination rotation somehow, and I think we need to get photographic evidence of this. A7 is flop best.
Yep, the Spraggy somehow coming through here, but that's not to say the hand is over just yet. Does somehow find a bet. Okay, fair play, and this might just work out. Ace-Jack has a player to act behind still. David Wang has several backdoor draws, though, so facing that 75k bet, I don't know. We'll see how it plays. I think Ace-Jack in the sandwich position here is got a tricky decision. Looks like he's going to stick around for the 75, though. David Wang folds.
So heads up to the turn. And no restoration yet, although that king on the turn does give Jesse Rivera a gut shot straight draw. As Min Woon near enough a 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, we can see the equities here are actually very in favor, but I think when we start betting A7 in a multi-way pot from the cutoff here, we do end up in a lot of spots like this where we have a decision to make on the turn. Oh my days!
I mean, that's one way to deny your opponent equity.
Okay, well, this is allowed. This is a move that you're allowed to make.
I mean, Nick, strictly speaking, anytime you are all in with the best hand and near enough 90% equity, you're not, strictly speaking, making a mistake.
I can't say anything about it. He went all in with the best hand, and he won the pot. That's all I'm going to say. I will say no more. That's it. I think he's won. Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Give the cards back now. It's all over.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all over next hand. So, James,
you'll
remember. You'll remember better than me. Mr. Wang in the big blind who just played the ace-9 there. We've seen him recently, haven't we? He was on a feature table somewhere. Was it in Dublin this year?
Wow, you are really, really testing my very poor memory. So yesterday we had Michael at the feature table, the Italian player who we established had a top 50 finish in Barcelona, although as you and I were distracted by the Spin and Go Championship Live, we didn't even see his deep run in Barcelona. I remembered him from a feature table at the PokerStars Open Campione that we streamed towards the start of the year. I'm not going to lie, I'm afraid Mr. Wang is not ringing any bells right now.
Okay, it looks like fairly prolific grinder. I was absolutely certain we saw him on a feature table recently, but I can't put my finger on where it was. I'll have to find it on the Handed Mob at some point. You know what? It might have even been at APPT last time I did the coverage, in which case James would have missed it. Okay, wait a second. The APPT main event, 25th place finish in July 2025. So perhaps it was then.
Got it. So just having won that pot with the A7, Zhong Minwoon opening here with aces, and oh, what a setup. What a horrible situation for Jaden Zalek to pick up kings.
Poker is just such a silly game sometimes.
Announces all in. David Wang folds the small blind.
Sorry. It's okay, it's okay.
Sounds like the big blind is folded as well, because I heard the I call from Zhong Minwoon. And you return for day 3. You're well rested, ready for a full day of poker, ready to grind, ready to battle.
Yep.
And what is this? Hand number 2, second hand of the day. You pick up kings. You're thinking happy days. You walk into aces. And here we go. Jaden Zalek at risk and way, way behind.
And the dealer is insisting they don't table their cards. I think we should just be turning the cards over.
Never slow on like that before.
Yeah, I don't know why the dealer insisted on the stacks being verified before they turn their cards over. That kind of stuff does annoy me.
Oh, and Jaden, I don't know if you heard that, James. Poor Jaden goes, I'm sorry, I've never slow rolled before in my life. I want to turn my cards over, and then was given the bad news. It was the aces. Yeah. Oh, unlucky. Queen, queen, tray on the flop.
Just get the cards on their backs, guys. Really isn't that hard.
Yeah, I think the dealer did tell him not to, but here we are.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about the players. I'm talking about, I don't understand why the dealer was trying to keep their cards down. This is not hand for hand. We're not on a money jump. There's absolutely no tournament reason why that should happen. And sure enough, the aces hold, as they will do, 4 times out of 5, and Jaden Zalek is eliminated in 30th place. And 2 big pickups to start the day for Zhong Minwoon, who's now up over 1 million chips.
Yeah, really unlucky spot there, as you say, James, right at the start of the day. You woke up, you had a healthy breakfast, you did your breath work, you set your intentions, you did some journaling, and kings and aces.
So 2 hands into the day and 2 hands won by this player who's now got a 7-figure stack. A reminder that the APPT Manila Championship was played over the weekend of the 23rd to 27th of October, this weekend just gone. So this is effectively a replay. It does mean, of course, that information is out there in the public domain. It's not that easy to come across, though, unless you search for it, and I would urge you not to. Let's enjoy the experience. We're all seeing this for the first time. It was quite a nice experience yesterday. We had Daniel Lay at the feature table, and he joined us in the live chat on YouTube. Didn't spoil anything. In fact, just provided some analysis of a couple of hands he played, which added an extra dimension.
Yep, and speaking of analysis, James, should we announce our soon-to-be co-coms?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we confirmed yesterday that David Doherty was going to be joining us today. Hopefully, David will be with us the next 2 days, 100% with us in just under an hour's time to analyze the action here in Manila, as we see Zhong Minwoon try to make it 3 in a row, opening from the hijack with ace-9, gets flattered by Jesse Rivera in the cutoff with 6s.
Let's see if he can get the triple. Oh, good start.
Yeah, I'm going to say he's going to make it 3 in a row.
Yep, not a player to slow down. We saw the ace-7 played very aggressively just now from out of position. I'd say it's more conventional to have some checks with the ace-7. On this occasion, you got top pair, ace 10-7. You know, the cutoff will have some better aces. They will have, you know, some hands like king 10, jack 10 that you might do better checking to. But let's see how this one plays out. Jesse's going to let it go. Nice hand.
Okay, so Jean Min-Woon protects his 100% record on day 3 at the feature table with 28 players remaining. So we had one bust out on the main stage, a bust out from the outer tables. The table will break when we're down to 24 players. 90-minute blind levels, by the way. Now we've hit day 3 of this tournament and 2 chip denominations in play. The orange 5Ks and the red 25Ks.
6.
I saw you turning heads.
Hit the board, few overcards, I can't do anything.
It's all in. Okay, see it with your glasses.
You get ace again, flop, I'm out.
Finn Penderak
Great name.
folds 6-3 under the gun. I don't think Jean Min-Woon's going to make it 4 in a row. Nope, folds the 8-4.
Finn Penderak would be like a great name for a Dungeons & Dragons character.
See, this is where you lose me, right?
Finn Penderak.
I wear my nerd badge with pride, but as soon as the conversation strays into Dungeons & Dragons, or heaven forbid, someone sets Griffin Benja off on the subject of anime, I'm gone. I'm out.
I promise there will be no potion brewing, James. It'll be just your straight campaign.
This is the great thing about being in the niche poker community, is that in Gen Pop, I'm an absolute freaking geek, but in the poker world, I'm borderline one of the cool kids.
Sure, James. Sure.
I think.
Allow me my fantasies, Walsh.
No. You're definitely one of the cool kids. You're one of the cool kids to me, James.
I made
So yeah, whilst this is effectively an as-live replay of the tournament played over the weekend, a reminder that not next week, but the week after. In fact, it's Wednesday today, right? Yeah, 2 weeks today, you will get a live stream from the North American Poker Tour. NAPT Las Vegas returns to Resorts World next Monday. And at the tail end of the festival, we'll provide you with a one-day live stream of the final table of the 5K main event here on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels. That's Wednesday, November 12th.
James, do you know how many days you're going to be shooting for the big game? Presumably that's taken up the bulk of your trip there before the broadcast goes live.
So obviously there's a certain amount of setup time with the big game.
Yep.
There's a certain amount of pre-filming. We're filming 2 tables this year. So the Monday and Tuesday will be the big game shoot days. Wednesday will be the live stream. The first week I have at the NAPT, Nick, there's a comedy night, I know that. There'll be the welcome drinks. I believe I've got a couple of other duties to perform in my capacity as a PokerStars ambassador. But I'm hoping, and I said yesterday, I don't want to jinx it, that I might actually have time. I might find the opportunity to play a couple of NAPT events this year.
Very exciting. I know that there is a wide variety for all sorts of binds. If you guys want to check it out in Vegas, coming up very shortly, as James has already alluded to.
There's a daily $300 tournament which has got my name written all over it. And again, the one day has really worked with my schedule where I never know what I'm going to be needed, where and when I'm going to be needed the next day. You know all too well, Nick, that making day 2s can be dangerous when you're there to work.
I know that. Yes, I feel that very deeply. Tony in
So
Twitch chat
Wang,
says,
No mistake.
sorry,
Yeah.
James.
Well played.
David Wang opening the hijack here with King Jack off and getting 3-bet by David Summer with the small suited ace, and Wang folds. What does Tony have to say for himself?
Tony says, if you want James to talk about D&D, you have to incorporate watches into the conversation. Well, I feel like I could formulate a character, Tony, whereby James was some sort of a mystical chronograph dealer, and that was his character. You know, he wears magical timepieces that give him special powers.
You're still not going to drag me into this. I'm sorry.
I enjoyed your most recent upload. By the way, guys, go and check out James Hardigan's YouTube channel. A little discussion about the reverso that you had your eye on.
Yeah, that was just humbly walking down Rodeo Drive and decide I'll just pop into a few watch boutiques and just kill some time by trying on some watches. And every now and then you're trying to watch and like, yes, I need this. And of course you don't. That's a stupid part of your brain telling you something that isn't true. But I had that feeling about this watch, and this is why you never impulse purchase. This is why you force yourself to leave, and you go away, and the rational part of your brain takes over. And it's living rent-free in my mind, don't get me wrong, but I'm acutely aware that it would be a very silly thing to do, to buy that.
How much do they want for it, James?
A lot of money, Nick. I don't really like to discuss it because it makes me sound even more grotesque, that the hobby may be more grotesque than it already is to start discussing numbers, but it doesn't help when you have friends who are enablers. And
yeah, I know that. I get that.
And our mutual friend Gary enjoys telling me that because the watch has two faces, it's a reverso, you flip it over, it has like two sides, it's effectively like buying two watches, so the real price is actually half of the retail price.
Exactly.
That kind of thing doesn't help.
And then, James, you know, if you wear that, you know, over the course of 1 year, that's 365 days. If you divide that cost by 365, I mean, it's pennies on the dollar.
Yeah. The amortization. Yeah. Keep telling yourself that. So Rivera's under the gun raise gets action from Finn Penderak in the small blind, who's still ahead right now with ace high. But Rivera has flopped the gut shot. Thank you to
you're
No Longer for informing us that Rivera limp called Finn's raise. So Rivera actually executed a Gibbons, limping under the gun and then calling a raise. That's the double Gibbons. And Rivera folds the flop.
Well, that's one way to do it.
I mean, you said yesterday, Nick, that from your experience streaming APPT events, specifically events from Manila, we do see play that's maybe a little less GTO than maybe what we'd see in the late stages of an EPT.
Yes, absolutely. Lots of more unusual play. It looks like they've updated this graphic now, by the way, James.
Yes, absolutely.
So
and Cal,
not 12 million.
Still table chip leader, just ahead of David Sommer. 63, 61 big blinds respectively. David Wang, the table short stack with 13 big blinds. Rivera also on the low side.
Yeah, I echo what you're saying, James, about what I was saying yesterday. I think that you know, in these events for the APPT, we do see some more unconventional poker played, and honestly, for all the better for viewing. I much prefer it this way. I think there's a lot more interesting. We encounter a lot more interesting sort of things to commentate about when people go a little bit off-piste, limping and, you know, playing hands they maybe shouldn't. Yesterday we saw a fair amount of sort of clicking wars going on, which is kind of more classically, you know, an old school style of poker, putting a man to the test, 4-bet, 5-bet, 6-bet, because I didn't think he had it and all that kind of junk.
Yeah.
And I'm here for it. I can't wait to see more. Hopefully more action like that today. If you guys are just joining us for the first time, we are live today and tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the conclusion of this event. Live and cards up, obviously it being a replay, but live broadcast from us. And I hope you guys will stick around and watch with us. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's quite a treat to see a cards up from Manila.
Yeah, well, we saw the raise from the table chip leader, Cal, in the hijack with ace-9. Rivera defended his big blind with Jack-8 and has flopped top pair. Doesn't have a ton of chips behind. Just to echo your point, Nick, the plan tomorrow to play down from 9 to a winner, live at the same time as we went live today. So that's 3 p.m. UK time, 4 p.m. Central European time. Rivera playing in flow has checked the pre-flop aggressor, and Ankau is going to continue and check raise all in. Very quick all in from Rivera. Didn't even take a beat.
Yeah, I think just feeling he doesn't have enough chips behind to play his hand in any other fashion, just decides to rip it in. And, you know, there are circumstances where you do have to call these check shoves with, you know, even hands as weak as ace high. I think on this occasion we might just see the bet fold. You need your opponent to have more draws if you want to make calls like this, right? There needs to be a flush draw on the board or, you know, potentially a more wet texture. But I think he's just going to let this one go. Is that a call? It is a call.
Wow.
Okay.
I mean, I was going to say Rivera kind of could have played that a little bit slower, but you got your opponent to put their money in bad, and you're set for a huge double up here.
Yeah, this is great equity, and looking to hold now. Just got to fade that ace going to the river.
Only Barry Greenstein would see Rivera eliminated. No ace on the river. 2 pair for Rivera. Doubles up to 600K as Ankau surrenders the table chip lead.
People know the age I already you call me the idols.
Nay bad, nay bad.
So 26 players remaining. We'll be at the final 3 tables. Oh, thank you to Raksha for alerting me to a comment from Dave Muir over on the UK PokerStars YouTube channel. Apologies, there's only so many chats I can have running to the side of my screen. Dave says, afternoon, gents. The JLC Reverso Duo Face is my grail watch. Yeah, it's a gorgeous watch. It's an iconic design. But when you start getting into precious metal, and granted, you can get stainless steel versions, but I was looking at the rose gold version. The precious metal just adds so much to the price that it just becomes not just a grail, but almost like out of reach. And it would just be such a splurge, such a huge purchase that I don't think I can justify it. Especially as, again, the rational part of my brain says I don't need this. I mean, no one needs a watch anyway, but even if you do feel that you need something nice to wear on special occasions, trust me, I already have plenty to choose from.
I'll give him 6 months, chat. 6 months before it's on his wrist.
See, what you need to be doing is the kind of counterpoint to what Gary's doing. Is say, I need it for content, right? You need to do an unboxing video.
We attack him from all angles. It is a nice looking watch. I'm having a little Google again. There are quite a few different variations on it, though.
There are.
Yeah. Something for everyone.
So we've seen the raise here from Summer with 7-6 suited. Interestingly and unconventionally flattered by Finn Penderak in the cutoff with King 9 of diamonds. Maybe more of a 3-betting spot with a hand like that, Nick?
Yeah, perhaps. And, you know, I think that, you know, if we're talking about unconventional play, it comes in a couple different flavors, and one of them being the players deciding to go a little bit more passive. What we've seen throughout the coverage thus far is when you have a bunch of players who are playing somewhat passively and you are at the table alongside players who are capable of making big moves, they will just pounce on these opportunities when there's a squeeze spot. For example, David Wang could have turned the queen jack into a squeeze, for example. Here, I think deciding against it is also fine, but you know, if we allow ourselves to enter too many pots with too wide of a range, where you start opening up the door to be exploited. So far, so good in this spot, though. I think everything is fine. I think this is all
Well, Wang-
okay. Finn.
Yeah, Wang was getting a good price in the big blind, so he came along as well. He's completely bricked, but David Summer has paired his 7. Finn Penderak with top pair has bet 45,000.
Sit 9 fold. Sit 9 fold. He checked before. Check. Now he fold. Yes. Sit 9 fold to 45. Now.
Wang folded, Summer called, so I guess we're going heads up to the turn.
645.
I think.
Well, I think the action is a bit confused here, James, because I think it was David
Oh, it
Summer
was
who bet.
Summer. Okay, so Summer continued and Penderak
Yeah,
called.
and then
Got it.
Penderak called in the cutoff. Yeah, no, that's what got me confused as well. But I think it's Finn who's in seat 9 or seat 8, excuse me.
I mean, I can only say what it says on the screen.
I'm with you. I'm like Ron Burgundy.
Well, action is 100% on David Summer, who is going to slow down on the turn and check to Penderak. And Penderak checks it back. Deceptive.
Yeah, deceptive indeed. You know, I think we might be concerned about our opponents having some bigger king X once in a while. I think on this kind of a turn, though, you know, our opponents will just turn up with Ace X of Hearts quite often, maybe even King X of Hearts once in a while. They will also still have, like, you know, Queens and Jacks and Tens and that kind of thing. There's a question mark as to how often they're supposed to be betting a King 7 deuce flop after there's been a call from the cutoff. But as played, it is quite deceptive, and I think now we need to find some value. I think it's very difficult for King 9 not to be the best hand when it goes bet, check, check. Bet, call, check, check, and then check river. Very few traps, very few hands that wouldn't be going for value themselves if they were King, Queen, King, Jack, something like that. So now we need to size to try and target maybe some of the stronger combos that are still in here, maybe pocket 10s, maybe pocket 9s. Goes for 130 G's.
Once again, I hope the music blaring out in the Coral Lounge doesn't get us a copyright strike on any platform.
Yeah, good fold, David. Good fold. Again, I'd like to look at that spot behind the scenes. I'd like to study that one. I don't know if 6-7 is supposed to bet the flop that often. I think it's too easy for the player in the cutoff to call there and just put you in a world of hurt, even if they don't have much of a hand at all, right? If you're going to bet small into 2 players on that flop texture, they can float you pretty wide once they know that they have position against you. And we can see it was against a king, which will make up some of that calling range as well. But even if you have, you know, strong second pair, possibly a pair over the second pair in this case, maybe a backdoor straight draw flush draw combo that's nearing the king. In any case, nice spot for Penderak.
So on to the next hand. I believe the blinds are currently 10,000, 20,000. Indeed. So that's 10K, 20K with a 20K big blind ante. Action folded to Penderak in the hijack.
Yeah, why don't we just play this one? I said 45? Yep.
Jesse Rivera with the Spraggy. A7 offsuit.
Yeah, it's just a fold, Jesse.
It's always a fold. Anytime, every time. And this is going to come around to David Summer in the big blind. And he defends.
Yep, Jack 5 off is pretty spicy here as a defend, James. This is on the very wide side.
Well, we have an acrid board, and ace high is still ahead.
Now, to c-bet or to not?
Answer, c-bet. 75,000, the bet from Penderak.
It's quite large. I think it's going to work.
Yeah, I mean, in this instance, on this occasion, absolutely.
I do wonder if this is balanced, though. I don't know if Finn is going to use the same size here if he has a hand like aces or kings, right? I don't know if the size up is going to be also applied to those combos on such a dry texture 9 trade deuce.
So 4 eliminations so far in the first 30 minutes of play. Still 60 minutes to run at this level. And Cow has reclaimed the chip lead at the feature table, just over 1 million chips, around 55 big blinds. David Wang down to 7 big blinds, 140K. David Wang in the danger zone.
Danger zone.
Ronald Haverkamp under the gun. Queen deuce. Folds. Penderak's out, as is Minwoong. King Queen suited for Jesse Rivera.
Yep. Doesn't have a ton of big blinds here. I would like to still see just the min open. I think that, you know, people start to panic when they get around this stack depth, but I think we still want to play our hand in a way that allows us to chip up without just, you know, being all in and either taking down the blinds or just getting it all in against another player. Yep, that is a chunky raise off of the shorter stack, but still an open. It's almost a 3x steal. And honestly, if it's going to be if it's going to accomplish anything, you might actually convince a hand like 8-6 to still fold. Looks like Cow is going to stick around still, though.
Yeah.
Getting action from the 8-6 also great, so shout out to Jesse getting some action here as well.
Not the worst flop in the world for King Queen suited.
Yeah, and I think it's also
Especially
probably
against
worth noting.
8-6.
Yeah, it's also worth noting here as well, James, that our opponent will probably take a lot of the ace combos that they have and put those all in against the open from that position.
Yes.
So our opponents will be somewhat capped to not containing that many ace hands, you know, hands that have made a top pair when we've made middle. So a continuation bet here is cool because we get a lot of value from second pairs, third pairs, maybe some combination of like Jack 10 where you have bottom pair and a gut shot. So the continuation bet here I think is very, very good. And I guess as a theme, James, you know, we saw that Jesse felt really confident just check shoving the Jack top pair earlier against Cow on a relatively dry texture and getting paid. I don't know if maybe these two have a little bit of history, and Jesse knows that if he sizes up there, he's just going to get more chips in the middle pre-flop with what is a fairly premium hand for the stack depth he was playing.
Down to 25 now, so 1 elimination away from the final 3 tables in the 2025 APPT Manila Championship. The buy-in in local currency in Philippine peso, 165K, which, as I referenced earlier, translates to around $2,800. 55 got paid with the min cash being worth just shy of $5,000 US dollars. Up top, 200K plus the trophy. We'll see that presented tomorrow when they play down to a winner. Penderak opening here under the gun with ace-king. Round to Rivera in the hijack. Folding the 9-6. That is a very squeaky shot clock.
It is. And again, those mics picking up the squeak. Unless they're torturing Bernie the Lizard in there.
Simple raise and take it. The real Wick says, can we like turn the clock off? In a word, no. And I'll give you 2 reasons why. The dealers need the shot clocks. The players rely on the shot clocks. But the second reason, and the most important one, is we can't fix something that happened over the weekend. A reminder, this is a replay of an event that was played in Manila over the weekend just gone. We're seeing it for the first time. Watching the action as if it were live. No idea how this plays out. No idea what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of days.
24 remaining, we are breaking the table. Still doing the random table break. I'll be asking Rudy to pick the next table to break.
And we have Ankau opening the button here with Jack 10 suited. Ace 6 suited for Ronald Haverkamp.
Go.
Couple very pretty hands here. Everybody wants a piece.
Get some.
Get some.
All spades, ace 5-3. Great flop for Cow.
$375. Yeah.
So Cow continues to 45,000. Might get a call out of Haverkamp, who has flop top pair. No, 2 quick folds.
Wow.
Jack 8. I was big blind, that's why.
Discipline laydown
game.
from Haverkamp.
Yeah.
So Nick, I know we were talking yesterday about how things are looking at the tail end of the year. I guess December being the key month when we have the EPT concluding in Prague just before the final PokerStars Open of the year in Cannes. KJ saying she will be going to Cannes. Have you decided yet whether you're going to be visiting the French Riviera? Is that still under discussion perhaps?
It is still under discussion. So actually, shout out to Carrie again, because she kindly offered to take me out to Cannes as part
That's
of the
nice.
sort of Hippodrome crew. Myself and Carrie Jane have been working very closely this year to try and build up the new poker studio that is built at Hippodrome. If you guys haven't checked it out, streaming cash games mostly every Friday, and then some tournaments on the first Tuesday of each month. But since we've been working so close together, she sort of said, you know, if you wanted to come along to Cannes, you know, we could work something out. I am minded to take her up on that. I need to see if the dates actually work, but I think it would be nice. I really like Cannes. I think it's absolutely beautiful. I've been there once before. It'd be nice to do something just before Christmas as well. So, yeah, It's a maybe. It's a maybe. I need to double check. There's no other requirements around that time of year for PokerStars things. As you mentioned, James, you know, in your most recent sort of vlog update, the real work gets in the way of the fun stuff some of the time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been
Yeah,
a busy
and
year for sure.
Yeah, it's been a busy one. It's been a great one too. A lot of really fun moments this year. A lot of cool destinations visited. A lot of fun games played. A lot of cool poker friends met along the way.
Lose every hand so far.
Well, David
I think
Wang
Ken would
Shup
be a
getting
great stop,
through
though.
that.
Yeah,
No
nice
one
work.
giving him action. Yeah, the dates for Cannes, by the way, December 16th through 21st. Suffice to say, you can register for the main event using a silver power pass, with power pass running every day on PokerStars. Yeah, it's kind of, I guess a lot of people are going to be doing that trip right straight after Prague wraps on Sunday the 14th, going straight from Prague to the south of France, making their way to Cannes.
And
Double
also, I need to
bill
do
to
some.
end the year.
Yeah, I need to do some looking at the weather that time, because I imagine that time of year in Cannes is probably not particularly warm, despite it being quite a sunny place usually.
Yeah,
You can sit, but you cannot.
I'm going to say it's not going to be at its best, but equally maybe it has a certain charm in the month of December.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. I mean, it might also
Why cannot you?
not come with the ginormous price tags on the seafront as well during that time of year, so you never know.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You try getting
I-
a hotel or an apartment there in the month of May.
Decision, yeah. But that's so unfair.
So now we're at 24. We're at the final 3 tables, so we're going to be 8-handed again. So new players coming to the main stage right now.
Maybe I'll leave the rate to leave me. But that's crazy.
Something's happened here.
That's actually
Yeah,
crazy.
a player's joined the table and has been told he has to wait for the big blind, which is absurd.
That's ridiculous.
David Wang commenting on the
Also,
same.
for big blind, just, oh, sorry, you can't deal with me. It's me.
They have some very, very strange, quirky rules here that I don't really understand. And I also think sometimes rules are being weirdly misinterpreted by some of the tournament staff.
Yeah, I mean,
When
I think
when a new player comes to the table, they are
Yeah.
absolutely allowed to be dealt in if they're under the gun. You do not have
Yes.
to wait to post the big blind. This ain't a 1-2 game.
Yeah, 100%. In fact, I'm pretty sure there was rules discussions this past summer about people, you know, sort of being told to move tables and then sort of wandering very slowly, you know, scoping out where the big blind is and then coming in behind the blinds and all this kind of nonsense. But the same must be true for them joining and then starting under the gun. That doesn't seem right.
Anywho, Jesse Rivera called in the big blind with King 4 and Cal with King 7. Continues for 25,000.
Yeah, I don't know if we have an answer to this. Just the fold, I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spartacus says, yeah, I would probably call the floor. I think it might be worth doing so, honestly, Spartacus. I'm not a big floor caller. I try and keep it friendly. I try not to get floor staff involved where it's not necessary, but it does seem like
That
a
is
bit of
definitely a
mistake.
situation where it's worth seeking clarification. That doesn't sound
Better,
right
man.
to me.
If I'm big blind.
I mean, we had that weird anomaly at the end of day 2 when we were streaming yesterday, Nick, where even though there was no redraw overnight, they still stopped the clock 10 minutes before the end of the day and played and drew for hands, right? And played 6 hands at all tables. A completely unnecessary procedure when there is no overnight redraw. So 23 players remain, spread out over 3 tables. And we have David Wang first to act with 6-3. Still a short stack. He folds. Ace King for table chip leader An Kao, who is going to raise it to 40,000.
Pump it up.
Penderak in the cutoff with deuces.
Yeah, and actually these two might be deep enough where the set mine is going to be cool. 40K. Yeah, we can make this work.
I know it happened to me.
I mean,
Let's get a call in there.
It's already there.
Yeah, first.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
9, 4, 40.
Now, you know, being appropriately stacked with the opponent that opens here is important if you want to decide if you're going to enter with these smaller pocket pairs. Other things to note are also how short are the players behind? How often are they going to be shoving over my call as a squeeze jam? I think at this stage in the tournament, we don't have to worry about that as much, especially when there's that much juice behind, right? 1.1 million in Cow stack, 905K in Penderak. So, you know, calling here and then being forced to fold isn't the end of the world. There is a major upside, though. If we see a flop with a deuce on it, preferably with an ace high board, we're going to absolutely cook them.
You need to put it here first before you see the turn.
Just put here for like.
After
Well, there is an ace on the
Almost.
flop, but sadly
Almost.
for Penderak, there is no deuce.
Yeah, before. So they can read it. Maybe 1 or 2 seconds. Then.
Thank you.
And Nkao here,
Yeah, maybe 5
plus
seconds.
2.
5 seconds.
I think you can really do a bit of everything here. The check is quite deceptive. Does give some of the worst ace highs that call from the cutoff here the license to blast off as well. I think betting is also quite conventional. You have ace king on ace 6-4. You're going to be winning here a lot. Getting more chips in the pot is not going to be an issue. Your opponents will turn up with some sets, of course. As we can see, deuces is part of this range. That means 6s and 4s would presumably be played similarly pre-flop. And it does stick around. Finn looking for a way to win. Yeah.
I kind of figured this would be a no set, no bet situation for Penderak, but calls.
And I wouldn't fault you for that, James. I think that's also fine to play your hand that way. We are deep enough where I think that works mathematically. Very deceptive check on the turn.
Nice.
That does Finn
Hoping.
pounce.
So Penderak does something funky, right? Like turning deuces into a bluff on the turn with following through with another barrel on the river.
Yeah, and it's also an interesting one as well because if Cow plays this slow on the turn, let's say he decides to check call. I think check raising is difficult to do because your opponents will turn up here with sets and potentially hands like ace 10. So you're going to have to just check call now. And then when you face action on the river, sometimes your opponents think they're value betting. Sometimes they're blasting off with a hand like this. Sometimes they have the set. But I think now we just check call turn and then check river and work it out from there.
$30 seconds on
140K.
every decision. 30-second time bank cards for every player. They were given 6 at the start of play yesterday, an additional 6 cards at the start of play today. So Cow does indeed check call the 140,000, and we'll see a river card, the Jack of Diamonds.
And now nothing left to do. I think we just check call. The board has gotten a bit more scary, James, in the sense that our opponents can still have hands like King, Queen of Hearts, King, Queen of Diamonds, that kind of thing. Obviously, we're blocking that specific one, but you take my point. Ace 10 will still be in there. Ace Jack will still be in there. I wonder if Jack 10 of Hearts or something would float this flop versus that size, but I guess that's a little bit outlandish. Anyway, does throw out a time bank card. I'm assuming we're going to check here and then reassess if Finn goes for it again.
Yeah. I think being in check call mode here is perfectly acceptable, and
I wonder if he's just thinking about maybe doing a bit of a blocker bet. I guess this is pretty unconventional, but
that looks like more than a blocker bet.
Yeah,
Remember,
it
the red
does.
chips are 25K each, so this river bet from Ankau is actually 220,000 and a quick fold from Penderak.
Yeah, and I think Finn had a little giggle to himself there. He's like, thank you so much. I was about to make a big mistake.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's why the bet there for me, James, doesn't make a ton of sense. I feel like we are going to have the best hand a lot, but our opponents will have plenty of hands that they think they're value betting with where they're actually value cutting themselves. They will have bluffs on occasion, which we want to get value from as well. And if we are running into it, right, if they do have ace-jack there or ace-10, just putting in half pot is just going to put us in more trouble when we're raised, and we're not going to really know what's going on at that point. So I think just check call turn, check call river is going to be the best way to play, not because we're playing scared necessarily, just because it might be the way that we win the most chips against range.
So we have 22 players remaining now. 2 tables of 7 and a table of 8, this being the 8-handed table on the stage. Follow the action today down to the final table. We'll stream the final table tomorrow. Find out who wins the 2025 APPT Manila Championship, claiming that first prize of more than 200,000 US dollars, 11.85 million Philippine peso.
So James, sorry, a little bit off topic here. I still had the window open looking at the reverso.
Oh yeah.
Let's say that you set off to buy a secondhand watch, right? Because the secondhand market interests me. I just think
sure.
There's a lot of people
by the way, that is a completely sensible and valid way of buying watches, especially when you consider, just like a car, the moment that you leave the dealership, the moment you walk out the door, the value drops significantly. Like you can wipe sometimes, depending on the brand, 20 to 30% of the value the moment that it's been purchased.
Right, day one, exactly. So the question is really, if you do go about trying to buy secondhand watches, online there's a lot of really cool resources, or at least what look like very cool resources to try and find watches. Watchfinder UK, I think, has a pretty good rep, if I'm not mistaken.
Watchfinder is solid. Watchfinder, which is owned by Richemont Group, the prices are punchy. But you're buying from a reliable, authorized dealership.
Right. Now, let's say that you go into a high street watch reseller, right? Presumably they're going to mostly be honest folk, but they're probably going to have some interesting ideas about the prices. They also might acquire things that they legitimately think are real, but just are not well versed on. How do you go about getting real confirmation that your secondhand watch from a vendor like that is going to be of merit?
So, there is a well-known cliche in the watch world, which is you don't buy the watch, you buy the dealer. In terms of you don't go into somewhere if you're not sure about their expertise, if you cannot guarantee that they are not going to be able to provide you with evidence of the provenance of that watch. So that's why when you highlighted Watchfinder, so that's a great example. And there are many other watch dealers around the UK, around the world, who I've used and I would recommend. But yeah, I would be reticent about just... I would highlight as well, eBay. eBay now have this amazing service, this authentication service, which was long overdue. So if someone is selling a watch of value on eBay, it will not be, if you buy it, it doesn't get sent to you directly. It gets sent to eBay's authentication department first, where specialists look over it and make sure it is what it's meant to be before it's then shipped to you and the money is released to the seller.
That's really cool. I love that. That actually does give me a lot more faith in that kind of system. That's nice. Yeah, a lot of people mentioning Casio in the chat. Actually, James knows I bought a Casio recently. It's a little silver one with a green face. It was one of their new models that was advertised a lot. I got so many compliments on that watch in the last 6 weeks or so, and actually ended up running into about 4 people with the same one in different colors. I think it's such a nice little one, nice little piece.
Can't go wrong with a Casio. You
can't go wrong with a Casio. That's what James Hardigan says. Yeah, Tom. Tom says, I wear a $14 Amazon digital watch because I bang them up so easily scraping against the wall, for example. Me and you both, Tom. I'm a tall, lanky guy. The walls are littered with scratches from my watches and vice versa.
Yeah, but that's why it's a slightly, you know, I'm not a huge fan of the nomenclature, but you know, that's why watches like the Casio G-Shock, for example, are referred to as beta watches, because they're watches that you can wear if you're doing work around the house, decorating, for example, or working out in the gym, going out for a run. It doesn't matter what happens to it, because it hasn't cost you a huge amount of money. And generally speaking, those watches are built to take a beating. You know, try destroying a G-Shock. It's going to take a lot of effort to damage that thing. Big fan of Seiko, Mason. Yeah, Mason asking about Seiko. Huge fan of Seiko. I have a couple of Seikos, including my personal favourite, the Seiko Arnie, which is a modern recreation of the Anna Digi watch that Arnold Schwarzenegger wore in the 80s in movies like Commando, Raw Deal, and Predator.
I've got a Seiko. When my grandfather passed, he left his Seiko behind. Silver and gold number, really classic watch.
We have Zhong Minwoon with Ace King of Strawberries opening. And we're going to come around to the blinds, and Ace Queen for David Sommer in the small blind. Sommer taking the more passive line, flatting with the Ace Queen, and with the big blind folding, we're going to go heads up to the flop, which is King 9-3, so no rotation on this board.
Yeah, you're in the pot with Ace King. You make top pair, the rare occasion. And I don't think he's one to shy away from aggression. I think we're going to see a bet here. 130K in the middle. And he bets 55. Very reasonable.
$55,000 apiece. Turn card is 10. Checked by Sommer.
You plan to go to Germany in Christmas?
Deuce on the river.
My brother is also coming to Christmas. When? Sorry? Oh, wow. There you go.
This is a fairly clean run out for the Ace King of Hearts.
Few islands.
David. Oh, no.
20.
I go Palawan and Bohol and Barroso.
Looks like I picked the wrong week to start bluffing.
5-2.
Yeah. I think there's a 0% chance we're going to see a fold here from the 8K. I just don't know if David Summers needed to turn his hand into a bluff here, to be honest. You got a lot of showdown. Be interested to know what he's targeting, you know, and I think that's always a tricky question. You go, sometimes it is appropriate to turn his hand as strong as Ace Queen into a bluff. Absolutely, don't get me wrong. But based on the way the hand was played, you know, how often do I just check this river from the small blind and get to showdown with Ace Queen and just have the best hand? I think that the answer is probably fairly frequently.
Mm.
Doesn't look like a man who wants to fold.
Doesn't look a man who wants to call either. Looks like a man who'd rather not be at this table at this exact moment in time. But does make the call and is going to win this pot. And this has been a good day for Zhong Minwoon. We saw him win the first 3 hands in a row. Was a little bit quiet after that, but is now up to 1.4 million, getting the better of David Summer there.
Off to a flyer.
And thrilled that we are now joined on our live stream of the APPT Manila Championship by the 2023 Irish Open main event champion, David Doherty. Welcome, sir.
Thanks for having me on, guys. I'm assuming you can hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Great to have you with us, David. And congrats on your string of results at the PokerStars Open in Manchester. We were talking about it on the stream yesterday. Obviously, we're keeping tabs of how the live league leaderboards are looking heading into the last 2 months of the year. You did solid work to make sure you're in a prime position to potentially win or at least podium that low leaderboard.
Yeah, it was a pretty crazy week, James, because after Malta, that didn't go too well. I stone bubbled a tournament in Malta, which Andres Froley, who's chasing the low leaderboard with me, also cashed in. And then everyone cast in the cup, but I finished lowest of all the competitors there. So I actually lost ground on everyone in Malta. And I was saying to my friends, you know, if Manchester doesn't go well, it might be difficult for me to win it at that point with only 2 events left. And then I got 2 firsts and a third. So it was a pretty crazy week. Just ran very well when I needed to. So pretty happy to get 2 spades.
I was trying to catch up with you to congratulate you, David, but you were far too busy winning more tournaments all throughout the week in Manchester. So it was a real struggle for me, and I think you should stop being so selfish.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Nick. I mean, I did bust one briefly, if you remember, when you were still in the Mystery Bounty. I deliberately busted that to try and get a pint with you, but you selfishly stayed in that tournament yourself.
That's true.
So
that's true.
That's true.
Just to dust it off in the second hour in day 2, but that's all right. Welcome, mate. Pleasure to have you here.
Yeah, glad to be here. I commentated on this last year with you, Nick, as well. So
that's right.
It was good fun back then, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, we've had
So
no
just to wrap
shortage
up
this year of wild spots. Sorry, James.
No, I was just going to try and wrap up the conversation about the live league, because obviously, as a reference, we've just got a few weeks to go. I guess the 2 events that are relevant to you, David, are Prague and Cannes, which are back-to-back in December. So no interest in NAPT Las Vegas this year, I take it.
I did qualify last year for NAPT Las Vegas, and I really enjoyed it over there. But yeah, I'm focusing fully on the leaderboard right now. So
of course,
the Prague Cup is my remaining main event of the year. The €825 Prague Cup is right up there. It's the most prestigious event remaining for me of the year. So yeah, looking forward to try and run deep in that one.
Fantastic. So Min Wung, involved in another hand, did have the best hand until the turn. David Summer now with the advantage.
I saw the previous hand just as I was coming on here, and I was doing an audio test just to make sure my mic was working. And as I said, "Can you hear me?" Nick said, "Oh no, David," as David Summer bluffed the river. So I thought I'd accidentally come on air before the audio test was complete.
Okay, this time you've got him, David. This time Summer is ahead. Maybe get a few of those chips back from the ace-queen, ace-king hand.
This will be quite telling because it's the same 2 opponents, right? So we might see if Zhang has a read on Summer here or not. It's going to be very frustrating if your bluff gets called and then the next hand you make top pair and the same opponent folds it to you.
Time bank card being played by Min Wung as he tries to work out where he is in this hand.
He doesn't look too happy. I'm always interested when I see players cut faces like this on the turn. It's fair enough doing it on the river, but when there's still action pending, if you do call, it feels like he's going to fold, right? Yeah.
Exactly. You can't then make the call and set yourself up for another painful decision on the river.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something to be said for that, isn't there, David? Like, you know, having done so much commentary, the amount that people telegraph on the turn and then sort of proceed to call here always kind of blows my mind. Now, on this occasion, it looks like he had probably already made up his mind, right? He was kind of already not happy enough to continue. But so often, as you say, people will be sort of out of position on the turn or something. Somebody will make a bet, and they kind of hum and haw for ages and then call, and they expect their opponent not to adjust their strategy on the river, having seen that.
Yeah, for sure. Look at the size of this table, Jesus.
I know. It's absolutely
It's like an Olympic
huge.
swimming pool.
Yeah. The poor dealer yesterday was really struggling to pull in chips from each end of the table. By the way, David, I did enjoy your little Casino Royale quote in your Instagram story to promote today's stream, referencing Mads Mikkelsen's line to Daniel Craig after the shirt change episode.
I know who I'm working with, James. I know how to get my brownie points.
You know how to tickle my fancy. But yes, we do have a Daniel Craig still in the field with 22 players remaining at one of the outer tables right now.
105.
Is Mads Mikkelsen still in as well? Or is he, did
Sadly
he call a
not.
raise out
Now-
of position with his 6 off and bust?
So the irony of the situation is, obviously the whole Daniel Craig thing is a little bit of clickbait. Mads Mikkelsen did play an EPT. So as we were discussing yesterday, during the making of the movie, Mads Mikkelsen did actually really get into poker. He had more downtime than Daniel Craig, and he and the other actors who were playing in the poker game at the studios in the Czech Republic, he really got bitten by the poker bug, and he came to EPT Copenhagen the following year. So that would have been like January, February 2007. But sadly, we have never actually had James Bond at one of our live events.
Very what? Very what? Worst. Oh yeah.
Well, Xiongmin Woong is currently the table chip leader, actually tied for the table chip lead with Ankal, both players with 67 big blinds. David Wang remains the short stack at the table, just shy of 10 big blinds. Still have about 20 minutes or so to play at this level.
It's hard to know. When you game, you have like. Is there a bottom to the bottom? What are we comparing?
Jesse Rivera first to act here with ace 4 of diamonds.
Probably win.
Based on last year's event, David, what was your take on the overall standard of play compared to a similar buy-in level on the European circuit?
From last year, I do remember there was one, I forget who it was, but I do remember there was either one New Zealand player or Australian player that I recognised on the final table who was a very strong player and played very well. But I do think there was a lot of like creative mistakes, if you like, people maybe not understanding just how valuable their stack is at this stage of a tournament and being a little bit too flop happy, being a little bit too bluff happy. So yeah, I wouldn't say it was the same standard as an EPT, but it's almost more entertaining in some ways because I don't know any of these players right now, and therefore I have no idea how any of them are going to play, which makes it more difficult for all of us commentating, really, right?
Yeah. So with the flush draw, Jesse Rivera is going to bet here. It is Xiongmin Woong who's officially ahead right now, although it's pretty much a post-flop flip. And to answer your question, the real Zach who's watching on Twitch, the constant high-pitched beeping is the shot clock.
That's one way to make players act quickly. Just put a high-pitched beep in their ear if they take too long.
I mean, I've been advocating, petitioning for electric shocks for the longest possible time. Someone said something about health and safety, Human Rights Act, and I'm like,
Every so often you just get a table that you know, I'm not really an advocate of shot clocks, but every so often you get a table where you realize this is one of the tables people were playing on when they invented the shot clock. You know,
Yes.
Greedy touch. PSC mentality.
All right, so on the river after the turn was checked, I think we're probably going to want to have a little bet here.
Yeah, the board has bricked out for Jesse Rivera.
I think quite small is good. Doesn't feel like your opponent's going to have that many massive combos to call with. Try and punish some small pocket pairs, perhaps, maybe some ace highs.
I think in this SPR, it's a little over one. He could also just shove because there's a lot of missed draws out there. You know, he check called the flop. There's 7 sixes, 10 jacks. There's flush draws. There's a lot of stuff that has to bluff at the pot now. So you might get a hero call out of an ace high once in a while.
So David, in that same vein, then, you know, let's say that we have, you know, 4 or 5 of diamonds or something like that, right? And we've missed our flush draw. You know, in that same vein, is that the kind of combo that would like to be all in here on this river and really polarize that spot and try and really maximize the folds from, you know, the ace kings, perhaps with no diamond or whatever?
I think so, because when the SPR is so low, you know, it's just a little bit over one, a tiny bit over one. And when your opponent has checked back the turn on a board with a flush draw and a lot of straight draws on it at that SPR, it's very rare that they're going to have an overpair. They could be slow playing aces, they could be slow playing a full house sometimes, but it's quite rare. So I think most of the hands that you're targeting as a value bet with a 9 or with an 8 are going to be ace high hands, or as you mentioned, maybe the under pairs like 6s or 5s or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think we can certainly bet small as well there, but I think it's a nice little alternative to just shove and maybe make your opponent a little more curious if you have a value hand.
No, 100% agree. It's always an interesting one there, David, because I find myself being quite unbalanced, right? Like if I do end up having a pair or trips there, I do feel like I'm reaching more for a, you know, bet within 100%, you know, bet maybe 60% or something on the river. And then when I am bluffing, I'm reaching for the shove. And then I see people doing the shove and getting paid off because the shove looks like, you know, you're really desperate to find folds. But then also, you know, going into the lab and seeing that the shove we're supposed to balance when we do have some of our worst missed flush draws and stuff like that, it's where the line blurs for me, right? I'm going, so if this would be a great way to bluff, is this also the best way to get max value when I do have the hand, for example?
Yeah.
And yeah, just a tricky spots in poker. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, generally that logic does follow. It's if you're looking for the idea of balance, then you have to be by nature, you know, someone who is going to do the same thing with their bluffs as with their values. So
yeah,
I think that the problem comes from when you're trying to influence what your opponent's going to do. So if you have a value hand and you're like, I think my opponent will call half pot here, but they won't call all in, then by that point you can't be balanced anymore because you're trying to interpret what your opponent's going to do, right?
Right.
If you're actually seeking balance, you have to not really care what your opponent does. You have to just make them indifferent with, you know, parts of the range that are going to be, you know, facing difficult decisions versus whatever you do. So, you know, whether you got the 4-5 of diamonds or the 10-9 in that spot, if you go all in, Ace King's going to hate its life, and that's
right.
It doesn't really matter what they do after that. It's just, you know, making them hate their decision is what makes you EV in the long run, I think.
Sure.
So that hand opened by Ann Cow, 3-bet by Finn Penderak with jacks, and Cow decided to fold the deuces. Just before that hand, we did see Jesse Rivera balanced off the table, which would imply that we're down to 21. And we would need to balance the tables, 3 tables of 7 remaining. So it could be that the field ticker hasn't been updated. Likely that we are at 21 players remaining right now.
It's interesting to me to see a few European flags on the table because I don't recognize these players as well. So I'm assuming that they maybe live in Asia and this is more of a local stop to them. But interested to
think
see
we've
like the contrast of styles.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of players. There was an Italian player yesterday who we've seen in Campione, who we saw in Barcelona. So I think we've got a few travelling players, but I think you're right.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's people from this neck of the woods. I think, Nick, you were saying that the Brits we had at the feature table yesterday were discussing the fact that they live in Thailand.
Yeah, and I think it was, in fact, Daniel Craig who said that he was a resident of Thailand now. And I always love to hear those stories, too, because it is often the case that people who say they live in Thailand will, spend a couple months there at a time and then, perhaps go to Singapore for a week and then return, and there's sort of this nomad lifestyle. Or if they have indeed found residency, getting residency in Thailand is somewhat tricky unless you're investing large amounts of money in the long term. But I was very excited to hear the prospect of there being more live poker played in Thailand. I know that they've sort of taken preliminary steps to start running tournaments in Thailand, and perhaps that's a precursor to their having casinos as well. And I do wonder what that scene would be like. I can't help but think that a brand new build casino somewhere in Phuket or similar would be a great spot to hang out, both in weather and in surroundings and in poker fields.
Certainly having more stops, more destinations for the APPT will be amazing. Wang does not get there with the flush draw, but does pair his king, which is good. And he's got 95k behind, 170k in the pot.
Oh, David.
Now, which David are you referring to? David Wang, David Summer, or David Doherty?
David Summer. This is the second time I think we've seen David Summer kind of just pulling the trigger where I don't think he needed to. It's a question of what am I targeting on both occasions. The same with the Ace Queen just a moment ago, and now in this spot as well. It's kind of like you're saying, I'm really trying to get paid by a random 3, which is not completely outrageous, but I think when the board runs out just so, it is starting to get a bit tricky to get paid by that, and then we end up kind of value tanning ourselves, as we can see here with the 6s.
Well, I think that river bet was a bluff there, Nick, but he missed the flop bet, a really easy flop bet. I think while we were talking.
Yeah.
And then so he put streets in aggressively. He put bets in aggressively on 2 streets after the flop there, and they were to turn in the river. I think he would have been far better placed just putting one on the flop, and he'd have probably won
Just
the
bet
pot.
the flop. Yeah. Yep, fair play.
I think he
That's a
kind of
big
maybe
double.
realised his mistake mid-hand there and sort of made a desperate attempt to try and win the pot at the end, but it's a little bit too late by then. He'd let his opponent catch up. APK in chat saying, I think they just reverted, and a new president or PM of Thailand put the kibosh on poker as of a couple of days ago. I saw something about that when I was in Manchester, actually. I wasn't sure what the full details of it were, but it does look as though they've
I'll need to
rewind
read
a
up.
little bit.
Yeah, there's an article from August saying that they've lifted the ban for poker, but maybe that's old news now.
Yeah, August was... I don't know if you've been keeping up with global events recently, Nick, but you basically have to follow them hour by hour. Stuff changes very, very quickly. And there's so much going on in the world that trying to keep up with what governments are doing about poker is like the least of my concerns right now. So Wang all in with the King Jack, and this is going to get through.
Never mind.
So do you now have some time at home, David, before Prague? You referenced the fact that you've got the Prague Cup on your schedule. Are you basically at home until then?
I am going to Namur at the end of November, well, I guess the middle of November, for the Circus Poker Series there. But I haven't been to Namur since I ended up in hospital there in May, so there's going to be a little bit of PTSD related to that trip.
I was going to say,
going
That's
back
very
there.
brave to go back there the same year after those memories are going to be so freshly etched into your brain.
Yeah, I just hope it doesn't happen again. Otherwise, maybe I'll never be able to go back. But yeah, I really like Namur as a stop. So it was pretty disappointing when that happened earlier in the year, and I missed like 80% of the trip or something. But yeah, that's the only one I have lined up before Prague at the moment.
Okay.
So plenty of time at home.
As we were referencing yesterday, we talk about the NAPT, we talk about the EPT and the PokerStars Open, but there are additional live events, events sponsored by PokerStars that you'll find in the PokerStars live app. There could be something close to you. For example, there's the Italian Poker Challenge taking place next week. There's the Swiss Poker Series in Campione in mid-November. There's a CEP event in Peralada at the end of November, ahead of the Italian Series of Poker, which runs at the same time as Prague. Yeah, there's events that aren't on my radar, so do make sure you stay across the live event schedule in the app. Our lives, Nick, very much governed by what are we streaming, and for us, it's NAPT Las Vegas, EPT Prague. Those are the two that are kind of the big trips for us.
Absolutely right. Ooh, quick fold from the ace-jack there as well. David decided to stick around in the small blinds. I think rightly so. Do you think we need to have another call there, David Doherty?
I'm just looking at the bet size. Yeah, it's pretty small. I think it's fair enough to continue one there with 2 overs on the straight draw, but the backdoor straight draw in both directions. But it's maybe it is 20 players left in the tournament, right? So he's maybe just being a little bit protective of his stack.
Yeah.
You know, ace king and ace queen are still going to see back there. Maybe not a hand that he wants to bluff at any point. So maybe just being a little bit protective there, getting near the final 2 tables.
Yeah, do need to be aware of remaining players. Absolutely. Something us spin and go players don't care too much for. 2 left or 1 left. That's all we care about.
Rudy.
Hi, Rudy.
Opening ace
Rudy.
Round to the blinds. Round to the big blind. Ace king for Ronald Haverkamp.
What's the size here? What's the 3-bet size, David?
Let's see. We're 33 effective. I think we want to make this just a pure 4x, like 160 or around about there.
Yeah.
Haverkamp's gone to 145.
It's very reasonable.
Yeah, seems good. Rudy! Rudy!
Dude, forward motion. Watch yourself.
Oh, Rudy's angry, mate. He's ready to pound that in.
It's a message for you, Rudy, and the message is ace-9's no good.
He just allowed himself the opportunity to think about what it would feel like to slam those chips in the middle.
I was discussing this with
Thankfully,
KJ yesterday. We do see when players are contemplating their decision and playing with their chips and moving chips around, sometimes they come a little bit too close to falling foul of the forward motion rule.
Yeah, for sure.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, luckily his left hand was in charge of his cards there, because his right hand looked like it wanted to play the pot.
I think it's less an issue, James, of the forward motion rule, and more just like how badly people telegraph like the strength of their hand just by mucking with their chips, right? Like, there's one thing shuffling your chips or whatever. Like, I don't mean physically touching them. It's the way that you can kind of almost see people's cogs turning in the sort of like the way that they're trying to size their bet. They haven't decided what their size is going to be, and then they start reaching, and then they start counting. And I do think that there's a lot of body language that they give away in those moments, just sort of idly moving.
And Cow opens the button with 8-7 of clubs, 9-8 of diamonds for Ronald Haverkamp. That's a call. And ace-7 suited for Finn Penderak in the big
Oh,
blind.
it's fine. It's 20 seconds. It's his first action. Anyways.
Sit 9. Yes. 3 players.
So we're going to go 3-way to the flop. Ace Jack 10, advantage Penderak. Haverkamp with a combo draw here, and actually the most equity 3-ways.
I think there's been an interesting decision here already, actually, in this hand, and that you don't see it happen very often, but the small blind could have led there, and I don't mean just because he's got 8-9 of diamonds. If we think about these positions, the big blind has a lot of hands in his range. The button has a lot of hands in his or her range, but the small blind is very condensed when they call here. It's usually quite high card dense. They could have got a lead out there straight away potentially, but has bet the turn.
Double flushing now.
Both of them are, yeah.
Penderak calls with what is currently the best hand, and yes, Cow has picked up the club draw on the turn in addition to having the flopped gut shot. Are we going to go 3-way to the river?
I think we are. Infinite pot odds.
River card is the deuce of clubs. It's the flush for Cow. So on the flop, this was all about Haverkamp versus Penderak, and then Cow catches runner to make the flush.
I don't think Penderak goes too wild here. I think we probably do see another check. See how he
Yeah, I mean,
feels, though.
I think the overcall from the button in this situation after they haven't bet the flop, there's just going to be a lot of club draws in the button's range, right? It's actually difficult for Cow to get paid here because it does just look like he's river to flush quite often.
Yep.
Based on his line.
So 395 in the middle. That looks like
And a fistful of
two and
red.
a bit. 250.
250? And Penderak has to decide whether to hero here with top pair.
Yeah, it's one of these situations where you would rather have a club in your hand at this point. I know there's debate out there as to how much blockers matter sometimes, but
At river?
I honestly feel like we'd rather have the jack of clubs in our hand here to call than ace-7 of hearts, just to eliminate a few
Good river.
Cow's potential value hands.
Are we moving?
Good fold in the end.
Yeah, good fold.
Break or what?
Break it.
So it looks like we're coming to the end of this level, and players discussing the fact
Are we
that there
moving?
is going to be a change of feature
Are we moving
tables, so
to
they're
another
going to go back out into the field, and we're going to have a new lineup on the main stage when the action continues. 20 players remaining from the 384 who started in this APPT Manila Championship main event. At this table, Cow and Minwoong are the big stacks. Wang the shortest stack, but did get a double up. He's now playing around 20 big blinds. So we'll just take a short break. Back inside of a minute with more action from the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour as we play down to the final table on day 3 of the Manila Championship.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than €5,000 and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points, make every spin count. Go for it.
And then you feed.
We're back at the APPT Manila with more action from the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour and a new featured table. We welcome the return of Daniel Craig. Yes, we've got the biggest name of the 20 remaining players back at the feature table. It's James Hartigan alongside David Doherty. How excited are you, David, to have Daniel Craig on the stream?
Yeah, I mean, when I started out as a poker player 15, 20 years ago, James, I never envisioned myself commentating on James Bond playing poker. So, yeah, I'm really looking forward to this.
So this is one of the players I was referencing during the last session, one of the traveling pros, Michael Uguccione. He was on our feature table during the PokerStars Open in Campione back in the spring. Also had a pretty deep run in APPT Barcelona this year, finishing inside the top 50 in the main event.
Yeah, it looks as though he is one of these players that's going to travel the circuit. I know also that whether we played this tournament or not, I'm not sure, but Ankit Ahuja went straight from Barcelona, I believe, to WPT Australia. So there's certainly a group of players on the circuit who get around regardless of where the tournament happens to be. But yeah, it's good that you know one of the players at least. Daniel Craig's the only one
Yes.
I'm familiar with. I've only seen him play a few hands, but he played that straight flush brilliantly.
Absolutely.
The last time I watched him play.
And understandably, when you're a celebrity, David, you kind of like, you know, you have the hoodie up, the sunglasses on. You don't want to be recognized by everyone in the casino. You don't want people bothering you for autographs and selfies. So understand the look he's taken here today as he opens the button with ace-5. Blinds now 15,000, 30,000. Rivera on the short side again, super short in fact, folds the big blind. And I'm loving this suggestion from Zintex on Twitch. Is the shot clock available for sale in the Stars store? Would love to have one for my meetings at work. Maybe it accelerates them so they only take like 30 minutes instead of 2 hours. I love it. Every time someone's given the opportunity to speak, every time someone wants to ask a question, you start the shot clock running, and if they're not done speaking by the time the 30 seconds is up, tough. You're cut off. You're done.
Table game you were playing. You tourist and you come, you make any kind, then of course people are not gonna like that either.
You're confused.
Well,
I hope I do, or I hope I am. I don't know the rules.
Hawaii
Not
gets
sure
good
about the rules.
people, good people. You put the money and you lose. It's like all table games.
Yeah, there's claims in chat that Daniel Craig looks a little different, but as you mentioned, James, it's just I actually have to say I'm impressed that he's using his real name for the tournament. I thought that part of that disguise would have been, you know, was it Mr. Beach? Maybe he would have shown up as, but
Arlington Beach. Good knowledge, David. Very good knowledge.
I couldn't remember his first name, so I just went with Mr. But thank you for filming the first one.
For a bonus point, what was the false identity that Vespa was given?
Oh no, I shouldn't have gone there. I'm lost now. There won't be any bonus points.
It's basically a reference to some of the more outrageous Bond girl names. Stephanie Broadchest.
Yeah, I would never have got that. That's great.
Daniel Lay was watching the stream with us yesterday, and he is all in here on the button with pocket threes over the top of Daniel Craig's open with ace-10.
Yeah, certainly very reasonable for what's that, just over 12 big blinds versus a late position open. I think you can justifiably send any pair here versus the right opponent. I guess that I've just noticed that, you know, maybe the only the only downside to doing that is I've noticed that Craig was opening into 3 short stacks. All 3 players
Yeah.
had sub 12 blinds, so that might make his range a little bit stronger.
And there is the call from Daniel Craig, and we are off to the races. Daniel Lay flipping for his tournament life. A battle of the Daniels, and it is Mr. Lay who's currently winning that battle, but has to fade aces and tens on the turn and river. Same outs required. And that is going to be a double up as threes hold.
Like in the last deep runs, 10 coin.
Man Ojax asks, who is your favourite Bond girl, James? Yeah, apologies for using the outdated term. They are referred to as Bond girls. I guess we should talk about them as Bond women. As with most answers to questions about Bond films and Bond novels for that matter, I'm going to say Vesper. I'm going to say that Casino Royale has the best of most things, and the character of Vesper, very well written in the book, very well written in the film, and played brilliantly by Eva Green.
I'm just wondering if we'll see Daniel Craig leave the table now and go order a martini. Try and, you know, regather himself after losing that flip.
A very specific recipe for his martini, which he later dubs the Vesper. My favourite is when Jeffrey Wright, as Felix Leiter, goes, I'll have the same, hold the fruit.
I'll have one of those as well. Yeah, the whole table.
The entire table's like, that sounds good.
Yeah. Mads Mikkelsen, ever the professional, just wants to play on.
Yes, absolutely.
That APT that he played, that wasn't the one that Tim Vance won, was it?
No, it was the year before.
Year before.
Yeah,
that was the first one I remember watching. Yeah.
That was
I remember
watching
that
first. That was my first Copenhagen trip. I'm so sorry, David. I'm so sorry. And that somehow you decided you still wanted to play poker after watching a 8-hour heads-up battle with no cards-up information, where everyone was basically just limping and checking through every street.
Yeah, it was crazy. I remember going to bed and waking up for university and seeing, like, logging in to see who won, and it was still going.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Michael Aguccione raising small to big with queens. Boris Sontoon with queen 7 will fold. So down to 19 players. We'll be at the final 2 tables when we're down to 16. Final redraw of the tournament occurs when we are at 9. Yeah, no, I still have PTSD from that trip to Copenhagen.
I've only ever been once. It wasn't for the EPT. It'd be great to go back there. I quite like the casino, but
it was
not
one
sure
of my favorite stops.
It is.
I like the big city stops. I miss Berlin and I miss Copenhagen, and it's just such a beautiful city to walk around. I have no problem with the weather at that time of year. I think cities like that actually are great in winter weather, and there's some amazing places to eat in Copenhagen.
Yeah, it's the same with Prague, actually, isn't it? Like, I've played Prague in March and December, and I actually prefer it in December, even though it's freezing. It's just got a little bit more magic to it at that time of year, I think.
Yes, absolutely. The whole Christmas vibe. So Rivera all in with queens. Artem Utevsky opened under the gun with 9s, and I imagine will have to call. Has to call with any 2, in fact, because Rivera is only raising an additional 40k.
Yeah, with the big blind being 20k, actually, I was interested to see if he could still reopen the betting if someone else called, but he can, so he's likely to get heads up here.
Yeah, and Atevsky is dominated. It's a great spot for Jesse Rivera to get the double up and try and get back into this game. Has been short stacked for most of the day, pretty much all of the day, in fact.
I had this hand before.
You see how annoyed Utevsky was there that Rivera just had queens when he had 4.5 blinds. You know, he's opened those 9s, he's folded around, he's looking forward to maybe busting the short stack and adding his chips. And how do you get queens with 4.5 blinds, mate? Come on, not fair.
Well, that ironically gives Atevsky outs. It's a set of queens for Rivera. But look at those 14 outs that Atevsky can hit. That, however, is not one of them, and that will be a double up for Rivera.
Survive.
He does indeed survive. So still
I remember
19 players.
I remember wanting to go to Noma when I was in Copenhagen with one of my friends.
Yes.
But I like my food. You know, I'll go to, you know, places that are obscenely overpriced just because I like the experience of it. But my friend had a look at the tasting menu and saw that one of the dishes had live ants in it, and I decided that he didn't want to go with me. So I still haven't been there.
Noma is a little bit out there. I've not been. I left it too late to try and get a reservation the last time we went to Copenhagen, which would have been 2012. That was the year that Mickey Peterson won, and sadly it's not been on the EPT since, and I've not found an opportunity to go back. Jesse Rivera just earned those chips. He's not going to play the King 7. Queen 7 suited for Uguccione in the cutoff.
Go for a cheeky little steal.
Raises to 50,000.
When was the last time you went to Hawaii?
That was a while ago, probably before COVID.
So I'm guessing the blinds are 10.25, not 15.30.
Yeah, I thought they might be 10.20, but yeah, I think 10.25 is accurate.
Yeah, the last level was 10.20, so I guess we then go to 10.25 before the 15.30 level. Pretty gradual increases.
Hawaii, for the most part, the people are good. The people of Hawaii, especially the locals.
Oh wait, not people that live there. The people that visited told me that the locals are poorly informed.
Yeah, no. Some, yes, some.
Maybe they had a bad encounter.
And some, you know, you get different types of people, right? Yeah. Different types of people, but
yes, you certainly get different types of people.
For the most part, Hawaii, they treat people well.
Hawaii's on the list. Never been, but want to make sure that happens in the next 12 months.
People come and they do stupid things.
In the next 12 months? Also,
yeah, I have this kind of, while I'm spending more time on the west coast of the US, I'm trying to kind of bucket list certain destinations that I've never been to. So a couple of weekends ago, went to Seattle for the first time, which is an amazing city, by the way. Strongly recommend.
Aloha is love.
Yeah, that's nice. When I was at NAPT Las Vegas last year, actually, I wasn't sure if I was staying the whole time for the Win event in December or whether I was coming back for Prague. So I had like 3 weeks of not knowing what I was going to do. And I looked at initially just going somewhere. I don't like being in Vegas for a long time. So I looked at going somewhere either on the West Coast or in Mexico or something for a little break. and I got further and further away, and then I was looking at hikes in Guatemala, I was looking at hikes in Ecuador, I was looking at Hawaii. I then got to New Zealand, and I was like, well, if I'm going to go to New Zealand for a holiday from Vegas, I should probably just go home. That that doesn't quite fit the short bounce, the short break bounce for the definition anymore, does it?
Situations, different feelings.
Yeah, I'd like to go to Hawaii as well.
Yeah, for sure. Craig defending his big blind with 9-8. It has not worked out for him. He is still dominated by Guccione, who's spiked top pair here.
I mean, if I seen somebody coming and trying to do something, I don't know.
Yeah, certainly a fine openness from Guccione as well, but just this paired with the Queen 7 suited in the previous hand, when he is on a short stack, he's got less than 20 bigs to start both hands, and he's comfortable opening both of these hands. It suggests to me that he is getting after it a little bit. He maybe feels like the players behind him aren't going to give him too much grief for these opens. So interested to see if he continues chipping up throughout the session here, just having seen those first two hands.
We shall observe. Oh good, the mystery bounty's restarting. I can't wait to listen in on that one again.
Players, you are now allowed to draw your mystery bounty. Make sure that you have a one bounty at the table. Again, you can
Oh no, it's day 2 of the mystery bounty. Does that mean we're going to have to listen in every time someone draws a bloody prize?
I was listening a little bit yesterday, James, for like an hour or so, and I was tuning in on the bubble, and I had sympathy for you for sure. It was like 5 or 6 double ups on the bubble, right? It just kept going.
Yeah, yeah. Just to be clear, I've no problem listening to the announcer, listening to the PA system when it's the bubble in the tournament that we're streaming, but when it's a side event, it's worse than a distraction. Okay, Suntorn opening here with ace, queen of clubs. Hugh Dang has got 10s. And is this a shove spot with this stack, David? I guess she's decided it is. A virtual all-in.
Yeah. That's very interesting to choose to do that at this point. I don't know if there's a pay jump imminent or anything, but certainly with the time bank cards, it's always something on people's minds. But yeah, she doesn't really have a choice but to put the money in here, nor does Waris, whether he likes it or not. Ace Queen suited is far too strong versus a late position. Shove range should be off to the races here. It looks like he doesn't like it, burning a time bank, and I often feel in Hugh Dang's spot here when I assume the chips are still going to go in, but when she sees Ace Queen suited, she's going to feel a little bit nit rolled, because you're maybe expecting to see like pocket 6s or 7s at this point once the time bank sees. She's going to be surprised that she's flipping.
Yeah, Suntorn announced all in. Hugh Dang calls off the additional 145 and has to win this race to survive. She is the at-risk player here.
Wow.
And she is flopped dead.
Not quite. There are a couple of backdoors.
Wow.
Now she's turned dead.
So Hugh Dang eliminated, taking us down to 18 players.
I mean, the 8 of clubs did come on the river, James. I'm surprised that with Daniel Craig at the table, you weren't aware of the backdoor straight flush draw there. That could have been a James Bond hand.
I appreciate 3% is 3%, but, you know, I'm a bit of a cynic. As far as I'm concerned, that's as good as dead. But you have answered Pum Pum's question on YouTube, David, who asked any celebs popping up at the event. We have got Daniel Craig at the feature table in the 1 seat. Daniel Craig second in chips, playing 34 big blinds. Warris Suntorn, the table chip leader right now with 1.6 million. And Jesse Rivera did get that double up, but is still short, still has fewer than 10 big blinds.
Someone just busted in. Good to see you down there.
I'm actually quite surprised the time I've been watching so far. No one's really been out of line. You know, you asked me how or what I thought about this tournament from last year. Everyone is playing relatively straightforward, solid poker. Not really been anyone going after it so far.
Another premium here, opening kings to 60,000. Round to the blinds. King, queen of diamonds for Daniel Lay.
Yeah, so in a position like this, you have, what's that, around 25 blinds here. I think calling is going to be the preferred option. You don't want to 3-bet a hand like this and be faced with a shove and have to fold it. Even though in this situation he is crushed by the pocket kings of his opponent, I do think seeing a flop here is the right call. And honestly, Jesse Rivera, good discipline there to get away perhaps, but off such a short stack, he could have even potentially saw a flop there himself.
So we've gone heads up to the flop. It's a gut shot for Daniel Lay. Warris Suntorn, 86% favourite with his overpair.
45.
Announces a continuation bet of 45,000. Oh, Zintax, if you're going to do a Casino Royale reference, you've got to get the hand right. It's 7-5 of spades, not 7-5 of clubs. Trader Joe says that is not James Bond. Well, of course it's not. James Bond's not a real person. His name is Daniel Craig.
This is a turn card that does improve some hands in Lay's range. I'll be interested to see whether Suntorn immediately goes for the second bet. He has. I think this will be the end of the hand. Just not really any options left for Lay at this point without the flush draw, just the 2 overs. I think one thing I really struggle with, James, is that I've never spotted a good bad lookalike on the table without them being a poker player, and unfortunately it's happened again here because I thought briefly that Jason Wheeler was on the table here. There is a player
Daniel
that looks
Craig
like Jason Wheeler.
Yeah. Well, interestingly, because I was thinking that Daniel Craig looks a little bit like Ricky Gervais, but then Jason Wheeler also looks like Ricky Gervais, so I guess that works.
Yeah.
Mav
Does that
Golf,
mean
my
that
wife doesn't believe me that this is the real Daniel Craig? Keep up, make her continue watching the stream, Mav Golf, and when the action is on Daniel Craig, you will see that the graphic comes up and it says Daniel Craig from England. And then you can say that is Daniel Craig.
The fact that he looks like
Matevsky.
Ricky Gervais, does this mean that Ricky Gervais is going to be the next James Bond?
Oh, God, no. Daniel Craig folds Jack 8 in the cutoff.
500. 3, 4.
Trader Joe's different nose, cheek features, etc. He's an actor. They adapt. Come on. Daniel Lay opening the button, 50,000.
That is an ambitious open when there's a player in the small blind with 7 big blinds. You don't want to create the image of raise folding to someone with 7 blinds, but his timing is impeccable.
Well, it's a major factor in this game, getting timing right.
was suited, I called. I wasn't suited.
17 players remaining. One elimination away from being down to 2 tables. Of course, one of the remaining 3 tables will break, leaving us with 2 tables.
Yeah, I was going to ask if it was full PokerStars rules here on the table breaks, or if we were just going to get new players. But
it does follow the same rules as the EPT, David, but there's some weird little glitches and anomalies that I'll mention in a moment. But yes, the idea of random table break when we're down to 5 tables, that's in effect. The transition to hands per level at the start of the final table, that's in effect. The 2 things that I noticed that were a little bit weird, the shot clock was brought out before the bubble when they were 1 table off the money, which actually made the stalling worse, as you'd expect.
Yeah.
And the other weird thing was towards the end of day 2, even though we were at 4 tables, so there would be no overnight redraw, they still stopped the clock and drew for a number of hands to play, when in reality there's absolutely no reason to do that.
yeah, I can't remember which event it was previously. It might have been in Ireland, where I was commentating with you, and you pointed that out as well. And to be fair, I didn't even realize that either. So it might be a case that you're just like eagle-eyed and I've realized that, and there's a lot of, even TDs out there apparently just following the rules blindly without realizing whether it's needed or not.
Right? Because you do that at the end of every other day. You've been doing it for years, and then suddenly you go, oh, hold on a sec, we don't need to do that anymore. Sometimes it takes a while for the penny to drop. And it's not like it affects the integrity of the game. It's not like it impacts on anything negatively, so it's fine. It's just you don't need to do it. Whereas I do think bringing the shot clock in earlier was a net negative. But anyway, we move on.
Yeah, I feel like this probably should end up being all in between Lee and Rivera here. Rivera made a sort of interesting peel with Jack-10 of hearts versus the cut-off open, maybe anticipating that he didn't have any fold equity, although it certainly would have been fine to go all in with a hand like Jack-10 of hearts at that stage. Maybe just trying to flop something first before he does it. And when this comes back round to Lee here,
130k. Yeah, I assume that Guccione folds the deuces.
Yeah. It's just giving a little bit of a hand funeral to Rivera, a little bit of suspicion. But Lee can't really fold this. With an overcard, an open-ended straight draw, backdoor flush draw, he's just getting the right price versus Rivera's range here. He shouldn't really fold.
And this could be another double up for Jesse Rivera. Has got a fair few cards to fade, though. It is a post-flop flip.
Low card dealer. Low cards.
Rivera calling for low cards. Just a note to everyone out there, never call for cards when you're ahead. Only bad stuff can happen.
16 remaining. We're still doing a random table break. I'll be asking Ronald to pick the next table.
I called it. 2.
We're making table 8.
That was a good Guccione's deuce.
Oh yeah, that's true actually. Maybe that's why he thought so long on the turn, he felt it.
So Rivera doubles up to 460,000.
So they're bringing some big chips here. We gotta wait 1 minute. Yeah?
It's good. I like big chips.
Daniel Craig asking if we should raise the blinds.
They're bringing 2 new players. 16.
And observing that it looks like we've lost a player from one of the other tables. And that means at 16, the table is being broken. And I think it might be this table that is the table that's going to break.
How long is the break?
So that is going to necessitate a brief pause in the action while we have a new lineup of 8 on the main stage. But the benefit of this being a replay is that we can bend and manipulate the time-space continuum. So don't go anywhere, because we will be back in moments with a new feature table, one of 2 tables remaining in the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour Manila Championship. 16 remain, and the action continues.
back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What?
I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting.
Stack's one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
So yeah, the 2025 APPT Manila Championship started with 384 entries. We're down to the final 16, 2 tables of 8 and a new lineup on the main stage, a new feature table, and we still have Daniel Craig. Actually, I don't think it was our table that broke. It looks like we've just been joined by another few players.
Yeah, I think Craig's still in the same seat, right? I mean, maybe they just didn't want to break his table because he's a celebrity, and you know they don't want to force him into doing stuff that he maybe feels like he shouldn't have to do. The other plebs in the tournament can break tables. He's comfortable in his seat. Yeah, these guys were in the same 2 seats previously, right? Yeah. It's been another table that's broken.
I kind of feel that Daniel Craig should be in the 10 seat, or the 8 seat rather, which is where he belongs. You know, to the dealer's right, not to the dealer's left. So he can slide that tournament chip over as a tip when he wins.
Yeah, we'll have to wait for the final table for that.
Oh my word, can you imagine if Daniel Craig makes the final table?
Imagine if he wins it. It'll be his first major win since Montenegro in, what, 2005 or something.
Can you imagine, you got your 2 results on your Hendon mob, like $145 million in Montenegro, and then $200,000 in Manila.
Yeah. That'd be so good, actually. Someone on the Hendon mob, if they're listening, needs to put that tournament result on there. Even if it's just for April Fool's Day next year or something. Get Daniel Craig to the top of the all-time money list.
We need a breakdown of the final table, like everyone else with a 0 against their name.
This must have been a dream for you to like know that you were commentating on APPT Manila and then get to sit down and watch the table and realize that James Bond was there, right?
Oh, it was a thrill when I was told yesterday morning we're going to start with Daniel Craig at the feature table. I'm like, yes, let's do this. I mean, I don't need much of an excuse, David, to ever go off on a 007 tangent. So the fact that I have legitimately been able to talk about Casino Royale and other Bond films for the last 2 days means I'm just like living. I'm living the dream right now. I'm living my best life. The tilted table does annoy me though. What just needs to be moved up slightly to the right, just up slightly, just very, very slightly.
It's also just so enormous.
So we're still at the 10k, 25k blind level. Looks like we still have an hour to run on this level. Daniel Lay opening ace-7 of strawberries. $10-9 off for Jesse Rivera.
I do think it's interesting, again, just thinking about the stylistic decisions of players in different parts of the world. That in the GTO era, it does seem like quite a lot of players are playing a very similar style, right? I know you don't watch a lot of football, James, but like basically every football team in the world these days tries to copy Pep Guardiola, even if they don't have the tools to do it and play out from the back. But it
Right.
feels like everyone is sort of converging around, trying to play a similar strategy. And the issue is with that, it is good for the individual long term, but the issue is with that, if you deviate from it even slightly, then mistakes become much more pronounced if everyone is playing the same style, if you're the only one that's doing something
Yeah.
differently. So it can be tricky to master. That sounds like a bounty's been pulled.
Well, we'll be hearing about it soon enough. We have gone to
I think having a couple of slight graphics issues, I think, but I did see very briefly that Lay has a 7 of hearts here and the big blind has Jack 10 offsuit, so I would assume this is going to be one and done. Queen 6-3 flop. Don't see the Jack 10 continuing.
The Punisher 633, I see we're still talking about soccer. I mean, David made the very first reference to the sport that we've had on the stream either yesterday or today. It's a sport I know nothing about and have nothing but contempt for, so rarely gets discussed on this stream. So to say we're still talking about it is it's not even a slight exaggeration, it's just objectively incorrect.
Yeah, I know you're not a fan, James, but now I'm tempted to talk about it a little bit more just to annoy him.
Just to piss off this guy, yeah, sure. Now, if you were to say, I see we're still talking about James Bond, that would be a valid comment. I would accept the criticism. I would ignore it, but I would accept it. Raven says, is Daniel Craig really at the table? Which seat? There he is, in the one seat, white t-shirt. Daniel Craig from England, 4 deuce offsuit, folded. That's right, Adolf. This is not Casino Royale. This is APPT Manila.
I had it there.
It was Casino Royale Montenegro where we last saw Daniel Craig at a poker table, but now, near enough 20 years later, that's right, that movie will turn 20 next year. We are in the Coral Lounge of the APPT Manila with the APPT Manila Championship, which took place over the weekend. This is a replay, as live replay of the action.
So we got an interesting decision here from Rivera. I think this is the first time I've seen him open to a different size from just the minimum. He's gone for the full 3x open with the Queen Jack fitted. Always interesting to see how players are constructing their ranges when they step away from the norm like this. Normally you would assume it's a stronger hand, but sometimes it can be a hand that the player just wants to win the pot with right here and now. Seems like maybe that's what was going on there with the Queen Jack of clubs. Was quite happy to take the blinds down. Have you been to this casino before, James?
Here is a hashtag fun fact, which I'm not particularly proud of, David. I've never been anywhere in Asia. And that is another thing that is going to get fixed in the next 12 months. I would very much like to go to Japan, and I'm hoping to go. I'd also like to visit Thailand as well. So maybe I can combine the two. But yeah, I have every intention of making it out that way. in 2026. But as of this moment in time, the answer is no.
Yeah, sounds a good plan. I'm in a very similar boat actually. I think the only times I've really spent any time in Asia are like mostly in airports connecting. I've been to a couple of airports, but not any holidays out there. Also, would love to go to Japan myself.
Yeah.
So
Having seen the video promoting the APPT Manila and having looked at the website, I'm like, yeah, if there's any opportunity to actually go to this event next year and stream on site, I would gladly take it.
Yeah, it does look beautiful. It's kind of why I was asking if you'd been. I'm quite tempted to go next year myself if it's free. It isn't clashing with anything. We've actually got the first person in the hour I've been on, I think, stepping out of line here, where some turns chosen to see a flop from the hijack with the king 10 offset.
Yeah, it's an interesting flat there from Suntorn.
Lee is someone who seems to be taking the sort of marginal opens when he gets the option too, so it might be a little bit light in the sand stuff. You know, this guy's raising too many hands. I'm gonna see a flop against him and try and take one down. Got very lucky with the texture that's come down here. He is going to win a sizable pot, you would imagine. But yeah, this wouldn't be a recommended decision pre-flop. You don't even mind if you feel your opponent is getting wildly out of line, you maybe could 3-bet this combo one for the blue moon, but a little bit on the loose side with the call. But now we have a very dynamic board. And it's no longer clear who the victor in this pot's going to be. Just a very small bet from Suntorn. I don't really feel like Lee has much decision here other than to call with his specific hand, but he certainly could check raise against this size with some other potential holdings he may have. I do feel like Suntorn's maybe playing his hand for what it is, a top pair hand that's not too happy on the flush completing turn, but he is going to take it down on a brick river. That's going to be very annoying for Lee, I think, to see just, you know, losing the pot to king 10 offsuit there when it really should fold pre-flop, and then he gets a board where he has to put 2 bets in.
Annoying. Matt Tatler, who's watching on the UK PokerStars YouTube channel, says great movie, Casino Royale, cracking cast and storyline. Also the theme music too. It is a great song, and I talked about going to Seattle a couple of weekends ago. They have the Museum of Pop Culture in Seattle, and outside they actually have a statue of Chris Cornell, which I took a photo of. The late great ... Jesse Rivera, 10-3 of clubs.
Surely not, Jesse. Surely not. I'll give Suntorn some credit for the last hand of at least stepping out of line a little bit. As I said, everyone has been playing pretty solidly here, which is, you know, for a poker aficionado is always good to see. But
it's also boring.
For entertainment purposes, yeah. For entertainment purposes, you want the ace-deuce offsuit to open here. You want people getting out of line. Ooh.
Yeah, you want someone to lose their mind, throw ICM to the wind, and.
Mystery Bounty, buscare. No, più che altro che c'è quello iper short. Dovrei capire, cioè. Di là, guarda, cioè dai, più che altro no, perché nel senso che usa, cioè...
I'm even mildly surprised to see Suntorn fold the ace-3 off there after calling the king 10 off in the previous hand. You would think he has a lot of chips right now, so maybe he's feeling a little bit braver. Might feel like he can get a steal through it with an ace in his hand, but not quite. It looks like action is on. Oh, I was going to say Mr. Craig, but it's still on Pachowski. Nope, Pachowski's folded as well, actually. We just don't have the button's
Yeah,
cards yet.
Tevsky to act here on the button. Julian Morrow watching on YouTube says, I played with Artem Utevsky a couple of times. Good luck, Artem. Raising King 10 on the button. Daniel Craig folds the small blind. Daniel lay 8-6 in the big blind.
I actually think, given the stack situation behind Utevsky, should have just shoved all in with this hand. Potentially,
okay.
It's one where if you get shoved on, you're going to get shoved on by, hands like ace-8, pocket threes, maybe even like a queen 10 suited or something. But it's not really one that you can call off. So just denying your opponents from being able to do that is quite nice. But as I said, no one really getting out of line. So there's a counter argument to that as well. If you don't feel like your opponents are going to go after these bets, these raises, then you can protect your tournament a little bit more and just play the raise fold and assume that they will have a good hand if they put you in.
Michael Uguccione, ace-5. No. Suntorn with 4 deuce. Folds. Tin Win with Queen 3. I'm going to say there's enough red on screen without him needing to wear that hat. I appreciate that like red is the color of the APPT, but there's a very intense level of red going on right now.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Southern Hemisphere's version of the Irish Open, right? Where they've got green chips, they've got green cards, green felt, green all-in triangle.
Yeah. In the same way the Irish Open is incredibly green, this is incredibly red. This kind of feels more like a Stanley Kubrick movie, this this venue. And Daniel Craig is going to raise the button with ace-queen. He's a master at spotting tells. Just be aware of that, Rivera.
Well, I think the best play here for Rivera would be to go all in, but given what I've seen, I think this is a 3-bet, right? Or is it just a call? No. Okay, I was actually going to make a prediction which turned out incorrect there. I thought, given what he did with the Queen Jack suited, we might see him 3-bet, not all in, but he has to
steady flats. Pairs his jack, is still way behind.
Yeah, he's going to do well not to bust the tournament in this hand, because I think quite often versus a button range, you should just be all in pre-flop there. And now he's flopped a very good second pair as well. Looking like he might lead at it.
Plain and flow. Checks to Daniel Craig.
It's always interesting, this, James, just the little things that you sometimes spot when you're commentating. You don't always see at the table as well. Just that little 5-second delay there before Rivera checked that flop. If Rivera has 8-7 of clubs here, do you think he's staring that longingly at the flop before he checks? Maybe giving away a little bit that he's got a piece of the board. Oh, and this isn't getting any better for him. His hand just keeps improving. This is really difficult to get away from. Oh, actually, he's led now on the turn. So
yeah,
I thought
you're expecting
it
the
was
flop
Craig.
lead, David, but we get it on the turn.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it kind of tells me a little bit that the read I had might be accurate, where what Rivera is doing here, he isn't value betting, he isn't bluffing. He's trying to avoid a difficult decision. He's almost telling Craig that he has a good hand so that if he raises, he can get away from it. Which, you know, in this instance, it's probably going to save him. But it's not the best way to play poker. You're just going to give yourself more difficult decisions playing like this.
Ooh. Calls the raise, and I imagine the rest is going to go in on the river. Rivera has 125k behind, and there's 775k in the pot.
Yeah.
Checks it. Don't leave him with chips. Don't leave him alive. That's enough to put Jesse Rivera all in. If he calls, he is out.
Have a quick glance over at Daniel Craig, see if his eye's bleeding or anything before you call off your chips here. These are just difficult spots to give a good answer in, right? Because he shouldn't have done this on the turn, so it's wow.
Yeah, he shouldn't
happy.
have done any of it, and he's taking it really badly. Something tells me he's going to come at Daniel Craig's balls with a big rope later on. But he is 16th place finisher in the APPT Manila Championship as Daniel Craig chips up.
Yeah, he definitely should have, in a more conventional way, busted in that hand, but he ended up playing it in a way that he probably should have got away from it and left himself a few blinds. But yeah, the turn decision's really problematic for Rivera, because all he's done there, if he's going to call off his chips anyway, then all he's done by leading the turn is strengthened the range of Craig. Craig is now less likely to be bluffing because of this 100k bet on the turn from Rivera. So I would have no problem if you just checked 3 times and called 3 times. It's fine. It's just, you know, a little bit of a cooler. You can't really do anything. But that turn bet and then calling a raise and then calling the jam, it's pretty unlikely you're going to be winning at that point, I think.
Mogler watching on YouTube asks, how much is the buy-in? In local currency, in Philippine peso, it's 165k, which translates into roughly $2,800. The guarantee and the actual prize pool for this tournament, 60 million peso, that's $1 million plus. And the single biggest slice of that will go to the winner, around 200,000 US dollars. Everyone who makes the final table will be guaranteed 22,000 US dollars.
Just have to hope Daniel Craig doesn't go out now and steal Rivera's wife from him and steal his car. Go and stay in the villa down the road. Finally, we've got an unconventional open, James. We've got the King 6 suited from +1 from thin win. I'm here for it. Let's see some fireworks. Let's get 3 diamonds on that flop. This is a good hand to step out of line with, honestly. I mean, he's unfortunately not going to win the pot, not going to be
They didn't know what was going on, so I just
successful for stepping out of line, but
they say, I don't know. They're not saying anything.
it's not the worst hand to steal with, for sure.
I leave my bag in reception and wait to talk to you, because they say, oh, you have to speak and sort out.
Not quite sure what's kicking off away from the table, but as things stand, we're waiting for Wynn to fold the king six. And now action on Daniel Lay, who flatted with the ace nine. It is all into call for Daniel.
But here's the issue again with flatting off of these stacks, right? He's got 11 big blinds behind or so he started the hand with 13. Thin Win opened king six suited in early position. That tells us that had Lay jammed pre-flop, it would have been profitable because Win is opening too many hands, right? But also, if Lay jammed pre-flop, Uguccione may well have folded ace 10 suited in the big blind. And now he's given him this opportunity to make the aggressive action and put him in the blender. And potentially, he might get all his chips in here calling with the worst hand, which is not a spot you want to be in. I personally would have rather seen him fold pre to the open or jam pre versus the open, but not put himself in this difficult spot. But at least he does get away from it.
Does indeed. Uguccione picks up a decent pot there. A little bit of dead money thrown in. So you referenced the poker game from the Bahamas there, David, from Casino Royale, and when we were filming at the PCA a few years ago, my God, I mean, probably going back to like 2015, 2016, Joe and I actually got to visit the Ocean Club and actually got to be in that room, which is not obviously a casino, it's not a poker room, it's actually the lobby of the Ocean Club, and there's a bar there, but to actually be in that space was pretty cool. And yes, I did recreate what I call the death of Solange as I tangled myself in a hammock outside.
That's class to be able to visit there for sure. I think I've had this discussion with you before as well, but there's a scene at the start of Casino Royale that's just around the corner from the Hilton in Prague, right?
Correct.
Is that the right movie I'm thinking of? Yeah.
The production was based in Prague, so it filmed out of studios there, so all of the interiors were filmed in the studios in Prague. But yes, they used the office building that's just behind the Hilton in the very opening of the movie, the scene where he confronts the MI6 traitor and gets his second kill. But there are other locations in Prague used as well. The Body Worlds exhibition, which is supposedly in Miami, that's in Prague. Miami Airport in the movie is actually Prague Airport. You will recognize it because you know that airport very well. Yeah. So strong connections to a number of EPT / PokerStars live event locations.
Yeah, so this is a similar spot that lays in here that the Russian player on the button, a few hands ago had with the king 10 suited. Lay has just taken the shove with the king jack suited. Do like this decision. Not sure why Uguccione is asking for a count with queen 8 offset, but here we are.
When I jam on your big blind.
I don't know about that APK. Solid airport in Prague. Love the security at the gate, not before. Give me my security before the gate. I like getting through nice and early, going to the lounge, chilling out, and then I know when I need to show up at my gate to board the plane.
I'm going to say that even though Aaron Paul Kramer is American and therefore doesn't normally use sarcasm, I'm going to say there has to be sarcasm in that. No one thinks that that is a good thing for any airport.
See, I missed out on my /S there. I used to think when I was younger, like, how can people miss sarcasm on the internet? It's really, really obvious. And now I'm, hitting my late 30s and I'm falling for sarcasm all the time. I should know you better, APK, you're right.
hands did you play? First one?
Two hands you missed. This is the third one. This one.
No, you missed 2 hands, I think.
This is the third one, no?
You missed 2 hands.
2 hands.
You hear that event, but not this event.
I'm going to say it again, even the Jack 3 offsuit giving a walk blind v blind there is not what I expected to see when I was coming in to commentate today. I thought we would see players fighting for every pot, and they're being really honest with each other. They're all playing solid. Maybe a little too solid pre-flop.
Yeah.
You know, you saw the King 10 suited that could have shoved, the Ace 9 suited that could have shoved, the Ace Jack offsuit that could have shoved but ended up busting anyway. But they are, you know, all maybe a little bit affected by this prize pool. We haven't really seen anyone step out of line and try and establish themselves as the threat in the tournament quite yet.
Yeah. So 30 minutes left on this level, 15 players remaining in the tournament at this point. Let's welcome Nick Walsh back to the proceedings.
Hello, hello. How you guys doing?
Welcome back, sir.
And Jax for Atevsky.
All right. Pocket Jables, UTG, and also this is a hangover. This graphics package, David, I don't know if we've discussed this before. By default, under the gun is UG. We had the same issue in the Hippodrome stream. It was the same graphics package, just automatically is assigned UG. If it's not UTG, I refuse to do commentary. I know that retroactively we can't change it, but if I return to Manila remotely next year and there is no UTG, I'm out. Canceled. Are we going to see any action later down the streets here?
There's a lot of tanking pre-flop on fairly trivial folds, I've noticed, but no one is. They're all trying to give the impression that they're thinking of stepping out of line, but no one's actually doing it.
So David, just now, I was overhearing. I was listening along, not necessarily paying attention. You know, when we're talking about in the modern game, you know, spots that are quite well solved. Let's say that there's just a situation whereby perhaps you can shove the cutoff profitably, and the computer likes to do it quite frequently, if not, you know, almost 100% of the time. You know, if we're at a table where we feel as though we have, you know, a very strong edge, a very large edge, you know, perhaps we know that we could shove from the cutoff profitably with a relatively short stack. You know, how does one go about sort of studying the alternative? Like, you know, how does one go about finding the exploit and whether or not the exploit would be worthwhile, right? Like,
yeah,
the computer might say we should be pushing from the cutoff 100% of the time in a GTO environment, but, you know, in the real world, perhaps it's actually much riskier than it needs to be. In a field that's perhaps too tight, you could just, you know, raise fold or something to a shove. Is there some methodology for sort of finding the deviation from the computer in that spot?
Well, there's an EV attached to every decision, right? So if you
Right.
have a solver and you can dig into the, you know, the EV of any situation, even if the solver tells you it's a pure shove, you can often
Right.
click through and see what the actual maths of the situation is saying. Now, when it's dictated to you that a particular play is 100%, such as maybe shoving King 10 suited from the cutoff, you can still click through on that and see what the EV of raising is. Now, that's dependent upon what your opponent's responses behind you are. Now,
right.
There's a certain hand class that just performs really, really well when it's all in, right? Like King 10 suited, Queen Jack suited, 10 Jack suited, hands like this, the suited wheel aces, they perform really well, even if you go 2 or 3 ways sometimes in all ins. They
Right.
retain their equity really well. So I think what people often struggle with, if they term themselves as not a GTO player, or they don't, you know, adhere to that strategy or whatever.
Yeah.
They think, well, I would rather raise fold King 10 suited here, because if my opponent wakes up behind me, then I can get away and I'm still in the tournament. But the alternative is you just have 40% against them when they wake up anyway.
Right.
And
yeah. You just take the flip. Yeah.
Yeah, and by raising, you're maybe letting them see a flop with 8-7 offsuit that can outflop you and bust you. You know, you can't just look at one potential upside. There's a
Right.
very big upside to just winning pots without showdown with fold equity, you know.
Yeah.
And I think it's a reason why, you know, even the modern age, you see a lot of people fall that way, where they'll take, like, for example, lay jammed, I think it was the king 10 suited or the king jack suited lay jammed. The reason they're doing that is because they recognize that fold equity is very important in tournaments. And if you're just constantly min raising off of a short stack, people will then start to counter you as well. So, you know, it kind of goes both ways. But yeah, to your question, there is an EV attached to everything. Min raising in that spot is still a profitable play for sure, but you just have to be very, very careful. If you're min raising hands that are profitable shoves, you have to be very careful that you're not giving EV away in terms of letting your opponent see too many flops or maybe even raise folding to your opponent.
Yeah, and it's obviously too large of a question to simplify, you know, just on comms here, especially when we can't see each other and, you know, look at actual, you know, information in front of us. But it's another one of those interesting concepts that's been bouncing around my brain for ages, because it's so easy to also say, oh, I was in this tournament, I feel like I absolutely crushed it, and, you know, I was definitely better than these guys, so I was in there min raising when I could have been pushing because I've got such a big edge post flop. But then it's so easy for that one instance to then get you to overestimate how frequently you are really going to be running the table over, and how, you know, I think a lot of times it can be very easy to put yourself into a category of, you know, I feel like I've got this monster edge, so like, why would I ever be all in against these people? But you're kind of probably overestimating how good it is possibly to be, you know, post flop, when you're seeing too many flops when you could just be taking pushes, and the value of the fold equity, right? I was doing a tutorial in Manchester about spinning goes to some guys who, you know, haven't really played much poker before, and just sort of discussing the concept of, you know, you're all in here, and they say, well, what if they have a better hand? I'm like, no, you're just always all in here. The fold equity alone is enough to, you know, make this a really good situation for us off of a short stack, but then also, you know, the equity that we have post flop and the combination of the two and how the math works behind that.
Yeah, I mean, let's just say, for example, the cutoff opens and I go all in with Jack 10 suited for 30 big blinds in the big blind, and the cutoff calls with Ace King and knocks me out. I've had comments like that before. I've busted like that before in a live tournament, and, you know, I'll hear people overhear people saying, "He's such a good player. Why would he do that?"
Right.
Like, why is he not just calling and taking his edge post flop? Well, going all in pre flop there is the edge. If you see me doing it and you're not doing it, and you think I'm a better player than you, then you should figure out why I'm doing it, not tell me that I'm wrong.
Yeah, right.
You know, like.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And
what they're not seeing is the 59 other times that you've done it and they got a fold, and everyone's like, wow, he's such a bad boy pre-flop. How does he do it all the time? He's always getting these folds.
Yeah. Well, I like to play toy games in situations like that where I'm trying to figure out the logic behind something. So, you know, if you have aces pre-flop and you've got 15 bigs, clearly min opening aces is better than shoving aces because you're going to get more action with them and you want more action. But when you got Jack 10 suited, maybe you don't want the action. You know, maybe you're quite happy picking up the blinds. So you start to think about different hand classes and how they interact and so on.
Yeah, right.
You know, exactly. The solver tends to spit out, once you sort of understand that logic, the solver tends to spit out, you know, hand ranges that make sense to you once you kind of.
Yeah, and I, as you said, when you play with the logic, then what you do is you go, okay, like I haven't looked this one up yet, but I have an inkling that I've seen this sort of a pattern before, and I think I know what kind of hand class is going to go into which category. And then, you know, you realize that, you know, you're allowed to min raise these weak hands because you're going to min raise some of these strong hands that, you know, also potentially, you know, want to induce. Oh, I'm allowed to be all in here with these combinations because I'm also going to shove some of the stronger stuff in this category, and so on and so forth. And I think the better you get at predicting that, I think the better sort of holistic poker player you become. But I find all of that very interesting because a lot of people will ask me, you know, oh, is poker cooked because, you know, these solvers? And I think actually at some point, whoever decided we're going to use the term solver, I think did us a great disservice. Because while it is incredibly powerful to know what a computer might do, from a game theory perspective, it's what the players do with that information and how they adjust away from it that I think makes them much better than the computer.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, even in a spot like this, right? Thin Win has quite a difficult spot with 5s here. I think that's a very good fold. But you could justify folding that to people. You could justify shoving it against some people. So, even though there'll be one, if you go and look that up, there'll be one set solution to it versus a computer.
Right.
Every situation changes based on the ranges that you're dealing with, the players that you're dealing with.
Based on the inputs, yeah.
But even that, like even pocket fives folding there, I think it's a good fold, but I'm disappointed at Thin Win because I want to commentate on interesting hands, and everyone is playing really solidly at this table, and it's starting to annoy me.
Well, I feel like we've done you a disservice as well, David, because you were with us last time we were doing comps on the APPT, and how much fun was that, and how much wild nonsense was going on there, and we've arrived at this table where everyone's just being a little bit too solid for my liking. APPT not living up to its usual reputation, but I'm sure we'll see plenty to come. Still 2 more days of coverage, guys. We're kicking off at 3 p.m. Every day. Well, we kicked off today and yesterday. Tomorrow will be our final day of broadcast, 3 p.m. UK. That is GMT, as James will point out, no longer BST.
I mean, look at the player with the APPT cap on here. He's got like a flat rim cap on. He's got, is that pentagonal sunglasses? Like, what shape are they?
I'm not even sure.
Is this a man you expect to be folding pocket fives correctly to an under the gun open? Like, I want to see him peel 4-2 suited here, I want to see him open the queen 4 suited.
Plot twist, that is actually 007 in disguise.
Yeah. You're playing very well, Thin Win, very well. But I want you to play less well so that it's more fun for the viewers.
All right, so Artem in the cutoff with the trade use of clubs makes the fold. We did have some really good banter on our first table yesterday as well. I'm hoping that we can get the right crew together for our FT. Still a fair few hours of coverage today, though, guys, as well. We are covering all of day 2, 3, and 4. All right, Mr. Daniel, 8-9 suited, small blind. I think that's an all-in, and it will be getting called. And this is actually a great example of those pushing ranges. 8-9 suited pushing into ace-jack here I think is definitely approved. Just kind of running into the top of the range. But part of that equation is the 43% equity you get when you get caught by ace-jack. This is actually a fair fight between these two. Diamond's not blocked.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is very standard play pre-flop from both, but quite rightly pointing out, Daniel Lay will win this pot 43% of the time.
30% of the time on the turn, on the flop, excuse me, heading to the turn. Queen of Hearts. So 8-9.
Why do I feel like he's going to get there, Nick? I feel like it's coming.
There it is. Commentator's curse, I'm afraid. Dan Lay is going to spike this bad boy, and that is a juicy pot. And Michael is eliminated. Michael Uguccioni.
They still got a little bit left, still got 140k. I know this tournament has been played already, guys. I promise you I didn't look up the results. I just really felt like a 9 or 8 was coming there. I've got no idea who wins it or who goes deep or anything.
Yeah, well spotted there. My apologies. I thought Michael was covered there. My apologies, chat. Still in play, just the double for the short stack. I thought it was the big stack pushing into the shorty. The effective stack, the important point there, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, James was mentioning that Aguzzi only had a deep run at EPT Barcelona, is now in Manila having a deep run here as well. But one of the few people that maybe are recognizable to a European audience. There were a few German players on the table earlier. There's been a few British players as well, but maybe not so well known to EPT viewers.
Yeah, it was a tricky one this year, Dave, because myself and James were working the Spin and Go Championship alongside the main event, so we didn't get a chance to oversee much of the action from Barcelona. We had Mr. Hardigan on the microphone on the floor doing show host. It was me on commentary, and then sort of a flip flop. I jumped into the Spin and Go Championship for a brief moment, and then went straight back to comms. So we were very much disconnected from an event that we are very often completely focused on every single year. But our Italian friend still in the mix, still a couple chips left. Thin folds.
Come on, we got a Polish player with King 7 suited. We can open this. Come on, Alexander.
Surely not.
Let's have some fun.
I can't help myself, Dave. Suited kings. I'm in the mix there. That is in range, right, from the hijack, surely.
I think he had like 30 blinds, right? Yeah, I think you can just about sneak it in there, especially honestly at this table where no one's getting out of line, really, you know. So
are the suited kings there quite sensitive? Are the suited kings there quite sensitive to ICM? Like, are those the ones that come out like as we get closer to FT?
In later position, they're fine. The low jack's just about early enough where, yeah, you got to be a little bit careful with them for sure. But they are combos that quite like shoving over 3-bets. The problem is that no one's 3-betting at this table, so maybe it makes it a little less desirable.
That's the kind of thing that is running laps in my brain going, oh, yeah, okay, cool. So this is a great hand to shove over 3-bets. And then not taking into account people have not been 3-betting and doing it anyway, running straight to the top of their range. Happy days. Thanks for coming, Nick.
Why do they always have aces? Because they never 3-bet, and when I shove,
because they
only have aces.
Exactly. I'm so unlucky. Gets a fold from the big blind here as well. Daniel Craig picking up a pot.
Yeah, it's been a case of, people are very much in line at the table so far, but also we just haven't really had any real clashes. Like, there's not really been two good hands dealt in the same hand very often at all while I've been here.
Yeah, we
so
have
maybe it's
usual collisions.
Maybe it's the dealer we have to have a go at here instead of the players. She needs some training on coolering people.
Yeah, we don't have Mr. Stapleton to crank it for us. Joe Stapleton cranking machine is deactivated. I don't even know where that guy is right now. Outrageous. Actually, I probably do. He might be somewhere in Maryland for the PokerStars Open there, but I'm assuming that ended around the same time as Manchester. He's cranking in Baltimore. Thank you, Aaron Paul. All right, does he play the deuces? 1.4 million. Let's have a conversation about this one, David. So, as the chip leader, obviously we're raising into some shorter stacks here. If we were a short stack with deuces here, we probably just put them in the bin quite often. Does the same kind of apply with the effective stack depth as the chip leader, or do we just want to be opening all of our, lower pocket pairs there in anticipation of the fact we're probably just going to be forcing our opponents to fold more often, or are we just kind of, playing against the effective range there?
Yeah, we got a couple of shorter stacks behind, so it's not thrilling if you open deuces and get shoved on and you don't have the blocker properties. So, I think that this sort of, hierarchical range construction is something that a lot of amateur players are used to, right? Like, you want a pair in your hand, you want a strong ace in your hand, or so on, but at this stage of the tournament, you would rather just have blocker value or playability over a pair of deuces. I would much rather open King 5 suited there than pocket twos.
Yeah, and it feels like it plays better through the streets as it's more of a weapon through the streets, right? Rather than just being kind of like fit or fold, set or no bet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we end up on the flop here. Cutoff versus big blind. Thin win checks. I think probably we get away with betting the king jack here. Seems strong enough. He decides to check instead. What are your thoughts, David? I feel like when we have this strong of a second pair against that big blind range, we want to start getting value from the diamonds and the 7x and the 8-9s.
Yeah, I mean, you can mix some check for sure, but I'm not really surprised to see check here at this table. I do think that everyone is playing quite honestly, and you know they will default in this situation to I have second pair. I don't want to be check raised, so I'm just going to play it slow.
Yep.
You know the queen 10 could quite easily bet the turn here as well versus a check back, knowing that a lot of ace-x restriction range, but it's just playing in flow. It's just that there's a lot of very straightforward poker being played at the moment, which isn't necessarily bad. But if someone did step out of line, I think they would have a big stack here quite quickly.
Sure. And I actually think that, as you say, I don't mind the check with second pair here. It seems like you could probably mix it in for sure, but I think I would prefer to see a much larger turn barrel now.
Thank you.
If you're going to miss the flop bet, it feels kind of instinctual to me that you want to start putting in a lot more and punish the queen 10s and the diamonds, etc. Maybe some worse jack X, right? Maybe jack 10 is a combo that we might still be able to get more from.
Yeah. I feel like if you put me in Thin Wind's shoes here, I might have won this pot, just because I would, like you said, I would target that turn size. I think now the flop check doesn't necessarily have to be super capped; it could still be an ace.
Right.
But when you combine the flop check with the very small turn bet, it just looks like he has a hand that is what it is. And when we have a draw like queen 10 and we're unblocking the diamonds and so on, it could have been a hand that Thin Wind could have just taken off with on the turn.
Right. Yeah. Just put in the check raise and then just slammed river for sure. I like that. I mean, having the
honestly as
hand
well,
is
Nick,
so nice.
At this point in the hand as well, like if Thin Wind just says all in here, he's going to win the pot. Now that's a very large wager, and it's easy for me to say seeing the cards. But Daniel lays check back the flop here and bet small on the turn, and then bet the same size on the river.
Yeah.
He's just not got a good hand. This is the best hand he ever has for that line.
Yeah,
he would never play a
100%,
set
man.
like this.
I'm absolutely with you, man. Yeah, for sure. And there's so much to be said for the sizings here, guys. And it's just even if Daniel has, let's say he's got like a set of sevens or something like that, and he tried to be tricky on the flop and he checks, like there's no chance he uses the same betting pattern, right? He's gonna go bigger. He's gonna go bigger. He's gonna try and get more from other combinations in this situation. In any case, gang, let's take a look at the chip counts after that exchange. Boris Suntorn up top, 75 big blinds, 1.8 mil. It was Michael Uguccioni with 130K after that encounter, losing that all in ace-jack versus 8-9 suited, which went to Mr. Daniel Lay.
I will say, Nick, this sort of falls into that question you were asking me earlier of, at what point do you step away from the GTO wisdom or whatever. That could be a spot where Daniel's trying to do that. If he is anticipating that his opponent is never going to put him in a difficult spot there, if his opponent is never going to check a strong hand on river, he's never going to find the check raise, then he could just be betting a size that he thinks his opponent will call. But you have to be very, very careful with that strategy. Like your assumptions have to be bang on if you're doing that. The great thing about GTO is that even if your assumptions are wrong, your opponents can't exploit you if you just play the correct strategy. If you're stepping out a line like that and playing your hand very sort of face up, if your opponent is capable of hand reading and has like a little bit of aggression in them, you're going to put yourself in very difficult spots.
Yeah, this actually makes me, it's very reminiscent of the player that just discovered what a blocker bet was, right? And then they tend to overutilize it because, against the a player type, you kind of just, I don't know where I am in the hand, so I'm going to bet small. And if they raise me, I know they're strong. And if they just call, then I get value from whatever. And then it starts to become overutilized to the point where you go, every time this guy does this, he's got a weak hand. He always bets bigger when he has a good hand, and it becomes so easily exploitable to the people that are paying attention. I'm with you though. I'm not trying to be too hard on Mr. Lay here. I think that could just be the case. He's just sensing weakness. He's trying to find a size where he always gets paid. Having said that, I think that King Jack is probably good enough where you could have gone for a bigger size and still got paid.
I agree.
Perhaps, you know, without perhaps opening up that door and using a size which is somewhat unbalanced. But there we are. On to the next one. King Queen flopping top two. About 10 minutes to the break, by the way, guys, which of course will be one of our fake breaks. We will be returning straight to the action. Just enough time for the players to pop off and pop back, and then we speed up the time-space continuum so we don't have to wait through the actual rake. Straight back into the action. And I'm assuming it's going to be probably 15 returned unless we see some collisions.
Good turn.
That is an ace, and
Good flop and good turn.
it's looking good still for Michael Uguccioni.
Wow. Good
That
result.
is kings full of queens. That is a double for our short stack. Rock show, we all love a fake break. We do love a fake break. Straight back to the action, no waiting.
Also didn't think he had the ace. He tanked a little bit, so I thought that was like it was like drawing dead or something. Or almost drawing dead. The ace he had some straight draws.
All right, so on to the next hand, and just waiting for the graphics to update here. Want to see how much Michael Uguccioni has now. I think it's about 10 big blinds, if I'm not mistaken. We were just looking at the graphics. That's how bad my memory is these days. Ace-9 suited for Daniel Craig. Speaking of pretty hands with a blocker,
Didn't even know it went that high on the machine.
you would expect this one to be played from one of our chip leaders.
60.
And 50 to go. 60 to go, excuse me.
Yeah, I don't really think we can do anything here with a king jack off with 10 bigs. It's 12 bigs, isn't it? Craig's just gone a little bit bigger.
Yeah. And ace-king suited for Warris. I think Warris is currently our chip leader outright, if I'm not mistaken, at least on the feature table from the previous graphic. 200,000 chips announced. And as you say, David, I just think from what we've seen on this feature and this dynamic that we're currently observing, I don't anticipate Warris to have a ton of completely outrageous 3-bets here.
Yeah, like if this was in Europe, I think you would be seeing more ace-3 suited, ace-4 suited, king-queen offsuits, king-jack offsuits, jack-10 suited, and so on in a 3-bet range here. But I feel like, as I've said a couple of times now, the whole table is playing quite honestly. So I do think this is an easier fold for Craig than it maybe otherwise would be.
Yeah, and does the fact that Warris cover him, does that factor in here in terms of considering how we're going to defend? Is it enough just to say range v range? This is probably just not a good spot, or do we need to be cognizant of the stacks here as well?
I think when the ranges have tightened up as they seem to have from watching this, then it doesn't matter as much as it otherwise would. Certainly, being covered is something that should always enter your thought process when you're deciding how to continue in a hand. But at this point, I don't really think the players are considering that themselves with this 3-bet range. Like I've seen a couple of opportunities for people to take like 3-bets, and they've all sort of been passed up. So I think they are just kind of playing the cards as they're dealt a little bit at the moment.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Uguccioni has been a little like he hasn't been this short. Obviously, he lost the big pot, the big flip. But when he was on 20 blinds or so, he was one who was taking a couple of light opens. So I was wondering if he was going to take the queen 10 offsuit there off a 12, but I think even on a tighter table, better to just let that one go.
within 0 second I fall.
I like to tolerate.
All right, open from the button, Queen 8 suited. Artem here looking at around 20 big blinds. Might be tempted just to put this in the middle. Oh.
Yeah, like even this is like, I think he will jam in the end here, Nick, but even this is like telling, I think, of the mentality of the players,
Yeah.
where you've got ace jack suited in the small blind versus a button open off of 20 bigs, and your first instinct is to put all your time backs in the pot. I don't think he's
Yeah.
doing anything other than shoving here, but you know, everyone is quite attached to their tournament at this table, I think.
Yeah.
They don't want to buff.
Yeah, there it is. And it looks like he didn't even use the time bank. But I'm with you, David. There's information there for sure. There's something about, we got a decision, guys. And it's like, I don't think you do. Oh, Daniel Craig behind with the 8s is going to be tempted here. I mean, I don't know how this looks in ICM, David, but it does feel like 8s probably do pretty well against the shoving range here. I mean, if Artem is going to have 2s, 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s, and, you know, ace 5 suited, ace 6 suited, that kind of thing in range, and I'm not sure if he does, how much better does that look for pocket 8s?
I mean, he certainly should have them. Having watched it, I don't know whether he does as well, but I mean, I still wouldn't fold 8s here. It's just like, it's too hard for him to have a better hand than 8s in these positions. You're going to be slipping a lot more often than you would want to, but I don't think Craig should fold 8s here.
Yeah, so we are off to the races, but it is a fair fight.
See 1-8 in the bin from the bottom, so 8s are actually behind, but he's found the case 8 on the flop.
Absolutely drills it. Artem is sick. You can tell he really, really wanted it. It's not over yet, but it's looking pretty grim for Ace Jack. Oh, wait a minute. 21% now. No, don't take the mic off yet.
I think they're all live as well.
And the river is the 7 of hearts. It is GG full boat for Daniel Craig. Really, really big flip. And Artem is eliminated in 15th position.
Imagine getting into a coin flip with James Bond, Artem. What are you doing? Yeah, very unlucky for Artem there. Just a set up blind versus blind. No way he's ever getting away from that if he's playing correctly.
That's it. And guys, we are going to head to a fake break, but don't go anywhere. More action after we skip this break. And we will be returning to the final 13 players. This is a look at the chip counts as they stand, as we see that elimination. Michael Uguccione at the bottom. Chips up top. More to be played when we return to Manila. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll see you very shortly after this break as we return to the APPT Manila Hotel Casino for more from the championship here in Manila. See you guys after this short break. And welcome back to the Philippines and the Asia Pacific Poker Tour. This is the Manila Championship brought to you by PokerStars and hosted by APPT Manila Hotel and Casino. It's Nicholas Walsh on the microphone. These are a look at the chip counts. Agarwal up top. We have a new feature table. We got David Summers at the bottom. Lots of faces we've seen a lot of throughout the coverage thus far. And these are who will be joining us after the fake break has come to a conclusion. Welcome back, David Doherty on commentary.
Hi guys, and I just want to say quickly, I finally recognize someone. Aditya Agarwal is a very old school PokerStars legend. I remember playing against him way back, like 15, 20 years ago almost, probably online.
Oh, nice.
Intervention on PokerStars.
I think I heard you saying earlier that Ankit Ahuja made his way out to this event right after Manchester.
No, so you might have misheard. I said he went to the WPT in Australia right after APPT Barcelona. I don't know whether he's at this one or not, but he is someone who gets around for sure. So it wouldn't surprise me if he turned up here.
That sly old world traveler. All right, so reaction. This is our new feature, guys.
I feel like immediately, just from knowing him and knowing how aggressive he was online, that Aditya Agarwal is someone who will, push ahead of this field if he feels like people are tightening up behind him. Maybe not so on this table. Who knows? We haven't seen a lot of these players yet, but he is someone who will get after it, I think.
And how about this flop, guys? Set versus flush draw versus top pair good kicker. Out of the fire and into the flames here. Pocket fours for Summer, who is going to fire on the flop, 75K.
I mean, also note, this is a crazy flop, but note that Agarwal checked a nut flush draw with two players behind him. In this situation, a studied player is going to check quite often here in a three-way pot with their whole range. So again, this is showing, very good awareness of the situation he's in here by Agarwal. Would expect Lung Choi to call and probably Agarwal to overcall. Although that seems like it might be a deeper reach.
Oh dear. 75K was the bet from the pocket fours, which of course is now a set. That looks like a check raise from ace-8 of spades. And happy days for David Summer. Absolutely loving this action, I'm sure. That was a raise to 255K, and that does not make it difficult to put the chips in on later streets. So, David, what's your interpretation? You're right. You have a set. I mean, presumably we're always going broke with our set. That's just how things go. Are we concerned that the combinations that do this are going to be flush draws on some occasions, or do we always call and just take the equity that we're given? And wait a second, is that a click back?
Yeah, I mean, this is it's kind of ridiculous. Like, this is never, ever, 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 ever a bluff.
I don't think that this is a thing, as far as I'm aware.
Yeah.
I guess my question was, David, should we just be flatting here and just allow Agarwal to continue with range, or do we want to try and get it all in for fear of, giving spades free cards? I guess my instinct is we would just always flat the check raise.
I think 3-bet jamming is okay. There are hands in your range that want to deny equity. You have flush draws yourself, which you could run. So I think shoving would be absolutely fine on the flop. Calling would be fine as well. This is the one option I don't like, because you're neither bluffing now. Like, I just don't ever see how this is a bluff or like a flush draw or anything. You're also giving Agarwal the opportunity to not go broke with some stuff. Like, let's say Agarwal had just check raised king queen on the flop here, intending to get it in versus a shove. I think he could potentially hero fold it to that action.
Yeah, right.
So I think he's never folding the nut flush draw, because that just has lots of raw equity versus anything. But he might hero fold a king versus that action.
All right. So away we go, and it is the fours that need to hold, and the player at risk. And the river. is the 10 of spades. Unlucky for David Summer. Nice hand for Agarwal, who is now going to be an absolutely ginormous stack. I think that's 4.4 million now. Summer did find a way to get the chips in the middle, so kudos. Yeah, the button is happy as Larry. Jack on the turn, I forgot. That would have been top 2.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I mean, look, the decision to check raise with the nut flush there obviously put the ace-8 in jeopardy, but the set of 4s gets it in good. So shout out to Summers for finding a way to get all the money in. Fantastic, but that run out is going to mean we have a almost guaranteed chip leader.
Yeah, for sure. But it's just important, I think, to not just focus on the hand that we got to put the money in with, because like Agarwal, when he has the nut flush draw, is never folding. That has equity versus anything, you know.
Right.
Summer could turn his cards over, and Agarwal isn't going to fold once that many chips are in the middle. But like, I think the way in which he played it potentially meant that he would have made top pair fold, which, you know, you would never want to do in that situation. But still very unlucky on the river, of course.
Yeah.
To get it in good for a very large pot.
Yeah, I'm with you.
He lost a few all-ins before.
All right, so he's going to stack him in pretty 20s.
He had spores over there. It's very bad.
But he will be, no doubt, our chip leader and a player to look out for as we proceed. And we are down to 12.
Where was that flop for the last 2 hours? We get a table change and we get top 2 versus the set versus the nut flush draw. Where's that flop hiding?
I sent Joe a little text on that fake break and told him to start cranking it for us.
What do you have? You didn't big man defending. That's crazy.
That was one hell of a crank for that flop.
Yeah, it was. And, you know, imagine if that had played slightly differently. The jack on the turn, king jack, might have done even more in the middle. Oh, what a run out. All right, so 12 players remain. We have a ginormous chip leader stacking chips over there, and we are playing shorthanded. We must be 2 tables of 6 at this point.
Level left. Yeah.
Oh, just out.
The Italian guy. White shirt.
Looks like Minwoong is going to open. Defend from our chip leader in the big blind.
$1 million.
Spades are hot.
I one time got 1 billion in Vietnam.
1 billion in Vietnam is like what, 25K? Yeah.
See, this is a more entertaining table. This is the more entertaining.
Here we go.
People are
right off the bat. Yep.
I mean, like 1 billion is about what, 20K US?
Finds the lead
the thing
here.
is, Nick, this isn't really a thing. People just see 7-5-3 and think that's the big blind flop. I can lead everything. But
yeah,
this is a poor class of hand to lead with, and you're versus the button. So it's not as though you're against under the gun who never connects with this board. The button is still going to connect with this board sometimes, right? So
yeah,
maybe gets lucky there that the button just does have a hand he can't continue with, but that is maybe pushing the boundaries a little bit of what you can get away with there by leading the queen jack off.
Vietnam, I'll just go and change euro.
I'm here for it though. This is what we came to see.
I am here for it too, exactly, yeah. I just want to put that little stipulation on there.
Yeah,
I want
you're
people
right.
clicking
I'm
buttons.
with you.
You from Australia?
No, I'm from Malaysia. I'm from Malaysia.
Ah, okay. So you got poker dream?
King jack suited. Gonna
I
try
only
again.
played once. I rarely stay in Malaysia.
I kind of like it.
I heard a lot. My friend told me it's pretty soft over there.
The rake is a little bit bigger with the text as well.
But in Malaysia, you win your text.
Yeah,
But even if we look at
8%
the comparison between this table and the previous table already,
that's only I'm winning.
I think you're Garwal leading the 7-5-3 there with the queen jack. Yes, he did just suck out on a set with another
Was
flush
that
draw,
crazy?
but he had a lot of chips before that
But
hand.
sometimes you can deduct
And I think the
also
reason he had a lot of chips
that
before
then
that hand
less
is
and
because
less
he's
is
taking
8%
spots
from
like that
blinds.
consistently and getting no resistance.
Right.
I did mention that no one else on the other table was kind of stepping out of line. He is a man who will step out of line, and
Yeah.
that sort of style will perform very, very well when people are playing straightforwardly.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And you also mentioned on the previous table that, you know, if somebody did start stepping out of line, they could really chip up. And I think that was happening. Exactly that was happening on the other table as we were making comment. All right, 6 is on the button for our chip leader. All right, here we go. Now's the hand. Pocket, jacks. And I believe, are we at 30-60 now? Is that what's happening? Yeah, it must be, right?
No, it's 15-30.
Sorry, 15-30 is what I meant to say. Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So starts the hand around 30-ish bigs. A little bit less.
Yeah, this is a nice size from Anshao.
Yeah.
If a Garwal has respect for his opponent here, he will go all in, I think.
Yeah, I think he'll just push this. Player dependent, but I think it's just too easy to be all in here with 6s.
Yeah.
Yeah, great spot. 80-20.
It's not anymore, Nick. Both the 6s have been folded, so Garwal's basically drawing dead pre-flop.
See, I like that our graphics do that, but I also don't like that our graphics do that because I think it really confuses people who haven't picked up on that yet. But yes, that is adjusted for the fact the 6s are folded. And it's looking good for the Jables so far. Opportunity for a backdoor straight, though.
Yeah, you say that. His equity just went up from 4% to 5%. That's a great flop.
25% increase. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. 19% now with the straight draw on the turn. If he wins this, he will absolutely stomp this tournament, and it does not, unfortunately. It was for around 30-ish, 28, 25 bigs. Math is hard.
It's literally never easy, is it? You get the guy in 96% pre-flop, and you've got to sweat on the river.
Yeah, brutal stuff, but we can see the field ticker goes down to 11 here, so we are heading towards that FT.
6, 7, 8, 815.
15, huh?
Yeah, he's not happy, but look, what are you gonna do? I mean, how tight does your opponent have to be in that situation, Dave, to fold 6s after they 3-bet the small blind?
I mean, there's people I would do it against for sure.
Yeah.
But you know, it's a very you know, very large adjustment that doesn't happen too often.
Sure.
As to how tight they have to be. I mean, I would say that I would think that they would have to be shoving ace king instead of 3-bet calling it. They'd have to maybe be calling ace queen instead of 3-bet calling it, or something. What you sort of need to get rid of the overcard stuff, the stuff you're flipping against. If you can determine that they're a player who's going to just 3-bet shove ace king, then maybe you can start folding it sometimes because they're just not going to be bluffing that often.
All right, so play continues 11-handed. 11 players remaining, excuse me. We are probably 6-handed.
But yeah, I did say Agarwal would have to shove if he had respect for his opponent, and he shoved very quickly. So I think that he believes that Chao is going to find the right 3-bets there, and based on his size, I think so as well.
Yep.
I was asking James if he'd been out this way before. Nick, have you played any in Asia? Have you been to Asia at all? Or?
So I actually lived in Thailand for about a year or so when I was much younger. I have traveled to Thailand a few times since, just on holidays, but I've never had a chance to play an APPT. I don't know if you remember an old school poker legend, Sam Razavi.
Of course I do. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, absolute hero, and he used to absolutely murder APPTs. That's not to say that he's still not out there putting in the good work, but for a little while, it was sort of him just winning back-to-back-to-back events in these fields, and never took the trip with him, even though, you know, was kind of mates with him from his Brighton days. And every time we sort of do remote commentary like this, I just think it would be such a nice sort of work and holiday mix. You know what I mean? I really enjoy spending time in Thailand, and similar. I think it'd be pretty easy to try and combine a little trip to Thailand, fly up and check out Singapore, fly out and check out the Philippines. I basically just need to do one big tour at some point. I'd like to do Japan as well. And by the sounds of it, there's some fun poker stuff happening in Japan these days too. I know that Joe Stapleton has been involved with some of that as well. But no, in response to your question, no, I haven't, and I would love to, and I think it's got to be on the list for next year for sure. I would think it would be super fun to maybe fly out and just do a couple months and maybe play a couple APPTs.
Yeah. So this is getting interesting as well here. Agarwal finding a nicely sized C-bet three-way on the quite connected board, but we are final two tables, so sizes can come down a little bit, especially when we're three-way. I think Min Woong has to continue this combination, but there are some interesting runouts where some different decisions can be made. That's a big fold. I mean, he is correct, but that's a huge fold.
Wow. Yeah, gets it right on this occasion. I wonder if that's just an opportunity to blast off, though, against this player. I mean, he can't see it, obviously, but you feel it.
I'm going to say the same thing I said in the 8-9 suited hand there, though, Nick. Like, he might have been quote-unquote correct, but he had equity in the hand. And if you're just folding second pair on the flop to Agarwal, he's going to steamroll you. If you just never realize any of that equity you have. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it literally just becomes a frequency issue, right? Like, you're just not defending anywhere near enough. Like, second pair with that kicker, I mean, you imagine how often we're folding if we're folding a hand that strong against a player with a very wide range as well.
Yeah, I know you bet the flop three-way, but we do just have the best hand there sometimes. Like,
yeah,
you know, very big fold.
Oh, a muffled 3-bet. Lung Choi is going to pump things up. 160K to go. I think I like the sizing here as well. As you say, I think 3-bets can come down in size a little bit, still have quite a lot of effectiveness.
I'm just happy to see a Queen-9 suited 3-bet. This is the first one someone's taken all day in this remake. Go on, Lung Choi.
I mean,
yeah, this table's...
Right?
I would almost say that unless Daniel Craig is already pre-scripted to win this tournament, that someone from this table is going to win. Wow, we got a 4-bet as well.
Wait a second. David Doherty has put in a request for a better table, and we have found one. This is a 4-bet. What is the size? 385.
Yeah, nicely sized as well. It sort of puts Lung Choi in that remit where he can't really call, so he kind of has to 5-bet jammer or fold. And I think he's going to fold this hand, but I'm no longer going to predict anything. Oh my word!
We're taking it to the streets. He's calling.
That is me applauding. We're seeing some poker now. There's 11 left in APPT Manila, and we got a 4-bet pot between Ace-8 offsuit and Queen-9 suited. Everyone's woken up. Now's the time to tune in.
Oh, and he's absolutely drilled it! He's absolutely drilled it! He's absolutely drilled it!
listen to this boring commentator saying I would just fold Queen 9 suited pre now. Lung Choi knew it was coming.
And SPR is way less than 1. All right, take your time. Take your time. This is about as good as it gets, mate. Take your time.
Breathe. Maybe even recheck your cards if you want, although I would advise not doing that. But just breathe. Just breathe. This is your pot.
I think he says 165. Okay.
Yeah, that's nice. That's nice.
Yep.
I mean,
this is good.
I think he's played the hand perfectly, apart from peeling the 4-bet. But like, he did flop a straight. Like his sizing's been excellent, but peeling that 4-bet is maybe a little bit too spicy for my liking. But you got to give both of these guys credit. I mean, the time banks are coming out with AC offset now. And a little bit of pot attachment going on here, I think, Nick, where you put that many chips in with AC offset pre-flop, you feel like you need to do something to get them back.
You do. You feel this is an emotion I've been trying to distance myself from some time, but feeling like you're invested.
Yeah.
The less invested I feel in poker, the better I play.
Yeah. A little bit too much pot attachment. You don't want to 4-bet AC offset and then have to check fold it, but you know what? Well played, Dan Chow as well. He recognized that wasn't a good flop for him after his opponent called, and he just gave up. Like, good effort with the 4-bet. It should have worked, in my opinion, but we finally got a hand worthy of APPT Manila from what I've seen last year.
I mean, he says that we had top pair versus set versus nut flush draw, and it was a ginormous pot, but it's not good enough for David Doherty, ladies and gentlemen.
That was a good start, but this is real poker.
See the 4-bet defend.
I don't want to see people match their cards, Nick. That's what was going on in that first hand. I want to see people play real poker, stare the man in the eye, and know that he's 4-betting you with AC offset. That was honestly a beautiful play from Shai. He was very unlucky not to win the pot there.
Yeah, very, very cool. Shout out to you guys. I had a question in the chat here as well. Anav Gupta is asking, commentators, do you have access to the non-delayed stream? If yes, do you glance at it now and then? The answer is absolutely no. We try and not spoil ourselves as often as possible. In the event that we are doing an EPT where we have a 30-minute delay, we try and observe the exact same function unless there is something of note that we need to be aware of. But we have that fed to us through people who have actually seen the future and are not spoiling us as well. So no, we're actually watching it in pretty much in real time with you guys, apart from the fact it's been delayed since this weekend. And another question here from Kankel. Does the table or one of the announcers have a smoke alarm with low battery, or am I imagining random beeping? That is actually, you see it right there, that's the time bank right there to the right hand of the dealer. That beeps to indicate when players are running out of time in order to manage their time banking. You are not imagining it. Yeah, that's got me excited now, David. I'm excited about where we're at right now. I'm excited about the fact we have an entire day of broadcast tomorrow to cover more from presumably players who flop straights with Queen 9 of clubs.
Well, he did just make a very disciplined fold of 8-6 of clubs to a 3-bet there when he was considerably deeper than he was for the Queen 9 of clubs. But it was against a player who has been in line the whole time. So, maybe he was aware that, his opponent with the AC offset there was going to be out of line some, and he could maybe get a cheeky little call in with the Queen 9 of clubs. I still wouldn't do it, but yeah. I think it is a sign maybe that he's playing against his opponent more than just the cards in front of him.
Sure, absolutely. I mean, we don't know the history as well. These two might have a click war ongoing. All right, so we have a call in the small blind and a check in the big blind. Top and bottom for Aditya.
More fun flops.
Yeah. Comes out firing. Second pair for Cal.
That's a fun turn card as well. I guess the only issue here is for viewer entertainment purposes that Xiao's hand is too strong to really bluff at any stage here, so it's probably just going to go back call again. I think if maybe he had like a 7-8 or 7-10 or something, we might see some fireworks, but fairly likely to just call once more here.
95.
70% pot bet. Actually, a little less, closer to 60 actually. He has raised in position, Nick. I thought he would need a weaker hand than this, but he has gone for it. Now the only question becomes, does he empty the clip on the river here? Because when he's in position raising this turn card on such a wet board, he's saying he has a straight or a very strong two pair. So on a brick river, he really should be firing again if he's going to bluff this high up. So I kind of want to see like a 4 diamonds river here or something. I do think it's probably going to go check check if that card comes down, but 4 clubs, close enough. I think it's quickly going to go check check here, but if he's raising that turn card, I think he probably should fire again. If his intention was to bluff. What's the decision going to be? He does just give up. I think ultimately that is the correct decision, because I do think we're a little bit too high up to be bluffing second pair blind be blind, but I like the idea at least on the turn. Maybe not the combo, but these players are fighting for pots for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I tend to agree with you, though. If you're going to turn your hand into a bluff, I guess theoretically we probably can still do that continue on the river, excuse me. But for the same reason why we could check on the river, I don't see why we wouldn't just potentially call the turn and just take the strength of our hand.
Yeah, particularly in position. I mean, I understand it a little bit more if you feel like you're going to face barrels on the river and you're a little bit uncomfortable with the strength of your hand.
Yeah.
You want to start bluffing it instead. But in position, you can control what happens in the pot. So I don't necessarily know why we would reopen the betting on the turn to give up the river, even though I wouldn't have personally bluffed.
And at this juncture, I'd like to welcome back Mr. James Hartigan. How you doing, James?
Hello, Nicholas. Hello, David.
Hello.
Hello, James.
All this time, I thought that Daniel Craig was the only name in the tournament, and now we're down to 2 tables, and now we're seeing more of the remaining players. Because bear in mind, we didn't really have an eye on the outer tables. I realized that Aditya Agarwal has been in the field the whole time. And the hashtag fun fact about Aditya is he was the first ever Indian member of Team PokerStars Pro back in 2009.
Yeah, I actually forgot that he was a Team Pro until you just said it now. But yeah, I played with him plenty online back in the days. He's an old school legend for sure.
We have a 3-bet situation with the Kings here. Looks like Minwoong is just going to fold. Does fold. That is a really good fun fact. I love that.
I mean, there was a time, Nick, and this is going back 2013, 2014, so more than 10 years now, where I think the roster had like near enough 120 players. when pretty much every single country in the world, or pretty much every country where PokerStars operated, was represented, sometimes by 3 or 4 players per country.
Yeah, how the times have changed.
I remember playing on Full Tilt as well when they had their roster of Red Pros, and you used to win a T-shirt every time you knocked one of them out of the tournament, and you didn't even know who like 50% of them were, you know, just the fact that their name was red in the lobby. Who's this guy? Hendon Mob him. He's got $2,000 in cashes in the Hendon Mob, but he's a Brazilian pro or something from Full Tilt.
Yeah, I guess the closest that Stars had to the 2-tiered approach towards ambassadors was when it was Team Pro and Team Online. I guess Team Online was the kind of equivalent of the Red Pros. These were players who were online crushers, who maybe their real names and faces weren't as familiar with like poker fans and mainstream poker viewers, but clearly they had value in representing the site as people who were successful winning online players.
I've been petitioning for a new classification, Team Nerd.
Team PokerStars Nerd. Yeah, I mean, isn't that a Venn diagram that's just a circle?
It is now all members of Team Pro.
One of my favorite stories from back then actually was Full Tilt used to run like little online seminars for some of the Red Pros for like free coaching or whatever, so you could turn up and ask them questions. I remember Steve Zolotow showing up one day, and his introductory message was sort of, you know, hi, I'm Steve Zolotow. I'm a full-time poker player at Full Tilt Poker. I'm very interested in questions about strategy or mixed games or anything of the sort that you have related to poker strategy. Please go ahead and ask me some questions. First question he got asked: are you bald?
Oh, I mean,
yeah, that's what you get for asking the internet to supply questions.
Yeah, yeah, there were some real classic conversations there. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, some great stories from back in the day, and on that theme, and then I'll be done with the conversation, and we'll get back to the action here in the APPT Manila Championship. Who was the first poker player ever signed by PokerStars as an ambassador? It predates the branding Team Pro. It predates the Moneymaker era. The first player, the first PokerStars Pro signed.
I have a vague idea, but I don't know whether it's right or not. I can have a guess if you want.
I'll give you a clue. A really weird choice, especially with the benefit of hindsight with what we now know about this person. But bear in mind, in the early days of PokerStars, and we're talking like 2001, 2002, there weren't that many well-known poker players. There weren't that many people who you'd look at and go, yes, poker. And the kind of people that we're talking about here are going to be your Doyle Brunsons. That's a heavy clue towards who I'm talking about, by the way, if I'm talking about the kind of Texas road gamblers.
Amarillo Slim.
Correct. 10 points, Nick Walsh. I don't know why. I don't know how. But Amarillo Slim was signed as the first ever PokerStars ambassador. And Dan Goldman, who was marketing director at the time, I don't have the link, but if you search Google, you'll find it. Dan's written a series of blogs about the early days of Stars and his work with PokerStars. And he wrote a blog about the signing of that particular player and what a disaster it was and how it didn't work out. And our producer Chris just asked me the question, did he even have a computer? That was one of the problems, is he didn't play online and he was convinced that online was rigged. So
was that also going to be your guess, David?
No, until I was thinking Barry Greenstein until James said what we now know about this person. So I figured it was going to be someone controversial, you know. I didn't think of Amarillo Slim straight away, but yeah, Barry Greenstein was mine.
Barry was a relatively late addition. By the time Barry was signed, Team Pro was already well established. I think Tom McAvoy was an early signing, the first ever satellite winner to take down the World Series of Poker, live satellite winner, of course, and then Chris Moneymaker followed in 2003 after winning the main event. But yeah, I know we've talked a lot for obvious reasons over the last 2 days about the James Bond movie Casino Royale. There is also one of Dan Goldman's blogs, which I strongly recommend, where he talks about how PokerStars came so close to partnering with Eon Productions and Columbia Picture and Sony Columbia Pictures to be an official partner of that movie, to the point where there were almost 007 branded poker tables inside the PokerStars client, and he details everything that went wrong. Really good stuff, like from the early days, the boom era of online poker. Just really, really good stuff.
What you're saying is we could have ended up with Amarillo Slim starring in Casino Royale.
In some alternative timeline, that is a possibility. I mean, Amarillo Slim does have a role in the movie California Split, which is one of the better poker movies out there. Robert Altman movie from the early 70s with Elliot Gould and George Segal. And I believe he may even have been an advisor on that movie. He had a habit of inserting himself into the poker world.
Choose your words carefully, kids. Yeah.
Yeah, I was being very, very careful. I mean, but before all the allegations came out about him, I read his autobiography, which was it's a very entertaining book, Amarillo Slim in a World Full of Fat People. But you start to realize how preposterous it is when you realize he takes credit for literally every single innovation in poker. Like, he claims, obviously, to be the genius behind any movie he worked on. He claims that he was the guy who effectively created tournament poker after it was clear that having the World Series as a cash game didn't work. He claims that he was at the forefront of bringing in whole card cameras to bring poker onto TV. I mean, literally, he has this kind of Zelig-like ability to be at every single nexus point in poker history. Anyway, this was meant to be a small diversion away from the poker. I guess nothing hugely momentous has happened here. Van Sang Nguyen was ahead before the flop with ace high, is ahead post flop with a pair of fives.
Yeah, it was nice of the players to take a short break from coolering each other so that we could have that little discussion. But we do have a pair versus 2 overs and a gut shot again now. Could go a number of ways. These are always really interesting hands, I think, because, you know, if you're just an amateur player watching as well, you see the ace-5 as the favour on the flop, but it isn't really. Not because the king came on the turn, but just because Lung Choi has got the betting lead in position and a relatively strong draw.
And as you highlighted, the king has come on the turn, and that makes Lung Choi now near enough a 9-1 favourite.
You're surprised he missed the bet on the flop, Nick? Because I kind of am after he called the 4-bet with the Queen-9 suited earlier.
Yeah, it does strike me as an opportunity missed, but hey, it's going to work out for the King-Queen.
Quick hello to the Salty Ninja watching on YouTube. Hey, James, had the pleasure of meeting you at the 2019 PCA. We ran across each other in the casino, and I was so nervous I forgot your name. Lol. I'm not going to lie, I don't remember that encounter, but I'm sure it was a positive one. Lovely to have met you, and hopefully it happens again. 6 years ago. Blimey, 6.5 years ago that would have been. The first PSPC, right, Nick, that one?
That was my first ever PokerStars event ever as, well, first of all, my first ever PokerStars event ever outright, but also the first PokerStars event that I attended as a PokerStars ambassador as well.
That would have been the last time we visited Atlantis.
A long time ago. Yeah, Atlantis, that's right. And I tell you what I don't miss, the 25-minute commute from room to card room. You used to have to plan your trip from the card room up to your room.
I'm going to pause you there, Nick.
Yeah.
Because the fact that you had a 25-minute commute from your hotel to the card room means you were staying in the nice bit of Atlantis. Every single year that I stayed at that resort, I was in the beach tower, which was conveniently located next to the convention center, but was one of the worst hotels I've ever stayed at anywhere in the world. So quit whining about your 25-minute commute.
I'm not whining. I was nothing but grateful to be there. It was wonderful, and I had a really nice time. Yeah, I do find, James, as well. I've been hooked recently on watching. Have you ever heard of a YouTuber called Trek Trendy? English guy, does sort of reviews of cruise ships and the like. I think he does a pretty good job. But there's a certain something about what Americans think luxury looks like, and what Americans think that luxury hotels look like, and what luxury cruise ships look like when they come straight out of Miami, the United States. And something about hotels in the Bahamas just reeks of Las Vegas casinos and something that you might find on cruise ships as well. And I think that the Atlantis Hotel was full of that. Kind of from afar, you're like, this is paradise. You get up close and you realize it's kind of like Disneyland for adults.
It's fine. Here's the thing, and I would say the same about Bahama, where we went in 2023. It's fine, but it does not warrant the price. And I don't just mean the price of staying there. I mean the price of literally everything. Every restaurant, every bar.
Yeah, the same of which can be said for cruise ships is my point, right? You know, like they're like, oh, you know, look what you get for your money, and look, you can stay in these really nice rooms, and you cruise around the world, and it's so luxurious. But you have to pay extra if you want a drink over this price. But you have to pay extra if you want to go to the nice restaurants. But it's actually not as cheap as they're making out. And
you're not wrong. Although I mean, again, if I will say, if you choose your cruise ship wisely, if you choose a good cruise company, you can have legitimate luxury, and the food that is included is still top notch. Granted, you can pay above that for like the real high end stuff, but generally speaking, I will take a cruise over going back to Atlantis any day of the week.
Sure. No, and I don't disagree with you there either. But it just felt a little bit like you're trapped on a cruise ship without the benefit of actually being on a cruise ship. Is my point, I think.
And not a good one. You're on a Carnival cruise ship.
And, you know, actually, shout out to Trek Trendy, because he has shown me the difference between the ones that are like a massive ripoff and ones that are actually seemingly good value, as it were.
I'm going to be doing another cruise over Thanksgiving, by the way. We're down to 10 players. You may have heard the conversation there. I think they're being advised that the normal process here, David, would be to go what we call soft hand for hand, right? Where they're not rigorously enforcing it, but they're just keeping an eye on both tables to make sure they're playing at a similar pace.
Yeah, I think that's like somewhat of a relatively recent thing that started happening on Stars tournaments, but I really like it. I also noticed they did it in Manchester for mini pay jumps on the final two tables, which I thought was great as well. So, you know, in terms of, let's say 12th and 13th place paid the same amount of money, if we were on 12th place going into 11th and there was an all-in on one table, they would wait on the action finishing on the other table before they ran the board out, which I thought was great because it just completely stopped stalling. It meant that there was no benefit whatsoever to stalling. You know, sometimes you'll get people leaving a chip behind, then their opponent will put them all in, they'll then stand up and look to see what's happening on the other table to see if they can get the pay jump. This procedure just completely eliminated that. So that's a new one that I hadn't seen until recently, but yeah, soft hand for hand in general is just a much better idea at this stage of the tournament, I think.
Nice try, Van Sang, when 3-betting the King-7 on the button. Zhang Minweng, though, had the goods. 4-bet the Ace-King from the cutoff. Gets a fold. So 5-handed on the main stage, 5-handed at the outer table. One more elimination will be at 9. Final redraw of the tournament. We will have the final table. And I guess we'll keep going for a while.
You guys want to keep this on, or you like this one on?
Of course.
Yeah, I noticed when you guys were speaking as well about the cruise ships that Agarwal managed to take a little ace-4 off 3-bet out the big blinds.
Yes.
And got it through versus the cutoff as well. He is not missing a spot, which I didn't anticipate him doing anyway, but I think he has to be the tournament favourite right now. He's probably the chip leader. very likely the most experienced player, and he's not passing up on any opportunities to put chips in the pot.
So, just to be clear, David, you are taking Aditya Agarwal over Daniel Craig.
Well, it depends on how much. I don't know. I guess what's the term I'm looking for? My mind's gone blank. But yeah, I mean, maybe the script's already been written for Daniel Craig to win the tournament. But
yeah,
if it hasn't been, then yeah, I think Aditya Agarwal's looking good right now.
If we see Agarwal order a drink for Daniel Craig, we know he's scared. We know he's worried.
How many shorty?
Dabin asks, what's the grand price? The price of entry or the sum of money that will be paid to the winner? Because it's kind of a mixed question there. I'm going to be kind, Dabin, and assume that it's a typo and you meant to ask what's the grand prize. First prize, 11.8 million local, which is 200,000 US dollars, approx.
What I was trying to say is I wonder how much plot armor Daniel Craig has. I don't know why my mind
There we
went
go,
blank on
plot
that, but,
armor, like it.
Plot
yes.
armor.
But yeah, Agarwal must be pretty confident right now, I would think. I don't know how successful all of these players are, but he is already standing out. I think also the player on his left, I'm forgetting his name. I'm just going to wait on the graphic telling me, but he's certainly been willing to splash around a little bit as well, put pressure on his opponents. Yeah, Lung Choi. He's been pretty impressive so far.
Yep, that Queen 9 spot was really nice. That was enjoyable. At least for Lung Choi.
I think we have to pause. We drawing or what?
Yeah,
we drawing or what?
All right.
They've just spotted that a player has been eliminated from the other table. We are at 9. So now everyone has locked up 22,000 US dollars. That's what 9th place pays. Top 2 are going to get 6-figure scores. Again, I'm converting these numbers from Philippine peso into US dollars. 126 grand for the runner-up. 200,000 US dollars for the winner. And we have reached the point where the final redraw will be conducted. The final 9 will take seats around that huge feature table. And we will have the final table of the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour Manila Championship. So yeah, the 9 players taking their seats right now, and we will continue the action. I think the plan is that we will follow this through to the dinner break. I think there's about 2 and a bit hours left until the players go on dinner. So we'll follow it to that point, and then we'll pick up the action tomorrow playing down to a champion. So I guess we're going to split our final table coverage across 2 days. The key thing to see now that we have all the players and all the stacks there, David, is there's no short stack. No one in the danger zone. Everyone's, what was that, 39 bigs was the shortest stack?
Yeah, that's crazy, especially when you consider like how when we were commentating earlier, the table was playing fairly straightforward. So you would expect when that's happening that players are going to remain in the tournament longer, which would naturally reduce the average. But this just looks like it's going to be an incredibly deep final table, which again will favor experienced players. You know, someone like Agarwal, when he's 100 blinds deep versus some less experienced players, who's going to have a huge edge.
That's right, trance music. James Bond himself, Daniel Craig, the weird fish, is playing at this final table. Jesse on YouTube says, didn't this event happen in August? Quite a delayed stream, LMAO. It is quite delayed, but you are exaggerating. This event was actually played over the weekend. So it is effectively a replay of action from the last 72 hours, and we are seeing it for the first time. We don't know what's happening, or rather what happened. So don't go out there searching the internet for spoilers.
Yeah,
so,
and don't be
again,
confused with the event that we had last time, some time ago.
This hand could go a number of ways already again. The deuces have started blasting. Chow has shown himself to be someone who's willing to run big bluffs. Zhong Min Woong with the middle pair here. The only question at this point is, when we're this deep, you know, the SPR is still over 3 here. Does Haverkamp want to check raise with these queens without a diamond in his hand? Because a lot of turn cards are very bad for him. But he has gone for it, and I would assume that will be the end of the hand. But it could have got quite dicey indeed if he had chosen to bet the flop himself. I think this is the most efficient way for him to play his hand.
Yeah. Yeah, I think there was some a little bit of confusion about the fact that the APPT does have 2 stops in Manila. There was one in August. This is what they call the championship because it's the end of season.
So far, Mr. Haverkamp has been kind of getting it quietly. That's a good example of a pickup at non-showdown.
Round 2, the button in this hand. Daniel Lay, 7-3 suited, folds. And that is going to be a walk for the big blind. Can you imagine if every hand is like that for the next hour?
I hope that's not setting the tone.
Yeah, I think that's like a combination there, blind v blind, of Zhong Min Woong being a little bit on the tighter side, and then his opponent in the big blind, Choi, being a little bit on the aggressive side, and him not really wanting to play 8-5 off out of position versus him. He probably should still try and see a flop, but I can understand his logic there, not wanting to clash. Oh, we're blind v blind again, guys.
All right, Queen Jack.
Surprised if this is a walk.
I'd be surprised, very surprised if this was a walk. Yeah. Starts with a call. Big blind special.
Haverkamp is going to check his option. And David's predicting ace-4 off. Well, that's a great flop for ace-4. So we basically think Haverkamp's got this locked up, right?
Yeah, Choi's going to bet 1 big blind, Haverkamp's going to call, and then we'll see what happens on the turn.
Okay.
Expert.
There's the bet.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a very tight fold with top pair, Haverkamp.
It's a
What are you
tight fold
doing?
with ace-4. Very tight.
I mean, maybe he was worried he was out-kicked.
It's amazing how quickly my brain just accepts that as reality as soon as David Doherty says something.
Oh, no, I mean, that's now a fact. That hand can now be reported on Poker News as we just called it. Ronald Haverkamp folded ace-4. And I don't think you're going to be able to peak more than that, David Doherty. So we are going to bid you adieu, and thank you so much for joining us today and providing analysis on the action at APPT Manila.
No worries, guys. It was a pleasure to be involved. I don't, disagree with the idea of kicking me off when I get something so wrong in the last time. So,
no, I said you got it so right that we're like, you've got to quit while you're ahead. You've peaked, and that's the point.
Yeah.
To basically go, I'm going as the champ.
I got it. Right, yeah, we'll just claim we had ace-4 off for sure then. And
Absolutely.
I'll bid you adieu on that.
It is legend. Thank you
okay,
to
guys,
David
thanks for having me.
See you, mate.
Thanks,
Next time.
David. And I meant to check the table, actually. I know we talked to David earlier on about the PokerStars Live League, and I meant to check the standings and just verify what position he is in right now. We're specifically talking about the low leaderboard. These are tournaments with a buy-in of less than 1,000. So David currently sits in second place, just behind Stein Carlson, who's only got like 20 more points than him. Andreas Froley has dropped into third place. Remember, there are prizes for the top 3 in each tier, and the top 10 in each leaderboard are going to go through to the competition to become a team pro. David Lappin also in the top 10 in the low. Let's have a look at the medium. Kenny Hallett. It's hilarious. Kenny Hallett competing for a spot on a team he's already a member of. He's second on that leaderboard behind Gerard Cortez. John Kite is in the top 5. Umberto Ruggieri inside the top 10. And then the high, so this is everything a 5K buy-in and above. Plenty of familiar names in the top 10. Clemens Reuter has been leading this table, by the way, since the summer. So Clemens Reuter still number 1. Enrico Komoski in 2. Also in the top 10, a couple of Americans, Jesse Lonis, David Coleman, Alison Pikasevich from Brazil, Masato Yokosawa from Japan, Leon Sturm, Juan Pardo round out the top 10. Yeah, and that one's going to go down to the wire because there are lots of big buy-in tournaments in Prague. All of the high rollers will qualify for that. The main event will qualify for that. And check out those league tables in the PokerStars Live app, which is where we keep sending you if you want to look at the schedule of future PokerStars events. If, for example, you want to see what's happening in Vegas from Monday, NAPT Las Vegas starts next week. If you want to check what the buy-ins are, what tournaments you might want to play, and I'm hoping, because I had a chat with the team a couple of days ago, that they will add the player activities to the schedule as well. So you'll see when the comedy night is, when the drinks are, and what else they've got planned. I've heard some fun stuff about the player lounge this year. I can't say any more than that. And for those of you who can't be in Vegas, there is going to be a live stream. Joe and I will host the final table of the 5K main event 2 weeks from today, Wednesday, November 12th, is when you can watch the final table of that event.
I think there's a chance I'll be joining remotely as well.
Yeah.
Exciting.
I know.
And it's a guy I wanted to get. I remember playing.
Yeah, I guess it's tough to justify traveling to Vegas for a one-day live stream, Nick.
You know what? It is completely understandable. Under the circumstances where it was a couple days, you know, let's do a little Vegas. Let's sneak out there. But for the one day, you know, I think actually calling it remotely is going to be fine for me. And you know, hey, look, if the mood takes me, we might end up doing Cannes as well. So additional travel to what is already a very travel-intense year.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
But yeah, as we were discussing earlier on, the first week of the NAPT, so as I said, the series starts on Monday. No streaming, no TV plans. Now, that's not to say I'm not going to get dragged into stuff, because they always find uses for us. But my ambition right here, right now, is to play a few tournaments, probably some one-day tournaments, maybe the daily $300 tournament. But I should be in the poker room most days, so if you are in Vegas this year, do feel free to come over and say hello.
Yes, indeed. Dan puts the shades on. He's going to play Queen 10 suited.
Oh, great news. Apparently David Doherty enjoyed himself so much he's going to come back tomorrow.
Oh, that fills me with joy. Love David Doherty. Big, big fan. Honestly, the epitome of professionalism on the table, off the table, and really enjoy his commentary.
He is one of those players who was on the radar for a long, long time. I had some early success on the UK IPT during its peak in kind of 2009, 2010, 2011. And I remember back in the old Sky Poker days, Nick, when I was doing the shows with Sky, TK, Tony Kendall, would talk about David Doherty a lot as you know, an up-and-coming player and one to watch. And that's why his name was always ingrained in my brain. So then when he had deep runs in the EPT, when he had that near miss in London in 2022, I'm like, yes, that's the guy. He's due. And fast forward a few months to Dublin, he won the Irish Open the first year we streamed it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, me and David have only known each other for a short time. Dare say we might even be friends. And you know, just being around and doing commentary on his ultimate win of the Irish Open, I mean, just so awesome. So much fun. And yeah, really looking forward to seeing how he pans out in the league. I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to scoop the lot. I really feel like he's the person that has that gumption, despite health issues trying to stifle his win. All right, off to the flop we go.
I know TK often finds himself in Brighton, Nick. Have you seen him recently at all?
I saw him at the very last Sky Poker Tour that was held at the Rendezvous Casino before it shut its doors very suddenly and unexpectedly. So I said hi to him. We had a brief chat. That was earlier this year. But I always enjoy catching up with TK. We don't know each other that well, but he's always been really friendly. He's aware that we work together as well. He always tells me to send well wishes to James Hardigan.
Yeah, I last saw him when we were up in Nottingham last year. About this time last year, wasn't it? When we went to the UK IPT Nottingham, he was there.
You're quite right, yeah. But no, I mean, now that the Rendezvous is closed, I wonder if Sky Poker will find an alternative venue in Brighton to host an event, or if it's just going to be not a thing. I really hope that Brighton as a place can find a way to make it work. I did hear, I don't want to say too much, I did hear that people were potentially looking at purchasing the lease for what was the Rendezvous Casino in Brighton and turning it into a card room, but I don't know if that's just poker players hoping beyond all hopes that we're going to have another large venue where we can host big events, because these things tend not to happen, right? These things tend to be mostly mostly just people, you know, well wishing. But I heard a couple names bandied about who potentially have the money and the will to do so, and it would be great to have that venue back on its feet and representing poker in the South, because it was a shining beacon for so long and a great card room for so long. You know, even for low stakes, you know, weekly stuff, it was really a proper thing.
Is this a new edition?
I have very fond memories of the Sky Poker days, by the way, and playing on the Sky Poker Tour, going to places like Cardiff, Birmingham, Glasgow, went to DTD in Nottingham a few times. I mean, at the time, those TV shows were grueling, like these 5-hour, sat on a sofa, watching questionable online play. But, you know, as I said, rose-tinted spectacles and all that. I think my favorite memory of that era, or my favorite story from the Sky Poker days, was when the production manager, Erica, decided she was going to quit the TV show because she was going to write a book. And you know when someone tells you they're quitting their job to write a book, you're kind of like, yeah, good luck with that. Erica did write her book, and she published it under the pen name E.L. James. You might have heard of it. It's called 50 Shades of Grey.
Incredible. And went on to be a triple platinum global smash hit mega book.
Yeah. So
I
who's
do
laughing
know
now?
that feeling. I do know that feeling, James, because when I quit my job at the poker room at the Rendezvous Casino, I told my boss, I think I'm going to be a professional poker player, and he laughed in my face. But there you are. Look at us now.
Yeah, she used to dabble in writing Twilight fan fiction. I think that's how it started.
Yeah, that was how it
morphed
started,
from
yeah.
Twilight fan fiction into this. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I've never read a single page of it. But I did see the first film, and that was atrocious.
Yeah, a lot of people didn't know that, but it did start off as Twilight fan fiction and then became its own sort of BDSM beacon. Really interesting story anyway, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think the films did it justice if it was ever that good. I'm not sure.
I do actually. Again, this is so weird. It's bringing up all sorts of memories. Just want to see what happens here, by the way, because we have had the raise from Lung Choi with Kings and the flat from Van Sang Win with the Snowmans, and no 8 on the flop. Just a gut shot for Van Sang Win.
Yeah, and if there was ever an opportunity for the pocket 8s to avoid catastrophe, this is probably a good start. Dangerous board for the Ochos. Lung Choi is likely to go ahead and just fire here. Yeah, does get away from it. No dramas.
So something that Joe and I did in the early days of the podcast, this is going back 10 years, is we thought it would be funny to get Chris Moneymaker to read extracts from famous books.
Yeah.
But there's a problem, right? So we got him to read a particularly, I don't want to say erotic, let's just say explicit passage. Salacious passage from 50 Shades of Grey. But of course it's copyrighted material. And so we couldn't use it. But I do have, and I put music behind it as if it was kind of like, you know, an enhanced audiobook experience. So remind me, because it's on my computer, when we get the chance, I have to play you Chris Moneymaker
reading 50 Shades of Grey.
one of the sex scenes from 50 Shades of Grey by former Sky Poker production manager Erica Mitchell, aka E.L. James.
Incredible. I love that. I love that. Yeah, there was a really, really good YouTube the other day about it was a guy who was doing a piece about the absolutely outrageous Amazon book reviews that people are leaving over the sort of smut sort of genre books, and some of the things that people feel confident saying in that forum is utterly shocking. And it all started with it very much started with 50 Shades. That really set off and exploded the genre.
Yeah. So I lie when I said I've never read a single page of it. Obviously, I have read one page, which is the page that Moneymaker voiced. By the way, Daniel Lay defended his big blind here with A7, has paired his 7, has a couple of backdoor draws as well. But Lung Choi, big favourite with top pair.
Yeah, just keep making top pair, baby. Now, does Dan want to stick around here? I would say probably the answer is he's supposed to. But you can see it's difficult.
So 45,000 C-bet called by Daniel. King on the turn, and Lung Choi now near enough the 9-1 favorite.
Yeah, and on the turn now, decision point, does he want to go ahead and just keep firing with a good top, what was a good top pair with a good kicker, and now has second pair with a straight draw? I can see benefits to both. I think checking might be a better way to try and get paid by a 10 or a 7. Obviously, we're kind of underrepresenting the strength of our hand on the turn. Yeah. We can see that the 7 is probably going to be forced to fold very quickly, yeah.
Absolutely. So yeah, say what you want about 50 Shades of Grey, and I'm not going to comment because I haven't read it. Now, I know a lot of literary critics are not fans of the book. I remember reading Vicky Corrin's review of 50 Shades, another poker connection there, and she thought it was atrocious. But at least it was written by a human being. I read some really disturbing stat about the number of AI-generated books that are making their way to Amazon on a daily basis. Because you can effectively self-publish through Amazon, people are just generating all manner of shite, which is just going on sale on Amazon.
Yeah. Me and Ruth went to a reading at a bookstore here in Brighton recently. There were two really great authors. Their names elude me now, I'm afraid, but they gave a talk about their books, and they read some passages and that kind of thing. And at the end, they took questions, and I asked them about, you know, how do they feel about AI, and, you know, kind of expecting, you know, of course, that it would be a negative opinion, of course. And, you know, people forget that a lot of what's being quote unquote written now would have been, you know, trained on the data from their novels, you know, so
Correct.
people will
It's
literally
derivative.
input. Yeah, people will literally go so far as to say, I want you to write me a piece that is inspired by the books of X, and it will, you know, effectively write with their same sort of vernacular, the same tone to a certain degree. And yeah, it makes you kind of sad, and I do think that eventually the internet is going to be so flooded with this kind of dross that it will start to, what do they call it, like AI cannibalism, right? When AI consumes AI on the basis it's additional training data, but it's just more AI content, and slowly sort of whitewash itself into sort of nonsense.
Great. Well, now I'm depressed. Thanks, Nick.
But there were still wonderful human authors there in person doing their book runs and being supported, and yeah, that's what
There are, and that's the important thing to highlight, is we need to support human beings. We need to support artists, creators, writers.
You need to support poker commentators
who are still putting out original material. And of course, I'm aware that all art, more to a greater or lesser extent, is derivative, is influenced by what's come before it. But there's a big difference between taking influence from the past and just cannibalizing, regurgitating, churning existing intellectual property.
Dan doesn't want to play the King 7 here. I think there might have been an opportunity to be sneaky. Doesn't have the biggest stack, to be fair. Not exactly short stack, though, either. 2.4 million is there. I think there's a chance he might have snuck that one in, but he's playing it cool, understandable, on the final table. Lots to play for.
Players on the Mini Championship, back to your seats round, commencing in 1 minute. Once again, Mini Championship players, back to your seats, will be starting in about 1 minute. Dealers, please start shuffling. Start shuffling dealers for the Mini Championship, 1,015 empty. Bidding in 40 seconds. Bidding in 40 seconds. Last chance to join the Mini Championship, closing in about 30 seconds.
I have to say, the mystery bounty hasn't been too intrusive so far. I'm probably jinxing it. Now I say that, we're going to have a flurry of people going up and opening envelopes.
I hope so too.
Once again for the Mini Championship, blinds now 1,015. 15 empty, and we are bidding in 1,015. 1,590.
Well, suffice to say, Zhang Minwung isn't just ahead here with top pair. Actually has Lung Choi drawing dead.
Ooh.
Calls this bet of 160,000. This hand going to the river.
Does he go again here? Yep, it's still 4 high. Yep, giving up.
I mean, yeah, he knows the only way he's going to win is to bluff, but the question is, what hands does Zhang Minweng have that I'm going to push him off? And I guess decides that waving the white flag of surrender is probably the right course of action.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a hand that without sort of particularly relevant blockers as well, and there's not a ton of hands that you're super scared about on that texture anyway in that case. So, yeah, feels okay. And as I say, these pay jumps are pretty large, guys. So playing it cool on the final table definitely makes sense.
So I think we are pretty much locked with our lineups for the new season of the big game on tour. That is going to be filmed in the days leading up to our live stream from the NAPT. So that'll be, what, Monday the 10th and Tuesday the 11th of November?
So no,
very soon.
So there's no live auditions this time?
There are no live auditions this time. That's all I can say.
Okay.
There will be no live auditions. There will be no qualification at NAPT Las Vegas, but there will, of course, be loose cannons playing at those tables alongside poker professionals, players with deep pockets, celebrities. Being very careful what I say, not giving anything away at this stage. Chances are on the day we'll reveal who the lineups are. And, of course, you'll get to see those TV shows in 2026. Of course, there's still more to come from Season 2. So you had the first table, which featured Jennifer Tilley, Sam Grafton, Gerard Piqué, Griffin Benja. Those episodes came out in the spring. Over the last few weeks, we've been following what we call the bigger game, which was the table with Lex, Keating, Morgan J. This is the table where they were playing 200-400 with a minimum buy-in of 100K, and Keating sat down with 500K at $500,000 in front of him. So those 5 episodes are now available to watch. The final 5 episodes from Season 2, which are in production right now, Joe and I haven't done the commentary. This is the Gronk table. We advertised that Gronk was playing on the big game, and we're saving the best till last, because this table is so much fun. Rob Gronkowski, Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Hellmuth. It's going to be a great watch. And those shows hopefully will come out in early 2026 ahead of Season 3, which we are filming at Resorts World Las Vegas in just over a week's time.
Yeah, actually, what was funny, James, is over the course of NAPT last year, which I was actually in attendance for, I ended up meeting like 4 or 5, or playing poker with, or meeting just face-to-face, 4 or 5 loose cannons without actually realizing that they were loose cannons until we did voiceover work for the audition show. I think that's so cool because, you know, just it kind of shows you what the vibe was like last time at NAPT. You know, we had people there that were trying to become loose cannons, but also were, you know, heavily involved with the NAPT while it was there, and, you know, proper poker players, people that really enjoyed playing poker, meeting them at cash tables. Ended up meeting Matt Maurer in the Denny's across the street. In fact,
he was a great guy.
He was such a sweetheart, and you know, look forward to seeing him again in the future if our paths cross.
Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, just keep an eye on this to see how this unfolds, with Cow opening with King Queen and walking into Daniel Craig's Ace Queen. I was just going to say that you always feel very guilty with that casting process, that you're making these people jump through hoops, and you know that you're going to let down the majority, because last year, for example, we had 100 people audition and we only had 3 seats available. So ergo 97% of people are going to leave with a no at some point during the process. But even the people who made it to the late stages, who made it to the final round, who didn't get chosen, were all very polite and said, do you know what? This in and of itself was an amazing experience, and to go through this and for it to basically make a TV show, the audition show that you did the voiceover for, Nick, they got something out of it. There were very few people who left in a bad mood. Of course, there were some people who took it badly. I get that. But generally speaking, most people were very gracious and very grateful to have had the opportunity.
Whoa, okay, 1 second.
So Craig 3-bet to 170,000. Cow has responded with a 4-bet to 400,000, and I would argue a pretty committing 4-bet.
Yeah, and Cow's not shied away from these opportunities. This is the second time I've seen him 4-betting since we've been on stream, just today. And this is a really tough spot for Ace Queen. I mean, it's not a bad combo. King Queen is a very good combo to do this with. We have good playability if our opponent calls. Nice work. Does get it done. We're blocking kings. We're blocking queens. We're blocking ace king.
Nice.
Yeah, well executed there. Getting ace queen to fold. Super, super cool.
You talk about memories from last year, Nick, and I just referenced Gronk playing in the big game. I remember the official players party that we actually got to go to this year, because the previous year it was on a night when we were streaming. And I distinctly remember after the official party had wrapped, there was then a performance in the club. I think T-Pain was meant to be headlining.
Yeah.
And we had like a private section of the club, and I was sat next to Gronk's dad and Gronk's brother. And it got to like 1 in the morning. I'm like, sorry, when does this performance actually start? Oh, T-Pain's going to come on between 2 and 3. And I'm like, number one, to quote Danny Glover in Lethal Weapon, I'm too old for this stuff. Secondly, I have eclectic music tastes, but T-Pain, the auto-tune guy, is not among them. So I'm like, there is no way I'm staying in this noisy-ass club for another hour to see an act that I have no interest in seeing. So I left.
Yeah, I stuck it out, chat. And while it was a great night, while it was a fantastic night, I can tell you that it was in no way elevated by the fact that T-Pain was performing on the stage in 1 minute.
What was absurd, Nick, is that when we left, which would have been around probably 1:30 in the morning, the lines to get into that club, the queues of people trying to go, I was like, this is absurd. That like scores, if not hundreds of people are in line to see T-Pain.
Yeah. I don't. Vegas kind of blows my mind. Like, it was nice that we were there and it was all part of the players' party or whatever. But yeah, I don't get the whole getting in queue to spend $1 million on drinks. It's not my jam. I actually left in really good spirits and ended up buying like 5 people pizza in that pizzeria just outside the front door of that club.
Did you say you left full of spirits?
In good spirits, possibly full of spirits.
In good spirits, full of spirits. So interestingly, what you discover very quickly is that most of the restaurants at Resorts World have their original versions in Los Angeles. So that pizzeria, Mulberry Street Pizzeria, I think there are 4 of them, and one of them is literally round the corner from where I am right now. So I have Mulberry Street Pizzeria pizza all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. It is good. It was good, and I came out and I was having a nice night, and I just like, hey, what's your name? You want a pizza? They're like, why are you buying me a pizza? I'm like, I don't know. Just take the pizza. Just have a pizza. Enjoy your pizza. Made some friends. It was great.
Yeah. Had lunch recently at the original Wally's in Beverly Hills. Haven't been to Crossroads in LA, but that's probably my favorite restaurant at Resorts World, by the way. It's Crossroads.
Yeah. That is a good one. All right, so ding, ding, ding. Pocket 9 is going to enter the fray here. Does just play it as a call. Okay, possibly an opportunity to find a squeeze here. 2.6 million in the stack. King Jack of Hearts. Yeah, here we go.
Nice squeeze.
Yeah, this is good. How big did he make it though? Okay, yeah, okay, 200K. I don't know if maybe we could have gone a little bit bigger than this, but this is going to put both players in a tricky spot. Regardless.
APPT super high. APPT high roller 10 running ready gentlemen. Starting in about 8 minutes. First 4 players seated.
That looks like a call. All right, away we go. Perhaps that smaller sizing too enticing for the pocket nines to fold. $125, very small continue here as well, James.
Yeah.
And I'm not an expert on these spots, but I think there's a chance you're allowed to check raise with nines. I think calling is
the key question is, you know, whether any of these guys. Well, hold on. Here's a question then. Was this streamed live in any language, or was it just recorded to be streamed by us down the line? What I'm asking is, are these guys?
Sorry.
You think it was streamed?
No, I think it was just recorded.
Okay, so this is the first time this is streamed. Great, that's useful information, because I was wondering whether they've had a chance on breaks or overnight to review any of the hands they've played, because if they had, Ronald would know that Van Sang Win is more than capable of blasting here with absolutely nothing. Now, unfortunately for Ronald, Van Sang Win got there on the turn.
Yeah, and when your opponent checks this turn, you're starting to feel really good about your nines. It's been very tricky by checking the king-jack here, and I think that he should probably try and go for some value now. He's disguised the strength of his hand by betting small on the flop and checking the turn, so are we going to miss a bet now? Okay. How much is that? 10.
$850,000. Yeah, so this is an overbet designed to put Ronald Haverkamp in the blender.
Oh,
and he
it's
makes
made.
the call. Wow.
Oh, wow. That is a big pot, James.
Huge pot. And what? I can't say I'm shocked at the call. It's a polarizing bet. And I don't blame Ron Haverkamp for making the call. But, I mean, I guess we should salute him for just going with his instincts, right? Didn't overthink it.
Yeah.
Didn't take too long.
Yeah.
I'm slightly surprised he didn't give it more consideration. But equally, some players find that the longer they think, the more they talk themselves out of it, and going with your instincts isn't necessarily a bad thing in that spot.
Yeah, brutal spot for the nines. Obviously, you know, getting unlucky there on the turn. It really is going to be so situational and so player dependent, right, James? There are players that only ever bet like that when they're panicking on the river because they don't know what they're going to do and they really want to get the nines to fold. They really want to get eights to fold, whatever. There are other players that would only ever play it that way when they actually have strength, right? I guess the thing that is a little bit tricky with there, James, is let's say that the 3-bet was ace-king, right, which is no hand. It's just ace-high. And let's say that your opponent has called a small bet on the flop and then you've checked the turn. If they check the river, how happy are you to try and take ace-queen or ace-king to showdown there? Like, I don't think that a lot of the strong combos that just haven't made a pair aren't necessarily going to try and get to showdown just the same. Because let's say that our opponent called us with ace-queen and we have ace-king or something like that. We're probably happy to try and get to showdown. If our opponent is loose enough to call us with some suited ace combos as well, the ace-queen or ace-king is still winning. So I don't know if our opponent is necessarily going to have that many bluffs in that situation that wouldn't otherwise try and get to showdown. In any case, went with his gut, and understandably so. Unlucky to run into the jack.
So that means Ronald Haverkamp has become the shortest stack at the final table, but still has around 25 big blinds. I think blinds are going to be going up inside the next 5 minutes. And then I think they're due to play one more level before they take the dinner break. And at that point, I think we will halt proceedings today, and then we'll come back tomorrow and stream the rest of the final table, playing down to a winner tomorrow. And again, a reminder, just as we did yesterday, just as we did today, going on air at 3 p.m. UK time. That's 3 p.m. GMT, 4 p.m. Central European time. You should be able to work out the conversion from that. A reminder that because we're in that weird week where Europe's changed its clocks and North America hasn't, if you're on the East Coast or on the West Coast, it's a slightly shorter time difference than usual. 4-hour time difference between the UK and the East Coast, 7-hour time difference between the UK and the West Coast. Ace Queen still ahead. Catch up some of these messages on Twitch in just a second. The 10 on the river means it's advantage Lung Choi. He's paired his 10.
I think we need to bet ourselves here. I don't think checking has any value. We're going to have the best hand here way too often, and I think our opponents will have too many hands to check back.
Once again, APPT high roller.
300 something. Ooh, goes bigger, 450.
300,000 by 50,000 starting chips, 4-minute level. 10 million guaranteed event.
And no ace high hero call from Waris Soontorn as Lung Choi wins that pot with the uncalled river bets. And the players taking a short break. We will not be going on break, of course, as this is a replay of a tournament played over the weekend. We will remove the break, and we will come back with more action from the final table of the PokerStars Asia Pacific Poker Tour Manila Championship.
And we're back with the big game.
Sorry, the bigger game.
We're 5 hands in, and I'm wondering if I brought enough money in.
What? I just played the biggest pot of my life. Not a lot of goofy guys at this table, huh?
Exciting. Stacks one of you two right now.
This is gonna get crazy.
It's the big game, baby.
It's go time for Paris. Play your way online to a live experience worth more than 5,000 euros and a chance to become the next Spin and Go Live champion. Play daily, score points. Make every spin count. Go for it.
Back inside the APPT Manila with more action from the APPT Manila Championship. Van Sang Win, the current chip leader with close to 100 big blinds. Ronald Haverkamp now playing 18 big blinds because blinds are up. Going to play one more 90-minute level, and then when these players hit the day 3 dinner break, we'll pause the action and resume the stream tomorrow. Final day of our coverage of this tournament, playing down to a winner. Nick, just before we took that short break, we were talking about the NAPT party last year. We were talking about the T-Pain performance in the nightclub. Man Ojax chastising me, saying that good clubs don't even open until 1 a.m. James, just to be clear, I am capable of going hard. If you've met my partner, you know I have to. But that doesn't mean I want to go hard for T-Pain. I'm also at an age, like Tom, where if there's no decent food, I'm not interested. More than happy to have a few beverages, but you've got to balance it with at least some good nibbles.
And I'm not going to surface it because I'm a professional and I respect James very much, but I have actual video evidence of him going hard in Malta. All right, so I've seen it happen before.
Partigan was out that night.
Partigan was out.
And that was without the Skinner influence.
That was without Skinner. Quite a shocker there. All right. On the flop, flush draw for Van Sang.
Yeah, I mean, has all the equity here. Ace high. Nut flush draw. Daniel Lay drawing very thin. And we'll fold. Over on YouTube, Yepanuna asks, after this stream is over tomorrow, you hop on a plane to Vegas, right, James? Not quite. Friday. Going to fly to Vegas Friday lunchtime and, yeah, have a personal weekend in Vegas before the NAPT starts. I think I mentioned yesterday, going to go to a gig on Halloween. Then move to Resorts World on Monday for the start of the NAPT. So to answer your question, CK, yes, the current plan is to play some events at the Vegas NAPT. They're probably going to be on the lower buy-in side because I'm a bankroll nit, and also it makes sense for me to play one-day events because there are going to be some professional commitments during that trip. You know, when we go to these events, we have responsibilities. Woe is me. It's a tough life. It's a hard job. But yeah, I'm hoping to... I've never played an NAPT event, ever. So, should be fun. But I've also had a bit of a break from poker. I think I alluded to that in the YouTube video that you watched, Nick. I did. So when would that have been? After we got back from Barcelona, I did do a weekend in Vegas and played a daily at Aria. And I'm sure you must have had this in your time where you sit down, you got chips and cards in front of you, and you're just not feeling it. You're just like, why am I here?
Yeah.
Why am I doing this? I'm just not in the mood. And
I mean, sorry, James, carry on.
It happens very rarely. But there are times when the last thing I want to do in the world is play poker, and I found myself in a situation where I was in a tournament that I didn't want to play.
Yeah, you know that at the best of times, MTTs are not my favorite form of poker, but I think there's nothing worse than sitting down to play poker, a poker tournament, excuse me, and then just realizing you just don't got it in you. You don't got the fight in you to make it to make a good go of it, and then you feel like you're wasting money, and you feel like you're wasting your time, and you feel like you're just not. Yeah. You're not giving it the respect it deserves.
Sure. So again, and I know that this sounds
not a nice feeling.
I know this sounds like a cliche, and I know it sounds like I'm trotting out like agreed messaging, but I did exactly what we advise people to do. I took a break. So I've not played, it's not strictly true because I did play in an online home game, but physical poker have not played since the beginning of September. And that was actually a really good decision because it means I'm now looking forward to it again.
James Bond on the move again.
Should we raise the blinds?
Shall we raise the blinds?
Well, Daniel Craig is going to be facing a 3-bet from Zhong Min Wung, who's got 10s in the small blind. Quick fold of the King 10.
I got to go back and rewatch Casino Royale. I barely even remember what happened in that movie.
Do you want me to do an Alan Partridge and kind of guide you through it scene by scene?
I mean, always.
So, British Airways currently have all of the Bond films on their in-flight entertainment system. When, I think it would have been, God, which flight was it? I don't think it was my last flight to the UK. I think it was when I came over for the Women's Summer Festival in August.
Yeah.
That was the last time I watched Casino Royale on the plane. Like, of course, I could have watched a new film, but why am I not going to watch Casino Royale? Look, the film's nearly 20 years old. It still holds up. It's just a really well-written, really well-structured action movie with some great set pieces. And as we discussed yesterday, if you're going to be kind of a poker purist about it, yeah, some of the hands are a little bit silly. The hero call with a full house doesn't really make sense. But there's nothing technically inaccurate. And also the poker is there. It's more about the atmosphere of the poker game than it is about the actual poker hands themselves. And if you can look past that, you can just enjoy what is an absolute thrilling journey with a young James Bond on his first mission, informing how he became the person that he became.
Yeah, I must admit, I struggled to look past the. I struggled to look past the poker scene myself, but I'll give it another go. Give it a Hardigan try. All right, headed to the turn now. 4 of hearts. And currently Ace Queen still ahead, but opportunity for his opponents to do something other than.
Oh, good point, Raksha. There I was thinking, oh, they're going to play another 90 minutes. Of course, now we're at a single table. Now we're at the final table. They're playing a set number of hands per level, so this level will be 30 hands.
Oh.
So I'm still adjusting to that change.
I'm as well.
I think Monte Carlo this year was the first time. Yeah, it was the first time, and then obviously they've made some adjustments ahead of Barcelona, but it's now the standard, and we will get used to it. But it's the same thing with the Big Blind Ante. It took a few events, took me the better part of a year to get used to that. Just going to go to showdown. It is. All right, Nick, we're going to attempt this.
Oh, yeah?
This is a chop pot. And you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I have no idea how that sounded to the audience. Disaster. That's the one-word review I've just received from our producer, who's one of your key jobs is to motivate us. Disaster. Try harder. Okay, that is motivation, to be fair. If the carrot doesn't work, use the stick.
That is a form of motivation. I'll take that, sure.
Yeah, yeah. To be fair, I said we would attempt it. We attempted it. We may not have succeeded, but we attempted it. We may not do that again. Yes, Meerkat Poker, I agree with you. Casino Royale is the best James Bond movie ever made. It's the best book, it's the best film. And one of the reasons why I think it's the best film is even though the film updates the story from the 1950s and changes things and adds an entire first act, it keeps all the key story points from the book. Changing from baccarat to poker, but the assassination attempt at the table, the torture scene, Vesper's betrayal, all the key beats, all the key moments in the story are reflected in the movie. Including
the change from
the last line of the book, which they had to fight to keep. Carry on.
Sorry, there is an actual delay, chat, by the way. That's why we keep stumbling. Do you think the change from baccarat to poker was a good decision?
Oh, of course it was. I mean, it's a massive improvement. The plot of the Casino Royale, the book, is preposterous. We're going to send you to try and bust this guy, Le Chiffre, at the baccarat tables because you're the best baccarat player in the Secret Service. Spoiler alert, baccarat is not a skill game.
I mean, that's not what baccarat players say. I don't think I've ever met somebody who regularly plays baccarat that doesn't think they're a winning player, by the way.
No, changing it to poker was good for two reasons. Number one, because obviously it was the height of the poker boom, so it was very of the moment and felt very trendy. But also, it makes sense that it would be a skill game that they would play. What's the best book that hasn't been adapted to film? That's a really good question, Space Dive. My word, we really can't get through more than 5 minutes of this broadcast without discussing James Bond. It's your fault, Daniel Craig, being at the final table. Not flush draw now for Jong Min Woon, who is betting 175,000. Let's see how this question plays out, Space Dive. Sorry, this hand plays out, and then I'll answer your question. I do have an answer.
The Le Flush draw. Are we even going to get a chance to see if it comes? Oh, looks like we will.
Okay. Chasing spades. Chasing the ace. River card. It's the king of diamonds. Nines are good.
And Min Woon now having bet the turn. Option to continue blasting, potentially.
Check, check. Long Choi wins at showdown with nines. So yeah, let's go back to the Twitch chat and Space Dive's question, the best Bond book that hasn't been adapted to film. So bear in mind we reached a point with the Bond books where they were just taking the titles and character names and ditching the entire plot. So my answer to that would be Moonraker, which is a really good book, but the film bears no relation to the story of the original novel whatsoever. Elements of the story of Moonraker were used in Die Another Day, bizarrely, to the point where originally, in the first draft screenplay of Die Another Day, the character that Rosamund Pike plays was actually called Gala Brand, which is the name of the Bond girl in the novel Moonraker. But as a straight adaptation, it's not been done, and I think it's a really, really good story. And this was one of my ideas. Like, you know, when now that Amazon have control and don't really know what to do, to all intents and purposes, it looks like we're going to see more young Bond kind of material, an origin story, if you like. There is a prime opportunity to go back and do the books as straight adaptations. And if they need to be period pieces, so be it. I'm not averse to seeing period movies.
A prime opportunity? Are you hinting at a company that should take up the mantle?
The one thing I will say, and the reason why they probably won't do that, is that Bond has always been contemporary and has always reflected the mood, trends of the time.
Sure.
They're very much films of their era, whether it's like the 70s Roger Moore movies, the 80s Timothy Dalton movies, the 90s Pierce Brosnan movies. So I don't think they will do that, but I would love to see literal adaptations, or as near to straight adaptations as possible, of stories set in the 1950s at the height of the Cold War, at a point where I think audiences would be very accepting of the idea of the Russians being the enemy once again.
These are
But,
pretty
all
hands.
speculation at the moment is that the screenplay that Stephen Knight is writing, that Denis Villeneuve will direct, is going to be a young Bond story, is going to be an origin story, and will involve the casting of a younger actor who could play the role potentially for a number of years. They want to get a decent number of movies out of someone.
What's the average time to shoot like a single sort of modern feature film these days? Like a couple years?
I mean,
it
depends on the
obviously,
scale of
of
the
course,
movie.
but yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, but like, you know, like a Bond film, right? So like if they found somebody who's young and they're trying to do young Bond, like, you know, realistically, how many films could they get out of, you know, a 21-year-old guy before he started to look too old?
Back in the day, they were getting the movies out like every other year. So it'd be there'd be a movie every other year.
Sure.
In recent times, it's been 3 to 4 years generally between films, but that's mostly pre-production. If you think about it, Casino Royale was filmed in early 2006 and was released in November of that year. No Time to Die is not a great example because it was held up because of the pandemic, but that was shot mostly in like late 2018 with a few reshoots in 2019 and was due for release in early 2020. So yeah, normally I'd say a year from the start of principal photography to actual release, but of course they understand the importance of getting the script right. They understand the importance of having that. You know, they've gone into production a couple of times with scripts that have not been finished. The most famous examples being Tomorrow Never Dies and Quantum of Solace, the latter of which was affected hugely by the writer's strike. They know now that when they start filming with a script that isn't locked, or a script that isn't good enough, that isn't watertight, that hasn't gone through a number of rewrites, the film itself is never going to be good.
Yeah, as they should.
But there's a lot of talent involved in this new movie. Amy Pascal and David Heyman at the helm as producers. The aforementioned Stephen Knight writing the screenplay. The co-creator of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I know that's what he's not famous for as a drama writer, but I just like to try out that fun fact. And of course Villeneuve directing.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to trying the video game as well.
Yeah, it looks interesting. 007 First Light.
Yeah, I've seen a couple clips of it that looked really awesome, and then other clips, and I was like, I don't know if this looks like as good as it should do, but we'll see.
And as I think I mentioned in my brief summary of where things are at with the movie, I thought Amazon were going to rush this. I thought that they were going to just get a movie out as soon as they possibly could, but they want to get it right. They want to make sure they've got all the right talent in place. They're willing to wait for Denis Villeneuve to finish the new Dune movie before he starts work on this. And they still have not made a casting decision as far as Bond is concerned. And that's good. They should be taking their time over this. And this board just gets better and better for Daniel Lay, who's gone from having a flush draw on the flop to top pair on the turn, 97% equity. Let's be Avenir.
Was Dune intended to be a trilogy?
Well, my understanding is, and I believe that the adaptation of the original book was meant to be a two-parter, and I believe that that takes you to the end of the novel Dune, but then the books continue. So I'm assuming that the next movie, what we're calling Part 3, I guess, will be an adaptation of the next book in the series. And again, I've never read the books, but people who have tell me that the books start to go wildly off-piece as the series goes on.
That's exactly what I've heard as well. So I have read some of Dune, but apparently after a certain book, everyone's like, stop reading. That was the end. Everyone agrees that's the end. It just starts to go so wild that it's just like silly. It's just, I mean, I don't know. But yeah, there we are. The JT does prevail. Yeah, Chris, that's exactly what I've heard. They would somehow have to figure out how to get the main character as half human, half worm, which I'm not sure if the aesthetic of the film quite.
Dude, sorry
that.
to interrupt, but Daniel Craig has got the Lashif A6 offsuit.
No, does he?
By the way, if he gets dealt 7-5 of spades at any point, I want that clipped. Because that, like Daniel Craig playing that hand, come on. That would go viral.
If you guys don't make the reel, I'm going to make the reel. Daniel Craig dealt the Casino Royale. And he folded. Oh, there you go. It's not his hand.
I do love the meme. Plays A6 off, out of position, loses $150 million and dies.
Yeah.
But again, unfortunately, the nerd in me cannot help but point out the error is that he is in position in that hand. He is on the button in that hand. Bond is the small blind. Mr. Fuku 2 is the big blind. And Arde is under the gun / cutoff.
PokerStars, Team Nerd.
By the way, the fact that I know the names of the irrelevant characters in that game shows you how much of a nerd I am.
Cover the white.
Well, Lung Choi pretty much has a lock on this. King, Queen high, still the best hand. Action has been checked to him.
Yep, taking the showdown for now.
Ace of diamonds on the river. An irrelevant Greenstein does not change the outcome.
I think it's also a spot, James, where it's just not a spot where any of the big blind's range is going to want to start bluffing particularly aggressively. That ace is obviously a considerable scare card, especially given the way the hand is played thus far. So I think we do probably just see a check and a check. King Queen's going to be aware that they have the best hand here a lot of the time. I don't think there's any value at this stage. Difficult to imagine the hands getting called. It's difficult to imagine getting called by worse, I should say. Yeah, check, check.
Ship it to Lung Choi.
Ship it.
A little bit of a side conversation going on in the YouTube chat about the best Bond theme for Ed Kilworth, our mod. It's Live and Let Die. Anything but Sam Smith, he says. I was, as I've referenced a couple of times, going to go and see Garbage at the Cosmopolitan in Vegas on Friday night. And Garbage's Bond theme, The World Is Not Enough, is one of my favorites. And one of the main reasons being it achieves that objective of sounding like a Garbage track, but also sounding like a Bond theme. Because it was co-written with David Arnold, who actually did the score for the movie. So that means that the title song is then incorporated into the orchestral score for the movie. So it feels Bond-like, but also it very much feels like a song that would belong on a Garbage album. So that's a good one. And another one, another David Arnold track, is the title music to Casino Royale, sung by Chris Cornell. You Know My Name. That is probably my favorite of all time.
Didn't Adele sing one? I'm sure Adele sung one.
Skyfall, yeah, it's a good track, but
Skyfall.
again, I don't like it when the title song is a standalone track that then does not really have any other connection with the movie. Again, I was very pleased to see with No Time to Die that Hans Zimmer used Billie Eilish's title track in the score of the movie.
And for the APPT Championship, prize pool is now on the screen. 209 entries. 31 players will be eliminated live.
I have to say, Crazy Bosnian 22, I do agree with you. This ain't exactly the thriller in Manila. After very fast-paced play today, to get down from 30 to 9 took hardly any time at all. And we did reference the fact that when we came into the final table, when we came into 9-handed play, the stacks were pretty deep. There were no shorties. Average stack, pretty big. And with it being 9-handed, with it being effectively full ring, it does mean the play has been handcuffed slightly. Also ICM considerations, Nick, because, and we find this with the EPT as well, once we get to a single table, once we get to the FT, there's a money jump with every single elimination.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't forget, around $200,000 up top for this event. Very serious dollars up top. It's even better when you realize it's 11.85 million pesos.
I'm not embarrassed to admit that I had to ask what is the official currency of the Philippines, because I had no idea.
Well, that's nothing, James. You can ask and they'll tell you it's pesos. You know what'll really get you is when you're covering BSOP events and there's like 2 different ways to pronounce the currency depending on how much it is, and you get it wrong every single time, and everyone's telling you about how you're saying it wrong constantly. It's tilt-worthy.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
It's like Brazilian reales, but you pronounce it reais or something like that. Can't remember.
Yeah,
exactly.
whatevs. I'm just going to do the conversion to US dollars and just mention the dollars. By the way, I don't know whether you've referenced this already, the blue chips are now in play. So we've got the oranges, those are worth 5K. The reds are worth 25K. Those blue chips, those are the big ones, 100Ks.
So balling final table. Yeah. Maybe glasses on or the pool.
I had an urgent WhatsApp message in the last hour from our friend and colleague Maria Ho.
Oh, yeah?
With a bit of news that I've been waiting for weeks, if not months. And it doesn't surprise me that Maria spotted this and wants to share the information immediately. Season 9 of Selling Sunset is now on Netflix. So when this stream finishes in about an hour's time, we all have something to do. Make sure you finish the 5 episodes of the big game that we've dropped over the last few weeks, and then we can all binge the new season of Selling Sunset.
I'm going to watch all of the big game that I haven't watched, and then I'm going to watch Casino Royale and give it another chance and try and ignore the bad poker scene, and then I'm going to watch Selling Sunset.
That's a lot of TV to watch in one night, Nick. I'm going to say, if you had to prioritize anything tonight, Casino Royale, because then we can talk about it tomorrow.
Okay, perfect. Good deal.
Especially as I'm not going to have time to watch anything tonight, so I don't want you spoiling Selling Sunset for me by coming in with all your, well, I've seen episodes 1 through 5 already.
Perfect. All right, so Cutoff deciding what to do here. I think this is 3-bet worthy. Cow has been very willing to get spicy on this table with the pre-flop action. And I think that looks like a re-raise to me. $250K to go. And I'm not sure if Ace-5 suited works from the hijack here. Something about the way Warris peels his cards makes me just feel like he's not into these spots, and we do see the fold.
I'm more concerned with the way he peels his cards, so the players to the left and right of him can see his cards.
That's also
high.
a concern. That is also a concern.
Yeah, they are playing at a reasonable pace. And again, I don't want to jinx it, but I do think that there's every chance that we do get to the end of this level within the next 60 minutes. That's when the players will take their day 3 dinner break, and that's where we'll pause this replay. And we'll come back and continue the final table tomorrow. Will we be continuing with 9 players, 8 players, 7 players? Will we see any eliminations in the next hour?
Yeah, and I mean, through the power of the internet and the fact that this is, in fact, delayed from the weekend, we have the ability to kind of space it out nicely for the viewers.
Yeah,
and also
and
for us,
obviously
of course.
we do have the ability, if we wanted to do it, look up what happens. But we're not going to do that. And I'm not saying that you out in viewerland can't do that, but why would you? Why ruin the experience? And crucially, if you do decide to do that, I don't want to see anything in chat. Even so-called fake spoilers, joke spoilers. Nah, it's going to be an insta-ban. No warning, an actual ban. Van Sangwin still chip leader with more than 100 big blinds. Healthy stacks for Aditya Agarwal and Daniel Craig. Ronald Haverkamp still the shortest stack at the table, but still has more than 20 big blinds. So much play in this right now.
Yeah, tons and tons of chips at that table, and can't help but feel like the action has slowed somewhat, as you would expect on an FT with pay jumps the way they are. But
yes,
you know, when we kicked off this stream yesterday, the cards and the chips were flying. We've definitely boiled this down now to some of the stronger players. However,
well,
I would note
that's
as
a
well
good
at this
observation,
stage,
Nick, because I do think the tournament has been playing at pace since we started covering it midway through day 2, from 62 all the way down to 9. So it's inevitable that there is going to come a point where it does slow down, especially as the average stack right now is quite deep. And there are no short stacks at the final table.
Sorry? Can I have the water? Water. This one, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think back, but I think the last time we covered this event or covered an event from Akata and the APPT, I do feel like even as we got down to the FT, there was still a lot of wild poker going on.
Yeah.
Anyway, Min Woong is going to pick this one up with the queens. Nothing to really discuss.
I only saw one, not both. I don't know if I made a bad fold or not. But. I guess I got bluffed.
Cover your hand.
He showed me one card on purpose.
Oh, they're discussing him exposing his cards
He's saying that he can see his cards.
when he peels, yeah.
Maybe he doesn't speak English.
Told you.
Speak English?
He got a...
Protect. He see your card.
You bluffed me. You showed me one card. You bluffed me just now.
Well, Daniel is watching along with us again.
Maybe he's doing it on purpose.
Dang, I mean, whoa,
This is your translation?
Yeah.
You basically just repeat the sentence by... Oh, shit.
just a little slower.
Hello again, Daniel. Good to see you, bud.
Yeah, I mean...
What else can you say?
It works.
I can see
Get
your
a translate. I see your cards. He told him 2
King
times.
Queen of Strawberries.
58, please.
And there's a raise to 80,000.
Sit 1, 4.
Sevens for Ronald Haverkamp in the small blind. We know he has around 20 big blinds.
Yeah, I think he might just put this all in.
All in.
Yeah.
Have some of that.
Have some of that. Have a little bit of that.
Oh, I hate this spot.
Yeah, and actually this is one that you'll need to look up with the ICM applied because it is nasty.
700.
770. Yeah.
And I think this is just a smidge too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's what, 70% of your remaining stack, and you're flipping at
Yeah,
best?
it's the tournament life you're concerned about. The spot is a call, right? You're happy to go in with King Queen here if we're in the middle of a tournament, but
Well, you know me, Nick, I like to play results, and every time I call in this spot, they have ace queen or ace king, and I lose.
Yeah.
Fucking smallest stack was 40 bigs on the start of the final table. So no one's lost it. I'm back in. No, the Vietnamese guy over the back. Yeah, blue's 100k. But he's got the most at the back. No. I've got 2.5, right? I started 2.8. Fucking all garbage. 20, 40 days. 2.4. 2.5. Just fucking all of that. Just fold everything. Fucking UTG plus 1.
Yeah, I don't blame the fold.
Yeah, I think the fold is correct.
Well, this is great
Sad.
because we've got Ariaman Aurora watching on YouTube. He says, you can't fold king queen suited. We've got Daniel Lay watching on YouTube who can now challenge Ariaman on why he laid down that hand. I'll let you guys go at it. Have fun.
Have you seen Jason?
Again, players for the
Yeah.
necessary bounty.
They
At the
put
back
me
of
in
your
here again.
suit.
Ariaman says, what a net. Fight, 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 fight.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, so the money jump between 9th and 8th is around 4,000 US dollars. 22k for the first player out. 26k if you can ladder to 8th place. Obviously the money jumps get bigger the higher up we go. Ace King for Daniel Craig.
Starting out with a monster. Raises a monster.
Interesting call here from Royal Haverkamp on the button with 9s.
Yes, indeed.
Queen 8 deuce on the flop. 9 still good.
Tricky one to navigate. I like the check so far from Daniel Craig. This is a good way to proceed. 9s is going to play it cool as well. All right, board pairs. I think Daniel's got to keep checking now at this point. In particular, having the King of Hearts, like, you know, some of the hands we might want to try and get value from would be King X of Hearts on the turn here, and you've got it in your hand. So that's a thing. I think 9s is okay to consider betting the turn. I think we can potentially still get value from worse hands. We do have a chance to get a little protection, which is always nice if we do it in a way that doesn't allow our opponents to exploit us. Man, this is such a gross spot for Ace King. I think he's going to call, but it just feels so nasty.
Oh, Haverkamp doing a decent job chipping up this orbit. Adds 280k to his stack. So a reminder that we are going to conclude our coverage of the APPT Manila Championship tomorrow, on air at the same time as yesterday and today, 3 p.m. GMT, 3 p.m. UTC. Live on the PokerStars Twitch and YouTube channels. And then a reminder, our next live stream after this replay of the Asia Pacific Poker Tour will be from the North American Poker Tour, but only a one-day live stream. A couple of weeks' time, Wednesday, November 12th, the final table of the $5,000 main event from NAPT Las Vegas. King Queen for Daniel Craig, and he opens.
And on the button here, two players pretty deep stacked. This might be set mine territory. You can see him glancing around to the left because it's the players on his left that are going to dictate whether or not he comes along with the sixes here. Decides to call.
Aditya Agarwal folds the small blind. Warrior Suntorn in the big blind.
Not playing anymore?
No.
Also folds, so heads up to the flop.
Sit out.
Jack, Jack 4, 6 is still ahead. Oh, dude. I've just remembered something hilarious.
What's that?
Have we ever spoken about the game show The Floor?
Don't think so.
Are you aware of it?
No.
Hosted by Rob Lowe. I think it's now in its 4th season. And it's basically a series of duels, right? It's people competing in a quiz about the other's specialist subject.
Okay.
But it is the dumbest game show ever created. It's like a quiz for stupid people. Because what you have to do is identify a photograph and basically just say something out loud. So, for example, I might challenge you and your specialist subject might be kitchen appliances. And what we basically have to do is like see the object on screen and go, food blender, coffee machine, can opener. I mean, it's ridiculously stupid. So they had a couple of specialist subjects recently. The first was telling the time. And I'm like, what's that going to be? And sure enough, it was basically clock faces with an hour and a minute hand, and you had to say what the time was. I mean, this is stuff that they get 5-year-olds to do.
Wow.
But my favorite on one of the most recent episodes, there was a guy whose specialist subject was playing cards.
Okay.
What do you think they had to do in the picture quiz?
Say what the cards were.
Queen of Hearts, 5 of clubs,
no.
Queen of Spades. Now, to be fair, they did remove the numbers/letters from the playing cards, but even then, it really isn't that hard. And I guess as someone who's been calling cards for 2 decades, I do find it pretty easy to do just from the pips. But even without that experience, it's like, how can you possibly get that wrong?
Level now.
Oh man, that sounds infuriating. Did they use a 4-color deck? Asked Raksha. Imagine you
That
lose,
really
and then you
everyone.
say the reason I lost is because I wasn't a 4-color deck. Anyway,
so we
big
get the
spot
cold
here.
4 here. Yeah, Soontorn re-raising from the small blind. The open from Lung Choi with 9-8 suited was 80k. The 3-bet from Van Sang Win, 260k. Quick fold from Cal with the ace-jack. Choi has folded, action back on Win. That's an all-in. That's a call.
All right.
And it will be Waris Soontorn at risk here, but way ahead with kings versus ace-king.
Worth 80,000.
Ed, just to be clear, they didn't remove the suits. They just removed the Ks, the As, and the numbers. 3 deuce deuce on the flop. And Waris Soontorn is just going to have to fade an ace on the river, and he is going to get a big double up. Boom, king's hold.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Huge spot on a final table, James. Huge.
Soontorn now with close to 4 million chips.
You're gonna lose anyway. I focus on it.
MacGyver Man says, James, how do you find that program entertaining? So here's the thing, I love game shows. As stupid as they are, I will happily watch everything. I watch Wheel of Fortune, I watch Family Feud, I watch Name That Tune. And here's a fun question for you then, Nick. What do Name That Tune and The Floor have in common? They are both game shows on Fox. What is the other connection?
Sorry, say again, please.
The game shows The Floor and Name
Yeah.
That Tune that are on
Yeah.
Fox.
Yeah.
What is the connection between them?
Not the same
You probably don't
presenter.
know this. Probably don't know this. Even though these are US
Yeah.
game shows, they are both filmed in Ireland.
Oh, no way. Amazing.
What is the poker connection to Name That Tune? Hosted by Jane Krakowski and Randy Jackson.
Oh, my gosh. I have no idea, James.
Name That Tune is recorded at the RDS in Dublin.
Oh, amazing. That is really
Same
cool.
venue as the Irish Open. Now, the reason both of these shows, by the way, are filmed in Ireland is it is cheaper to fly out the entire production, all the contestants and their friends and families, and film an entire season in Ireland than it is to use a soundstage in LA.
Wow. I mean, doesn't that say something about the state of affairs in Los Angeles?
Yes, it does.
That is insane. And also, I mean, Dublin is not exactly the cheapest place on planet Earth either. So,
But obviously there are incentives, tax breaks.
Sure.
I mean, they wouldn't do it if they didn't run the numbers.
no, I'm sure somebody's run the numbers. I'm sure somebody has.
Celebration. Party time.
But I mean, you must have seen that when films go into production now, you know, for a long time, Georgia became a hub for movie production. So many films now based in Toronto. So many movies now being made in Europe. The tax breaks, the incentives. There is nothing being made in Hollywood. And all of the people who are kind of, you know, ad hoc workers, makeup artists,
yeah,
crew, just can't find work here. It's just there's stuff being made. It's just not being made in Hollywood.
Yeah, I get it.
Now it's Ankau's turn to have kings, and up against the powerhouse that is 8-3 offsuit. I don't think 8-3 is going to win. Sure enough. Zach says the Irish Open was the replay I was watching before joining this, funnily enough. Lol.
Amazing.
Hope you enjoyed it.
Lol indeed.
I'm
Lol
glad you
indeed.
enjoyed my my thumbnail for my video, Nick.
I did. I did, and I enjoyed that. I thought you would have included the audio of you singing "Everyone Loves a Chop Pot," but you've spared yourself there a bit.
I mean, you know, at least I'm now acknowledging that it happened.
It's all good, mate. It's fine. That was a good little catch-up vlog. I liked it. Yeah, that's right, Raksha. Kings twice in a short space of hands there.
I mean, kings holding against ace-king, yeah, like, because often the ace will come. But if kings had got cracked by 8-3 offsuit, that would have been gross. We all would be throwing up in our mouths right now.
Yeah.
Aditya Agarwal with the Toby Lewis 10-8 of clubs. Daniel Craig folding 10-9 and Daniel Lay folding 8-3 of diamonds.
We played in Cambodia together, no?
Yes. Yeah, compared with that one, this one is a short tournament.
All right, looks like a dealer change.
Two of spades doesn't want to stay on the table. Jumped up again.
Confirmation that
our chip counts.
Waris Santoon is chip leader right now after that huge double up with kings, 3.85 million. Daniel Lay now the short stack of the table with 850k, just over 20 big blinds. So again, no short, super short stacks.
No super short stacks. This is playing extremely deep, and you know, testament to the structure of this event.
You know,
just another
what,
reason
Nick,
to go and check out Manila.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you it's not that bold a prediction, but I'm gonna make a prediction here. And this is just because I believe past behavior will inform future behavior. And of course, it's not like we haven't seen all-ins. It's not like we haven't seen the potential for players to go out. But generally speaking, I'm going to say with, what is it, just over, it's probably going to take like half an hour to play through the next few hands. I think we might get to the end of the session with a full table of 9. I think we might be coming back with a full final table of 9 tomorrow.
You might be right, mate. It is playing out real slow. Everyone's biding their time. I mean, the collisions we have seen have been pretty significant coolers thus far. I mean, what do we got? Another 30 minutes or so? Something like that?
Yeah.
All right, pocket sevens. UG. UG.
He knows to fold the Spraggy. Oh boy. I'm not talking about the poker, by the way. I was just looking something up. When we are done with this broadcast, I have to go out and run some errands. And I've just seen what the temperature is outside.
It is boiling.
It's 34 Celsius. It's close to 100 Fahrenheit right now.
Oh my goodness. LA is too expensive, and it's literally melting.
That's a straight, right?
That is not just a straight. It is the nuts. I don't know, James. That sounds like you're straying into unsafe UV conditions.
I mean, I am part vampire, Nick, so it's not ideal. This, by the way, this is an anomaly. The last few weeks, it's been like low 20s. It's been like 20, 21, which is I'm perfectly fine with. Mid-30s, this is absurd, especially as we're nearly in November.
That is insane. Global warming, confirmed.
Yep.
What's the absolute overall highest record ever recorded in LA in Celsius?
450.
Oh, that's going to require some research.
Minwoong is... Wait. Sorry. Long Choi, excuse me, is betting into Minwoong, who has it. Don't go all in.
Way to not get value.
No, mate. No, there's no chance you just ship that hand.
Okay.
Chill out. Give him some rope.
So talking of not chilling, do you want to take a guess, Nick, in Celsius, what the highest temperature ever recorded in LA was? And I can tell you it was on September 6, 2020, and it was recorded in Woodland Hills. Do you want to take a guess?
47 degrees C.
Not far off. 49.4, which translates to 121 degrees Fahrenheit.
Wow. And presumably that is like wildfire territory anyway, right?
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, that's nuts. That's not, you're not having a good time. Nobody's having a good time. I'm not the biggest sun seeker anyway. Take me skiing any day of the week. Take me to the winter wonderland. I love all that. That's beautiful. I don't mind wrapping up warm. I can wrap up warm and be warm, but when it's so hot that you can't escape it no matter what you do, it's not a nice feeling. I don't like that.
Rorsty says, man, this guy will talk about anything but the hand. You're not wrong. In fact, right now I'm going to talk about how I'm banning you, and you're banned. Aditya Agarwal, Ace King. Fife asks, where is Joe? Joe is in Maryland right now, where there was a PokerStars Open. And bizarrely, I think Run Good now have an event there straight off the back of the PokerStars event. So Joe's basically staying to play another poker event. Based on what I've seen on Instagram, he's not having much success.
I think we need to burn some incense or something. We need a Joe Stapleton hard reset. He's been complaining about how he runs so bad for so long. He is often quick to point out, runs good in life, runs bad in poker. That's fair. But we need to burn some sage, spiritual cleansing, reset, positive mindset, and go.
Good luck with that plan. I actually have Joe's itinerary on my phone because I find it so hard to keep track of where he is and what he's doing.
He's a man of the world.
I think he's got
He's
some
like the
stand-up
wind.
gigs somewhere.
Yeah,
just
that's
before the
usually the case.
NAPT. Yeah,
Yeah.
so I think he wraps at the Run Good event in the next couple of days, and then I want to say he's going to Tahoe to do comedy over the weekend, and then he arrives in Vegas for the NAPT next week.
He was talking about maybe doing Tokyo at some point again, but I don't know if that's still on the cards.
That would be next year, I think.
Yeah, I think that was into the new year, possibly. All right, Lung Choi, Ace King Suting, 1.4 million chips.
Well, we've been having some conversations about what plans are for early next year. We want to get a handle on what we're streaming and when, because we know what events are coming up and want to get an idea of our actual kind of work commitments, because, you know, a couple of other opportunities have arisen. And basically, it's going to be the last Sundance Film Festival in Park City next year, so we're planning to go to that. So have to make sure that that doesn't clash with any live stream from any PokerStars Open that might be taking place in January.
Is that moving on to other pastures streams? Is that what's going on?
It goes to Boulder, Colorado. It's moving. Okay. So yeah, this will be the last year. But I don't know whether you know, but like Skinner used to work for Sundance, so she volunteered at the festival for the last 20 years. I think she's been to pretty much every Sundance Film Festival since 2003.
Wow.
And she was general counsel for the Sundance Institute for a number of years. So obviously has an affinity with that organization.
Sure.
And
yeah.
was very, very sad at the news recently when Robert Redford died, because apparently he was a very charming man. He called her Megan, couldn't remember her name, but ultimately he knew who she was. So yeah, so very keen to kind of like try and make the most of the last Sundance at Park City.
It's just too darn expensive. It's too hot and it's too expensive in LA. I've said it for years.
Park City is in Utah, Nick.
Even better.
But it's funny you talk about it being expensive, because and this is one of the reasons why it's moving there. I'm not going to say it on air, but when I tell you how much we're paying per night for accommodation, you will be like, what?
I've always said it. Park City, Utah, too hot, too expensive. All right, we got a little something brewing here, guys. Raising a call and a tree bet. Min Woong waking up with it again here. I'm still reeling from the fact he just shipped ace queen in that previous spot. There's a chance maybe the chips are wrong, but I don't think they are somehow. Jamming in with the nuts. Your opponent's blasting India. I don't think that's how we want to play the nuts there. Oh man, America is so cooked, James. It's cooked. It's over. It's literally cooked. It's too hot and it's too expensive.
But here's the thing, Nick. If they wouldn't charge that if people weren't prepared to pay for it.
Oh man, I mean, maybe they're gouging because like the festival. I guess that makes sense.
Yes,
I mean, that's
absolutely,
fair.
absolutely. That's the thing. It's people who own homes there, own apartments there, hotels there. That they absolutely price gouge.
Yeah. Anyway, sorry guys. James just sent me the actual dollar value of what he was what he was referencing just now, and it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. Yeah, it's the gouging is real. So chat, higher or lower? Are we gonna go to tomorrow with 9? We're gonna go to tomorrow with 8s. Is there gonna be some
the fact that you
major
set the line as higher or lower. I'm gonna say higher, Nick. We're gonna come up with 10 players tomorrow.
That's not the term I was looking for. I was I was trying to find betting line, but I just decided higher or lower. Okay, we're going to go. Is it 10? Are we going to add a player? Can James Hardigan still buy in at this stage?
By the way, if anyone wants to take 11, I will any number you want. I will take any amount you want. I will give you ridiculous odds.
Higher than 9 would be a bold strategy, Cotton. That's right, Tom. I'd find a way to make it work.
I do genuinely believe it's going to take another cooler. It's going to take another Kings versus Ace-King type encounter for there to be any chance of a player going out in the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah.
But regardless of whether we come back with 9, 8, or 7, the final table will play down to a winner tomorrow. A reminder, we will be streaming once again our final day of coverage of the APPT Manila Championship starting at 3 p.m. UK time. That's 3 p.m. GMT. David Doherty will join us again as an analyst. Okay, well, this could be the cooler that we're talking about. If someone else has a premium, someone else has kings, queens, ace, king, and cow here with aces opens to 80,000. Ten-9 suited, the Grafton for Warriors Soontorn. Now, this is a hand that some players will 3-bet, Nick. At the very least, we can expect Soontorn to defend, and that's what he does. He calls.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Do not want to be folding the Grafton at this stage. Oh, okay.
And he has flopped a piece, top pair, backdoor heart draw. We can see it's only worth 10% equity, but Soontorn is not going to be hating this flop. Playing in flow, checks to the aggressor.
Oh,
and Cow checks
sneaky,
back for deception. Queen of Spades on the turn takes away Soontorn's backdoor draw. It is also an overcard to his pair of nines. Checks a second time. And Cow's going to go for a delayed C-bet, going for value here. And I wouldn't blame Soontorn for calling one street and then reassessing on the river. The bet from Cow is 100K.
And does that check on the flop warrant a little sneaky call here?
I'm a great believer in calling here without a real plan for the river, just hoping that it goes check, check, and you can get to showdown, and the 9 is sometimes good. That's where my brain's at in a situation like this.
Fair enough, James. I like it.
I mean, obviously, if the river is a 10 or a 9, happy days. Although the 10 would be no good here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, fair play. He just gets away from it nice and easy. I mean, I think that David Doc was mentioning earlier about that kind of like turn consideration being somewhat of a tell. And yeah, I do think once your opponent starts doing that,
yeah,
and they choose to proceed, I do think it becomes very, very easy to kind of figure out where you are in the hand there. That would be some interesting Hollywood if it did turn out to be something strong.
We're not going to get that table straightened for tomorrow, are we?
I don't think it's going to happen, James.
Do you think there's any chance that we get that table straightened before the next live stream from Manila?
I think there's about as As much of a chance as there being 10 players coming back to tomorrow's stream. No, I think by the time we're back in Manila, I'm sure they'll take on all the points that we've raised during this session.
So Haverkamp opens with Queen Jack. Round to the big blind. Cal with King 6 suited. That's worth a poke. Throw out 40k. Let's see a flop. Let's have some fun. Yes.
Yeah, go on then.
Flop-a-lop-a ding-dong.
James Hardy
Jack
tell all
8-7.
memoirs. Flop-a-lop-a ding-dong.
Top pair for Haverkamp. Couple of backdoor draws for Ankau.
Pretty straightforward stuff.
Yeah, the graphic said that Cal called. He obviously didn't. He folded. Yeah, I was going to say.
Yeah.
How many hands we bet?
Flop-a-lop-a ding-dong.
One, two, three, four, five. You button. You button. And then.
Do you want a poker trivia question, Nick, that you can't possibly know the answer to? Yes,
Yeah.
James, I'd love that. You're welcome. So the first season of the APPT,
yes,
back in 2007, a reminder that this tour has been going almost as long as the EPT, just 3 years less, was televised. There were TV shows of the Asia Pacific Poker Tour. Who were the commentators? The clue I will give you is that the color commentator, the analyst, was a very high-profile member of Team PokerStars Pro at the time. The lead commentator might be harder to guess. He was a very established voice in that part of the world, particularly in the kind of Australia region of the world, should we say.
Oh. Okay. Was it Hashem?
It was not Joe Hashem.
Okay.
So you have correctly identified, though, that one of the commentators was Australian, but that would be the play-by-play guy who is a broadcaster rather than a poker player. Probably the harder of the two people to identify. The poker player, who was the color commentator, was not Australian, nor were they Asian.
Oh. No, I'm not going to know, James. You had it right the first time. Hit me with it.
Okay, so CB Rufio, congratulations. Daniel Negreanu was the pro. Daniel Negreanu was one of the commentators.
Oh, wow.
The play-by-play guy, who I believe was the voice of the Aussie Millions for many years, was Paul Curry.
Paul Curry, okay.
Yeah, so at that time, in 2007, I mean, I was working with a variety of co-commentators. This is pre-Joe Stapleton. So I was doing the EPT with Lee Jones, John Duthie, Vicky Corrin, Greg Raymer. Paul Curry was doing the APPT with Daniel Negreanu. And then in Latin America, the LAPT, I want to say was David Tuckman with a combination of Greg Raymer and Vanessa Russo.
Oh my gosh, James. Your memory is honestly incredible for these things. I can barely remember who won EPT Malta.
Oh my God, you got me there. Who did win EPT Malta? Oh, it's the guy who came fourth in Barcelona.
Yeah.
He's Polish. Brzezinski.
That's right, Tomasz Brzezinski.
Brzezinski, that's it.
Brzezinski.
Whew. Oh, Aditya Agarwal playing the Spraggy, but gets away with it. Barcelona was Thomas Aishen. Don't try and trick me, Cohen. Generally speaking, if the EPT champion is a known quantity, if they're like an established pro, if it's someone who has a lot of results and is well known, those are the ones that stand out. So like when an Aichen wins an EPT, when a John Joanda wins an EPT, those are the names that will always stick in my mind. The hard ones are the, no offense to them, but the one and dones, right? The people who come from nowhere, win an EPT, and then we kind of maybe see them a couple of future events, and then they're gone from poker forever.
Yeah, although I do wonder if Tomasz Brzezinski as well in particular, I mean, he's had such a stellar couple months, you know, towards the end of this year. I wonder if he will become a more well-known individual in years to come. Certainly seems to have the skills for it.
I mean, coming fourth in the biggest EPT of the year and then winning the very next one is an incredible achievement for someone who is a non-professional player.
Absolutely.
I mean, we said that so many times during the Malta live stream, and I stand by those words. Anywho, we've had the under-the-gun race from Lung Choi with King Queen, and Zhang Minwoon is going to defend his big blind with Jack 10.
So far, so good.
And it's all strawberries on the flop. Jack 8-3, so top pair for Minwoon. And the second nut flush draw for Lung Choi, who is actually a statistical favorite.
That's right. 2 of our cards, backdoor straight draw and heart draw. That's one of the cards.
One of those overs. Yeah, yep. King of Spades on the turn does indeed give Lung Choi the advantage. 87% equity.
I think gonna feel. I was gonna say feel pretty good about checking the Jack 10 here. He's decided to just barrel. I just feel like on the 3 hard boards we need to be quite careful. The King of Spades obviously theoretically not changing in that department, but your opponents will have overcards that contain hearts, which will contain King X.
Yeah.
So just a bet and a call. And I think I like this. I don't see any reason to go particularly wild here with the King of Hearts in hand.
3 of Spades completes the board, and Lung Choi has a lock on this.
Free Tandy.
320,000. The value bet on the river.
Confident maneuver here, and at this point, James, you know, might be tempted to call with the Jack 10, thinking my opponent's just missed hearts, but Don't forget,
Yeah,
this is big blind versus under the gun, so it's not exactly.
Yeah,
he's not going to have tons of random hands here, you know.
I'm going to say from what I've seen of Zhang Minwon, he's not a player who makes a lot of marginal calls. I'm not saying he won't call here, but it would almost be out of character.
Well, he felt the need to sort of super protect his nuts in that previous spot when he flopped the straight with the ace-queen, and that does lend itself to that sort of player type that you're describing, James, for sure.
Yeah.
People who don't like
Daniel
to take...
Craig, by the way, was in a position to tell everyone about the importance of protecting your nuts. And sure enough, he does fold to the river bet. And I think just one more hand to play.
Yeah, could be.
And unless there is some huge collision, we are going to be coming back tomorrow with a full table of 9. Tomorrow we'll be playing down from 9 to a winner. Action has been folded around to Aditya. He's out. Graphics have got some catching up to do.
Yeah, didn't want to play the suited ace there even. I don't know if maybe people are looking to potentially just get in that cash. Get into the final day, excuse me, not in the cash.
I want to go massage too.
Oh, one more hand, sorry.
How long is our break? 30 minutes. 30 minutes break? From what I heard.
So yeah, a reminder that we are effectively replaying a tournament that was played over the weekend. So as far as the actual structure of the tournament is concerned, they're about to hit the day 3 dinner break. So what we will stream tomorrow will be the second half or the final couple of levels of day 3, and then the rest of the final table from day 4. But crucially, we will see it through to its conclusion tomorrow. We'll play down to a winner. We will learn who the champion is and who wins that first prize of nearly $200,000. And Cal raising Queen Jack. Round 2, the blinds. It is Ronald Haverkamp in the big blind with ace 3. And he is not going to get funky with this small ace in the big blind on the final hand of the session. He folds and confirmed, as we suspected, as predicted, we are going to be coming back for the final day of our coverage with 9 players at the final table of the APPT Manila Championship. Waris Suntorn holding the chip lead with 3.6 million ahead of Zhang Minwon playing 3 million. Daniel Lay is now a legitimate short stack, edging towards the danger zone with 650k. And yeah, this will conclude our coverage of the penultimate day of the tournament. We will be back tomorrow with the final table of the Asia Pacific Poker Tour Manila Championship. Join us at 3 p.m. GMT on the PokerStars YouTube and Twitch channels with more analysis from David Doherty. But for now, from him, Nick Walsh, and me, James Hartigan, it's goodbye. Thanks for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Chris.